Yes, visual.
Good morning to all of you. So I'm going to present my presentation for the international webinar series, which is organized by the Rewa University of India. So my title today is Exploring the Potentials of the Religious and the Cultural Legacy to Promote the Tourism in Adams Peak, Sri Lanka. I'm Anupama Damanapula, a senior lecturer from Tourism and Cultural Resource Management background, attached to the University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. So, first of all, I would like to explain you the cultural importance of the Adams Peak. Adams Peak is an Asian pilgrim site, and usually it is called as the Sri Pada, and it is mostly visited destination by many religious people around the globe. So including the Buddhists, Hindus, Christians, and the Muslims, they also visit this religious site. And this sacred place is worshipped and by the indigenous inhabitants of the Sri Lanka. As well, many pilgrims of all faiths visit the peak every year. So you can see in this picture, this is the site, what we call the Sri Pada. It is in a very big mountain, right? And this is the sceneries that you can see when you visit the Adams Peak, right? So next, I will move to the religious beliefs and the rituals. What we do, when we are planning to go to the Adams Peak, we usually have the religious rituals. So let's see what are they. The first is ritual of bathing. First thing is that we have to get clean ourselves, and then only we are going to get ready for going to this pilgrim site. The next thing is we are going to stay at Ambalama, or what we call the very temporary kind of buildings or the temporary accommodation places inside the route. And also we have the belief of making vows to the god, right? And we are going to get blessings before we go to the Sri Pada or the Adams Peak. And usually the Ratnapura Sumana Saman Devalaya, or there are four main Saman Devala. God Saman means one of the gods that is dedicated for this particular cultural site. And then we are going to get blessings before we move to the Adams Peak. Also, when we are going to go to the pilgrim site, usually this is a very significant and very unique kind of a culture where we are going to say pilgrim songs, or we are chanting like kavi, right? So this is one good example that you can see. Now you can see in this video how people are going. This is in the middle, very recently, last December, I have visited here. So you can see, and now here you can see a symbol, a kind of a thing which is going here and there, and it is believed. So these were captured by my camera. This is kind of a symbol which is dedicated for the god, Saman god. So this is the god Saman's picture. You can see this god Saman is using as a elephant, as a tusker, as a vehicle, and he is having a lotus flower in his hand. He is one of the most giant gods in Sri Lankan Buddhist history. And before we go to the mountain, so the peak of the mountain, we have to get cleaned ourselves. That is called the ritual of bathing. That is the Sita Gangula or the Sita river that we usually before going. So this is very cold, but still that we have to get cleaned ourselves, and we have to put lemon into our head, and to just as a symbol to say that we are cleaned enough. And this is the Ratnapura Saman Devalaya. So this is surrounded by four main Saman Devala. I went to this particular location using the Ratnapura route. So before going to this mountain, we have been there in this particular place, and we made a vow before going to the site. The next thing is a place to witness the sunrise and the spectacle views. So if any one of you have been to Sri Pada or the Adams Peak, you may be able to see in the early morning hours, like 4:30 to 6:30. In between that time, we will be able to see the morning sunrise. The most people make the climb by night because it is very easy and very convenient for the travelers, and they will be able to reach the mountain top to watch the sunrise over the sea. And the sun almost leaps over the eastern horizon, drawing a perfect triangle of shadow of the mountain spreading over the western backdrop of the mountain. And you can see lot of very exotic and natural landscape spectacle views from this top of the mountain. So these are some of the pictures that were captured by myself. So this is the morning sunrise sceneries. Next thing, it is this Adams Peak or the Sri Pada is a multi-ethnic and multi-religious attraction. Mostly the Hindus, they call the mountain Sivan Adipadam, and they believe the god Shiva left the giant footprint on the summit. That means Sri Pada means Pada means foot. So that we believe that footprint, Hindus believe that footprint is Sivan Adipadam. And also the Christians and the Islamic tradition asserts that it is the footprint of the Adam. So Adam, and then they left the first setting of the foot on the earth after having been cast out the paradise. So giving it the name like the Adam's Peak. And the Hindus' traditions refers to the footprint as that of the Hindu deity or the Shiva, and thus it has named as the mountain Shiva Padam or the Shiva's foot. So in Tamil, they have different, the Hindu people have different belief, and the Christian and the Islamic have different belief, and also the Buddhist people in Sri Lanka, they do have a different belief, and they believe that this is the footprint of the Lord Buddha. So likewise, Sripada is one of the rare places that people of four major religions in the world that are worshipping. So this is having a very big kind of a cultural and religious kind of a attachment. Therefore, we can say this place is a multi-ethnic and multi-religious attraction site. Now you can see different people, even the very senior citizens like 80s, 90s people are also visiting this top to the top of the mountain. You can see this is a very, you start from somewhere here and then you have to climb up to the climax. So it is a journey which takes nearly about 8 to 10 hours by foot. So without the foot you cannot actually go, because no vehicles, no cable cars or something like that, but we have to go by using our foot. And also we are saying different like pilgrim songs during our journey, and this journey is inside a jungle. So this is the oldest pictures of Sri Pada, and a lot of tourists are also coming to this you know uh, Sri Pada. And this is the footprint that we call the Sripada or the Adam's Peak. So you can see different types of people are gathering to this cultural site. Let's see now the cultural and the religious legacy of the Adam's Peak. The Adams Peak is culturally significant because of the huge footprint that lies on the peak of the mountain. Now you can see in this picture the footprint, the giant footprint. The devotees of many religions climb the mountain daily to evoke blessings, while trekkers enjoy the accelerating hike through the different access routes to the summit. And also, the mountain is the legendary mountain of Trikuta, the capital of Ravana, during the Ramayana times, from where he ruled Sri Lanka. So, this is having Rama Ravana trail is one of the very famous trail among the Indian people. So that it has a kind of a linkage to this site as well. Now you can see how the monks are going to worship this giant footprint. And as you can see in this giant footprint, there are symbols everywhere. You can see symbols, about 254 symbols are there inside this giant footprint, and it is in golden uh, print. And it is believed that the Lord Buddha's the footprint is there with the Mangala symbols. So that means auspicious, something like auspicious. Next thing is about the one place with many names. So that you can see cultural bond, because this Sripada or the Adam's Peak is usually called by different names. Adam's Peak is one name, which is because of the Hindus, Islamic, and the Christians, they have this Adam's Peak. And usually the Sinhalese Buddhists call this mountain as the Sripada, where the sacred footprint is there of the Lord Buddha. And also this is called as the Samanala Kanda. Samanala means the butterfly, so that it is meant by the butterfly mountain, because a big huge number of butterflies are coming into this mountain, and people believe that Samanalaya is also, the butterflies also worship this mountain. So Samanala Kanda is another term which frequents the mountain during their annual migrations to the region. And also this is called as the Samantakuta or Samangira, the climax of the mountain, which refers to either to the deity of the Saman or the god Saman, who is said to live upon and protect the mountain. A shrine dedicated to the deity can be found near the footprint. So once you go to the Sripada or the Adam's Peak, you will be able to see how this god Saman has been dedicated to this particular mountain. And we believe, as Sri Lankans, we believe that this god Saman is the person who is going to look after this mountain, right? And his dwelling is somewhere around here. That is the cultural belief of the people. Now you can see this is the Sripada in all three languages, and Sripada, the sacred footprint of the Gautama Buddha. So you can see different names for the same place, right? And now you can see there are huge lot of butterflies inside the mountain. So when you go here and there in this mountain, you would be able to see during the peak season, during the annual season, you will be able to see the butterflies. So these are some of the pictures again from the Sripada. The cultural legacy of the footprint. The footprint on each sole, there are 108 auspicious marks or the Mangala symbols with the wheel or the chakra, that principal mark. And this place is considered as a national treasure for centuries. Especially our all grandparents, they believe that this Sripada is having a magical power, where if they want to get blessings from the god, usually they go to this place. right? And this is a very hectic kind of a journey because it is very risky, and there could be different emergencies happening. Therefore, we have to get ready to that extent as well. Especially the kings of the ancient times, some of the whom would climb the mountain themselves on the pilgrims, have established the measures to assist the pilgrims in their ascent to the summit. So there are different types of facilities arranged nowadays, but in the earlier days we cannot see that type of facilities. Talking about the Adams Peak location, it is mostly called as the Sri Pade, and this is the fourth highest mountain in Sri Lanka. Now you can see where are we today, the Sri Lanka, and this is Colombo, the capital, commercial capital of the country, and this is the Sri Pade, Adams Peak. And so it is very close, in a close proximity to the Indian country as well. So if you go to the Sripada, there are different access points. The mountain is located in the southern reaches of the Central Highlands in the Ratnapura district and the Nuwara district of the Sabaragamuwa province. And also it is covered by the Central province and surrounded by the mountain ranges. So it is believed that 7 mountain ranges are there, and it is covered with the by the Adams Peak. A hollow that is 67 inches long and 18 inches wide, and Buddhists believe that it resembles the footprint of the Lord Buddha. What you saw earlier, that is the dimensions of the particular footprint. And talking about the importance and the location and the tourist activities that which are available, so the region along the mountain is a wildlife reservoir, housing many species varying from the elephants to the leopards and including many endemic species. The wildlife sanctuary that encompasses the Sripada, together with the Horton Plains National Park and the Knuckles Range, all in the central highlands of the Sri Lanka. And it is recognized as one of the World Heritage Site since 2011. So now it is having a big kind of a, it is a heritage asset in one hand, on the other hand it is a wildlife asset. And also on the way to the Sri Padya, you can see the Saman Chaitya, the world peace pagoda, it can be found. And this stupa was built by the famous Japanese Buddhist monk Venerable Nichi Fuji in 1976. And also the significance of this location itself is another factor which attracts the devotees as well as the trackers, which means the tourists, to the location. Especially people are climbing here in order to see the sunset. So this is some of my pictures. So this is my mother, and this is my the grandmother, and this is another lady who actually go with me, join with my pilgrim tour. And now you can see they do have like when you are doing a hiking, you have to have a hiking uh, that stick. So the hiking stick or the trekking sticks, for these purposes we are using the old trees, whatever the cut down trees, right? So that these are some of the pictures from them, and this is the sunset scenery. Talking about the access to the Adams Peak, so you can now see there are different paths. So this is having the steps or the concrete kind of a stairway. Now you can see in this picture as well. But this is the only route where they will be having these kind of steps or the stairway. On the other hand, other routes are not having this type of stairways. Access to the Adams Peak is possible by the 6 trails. So according to the location, now you can reach this destination while using different regions. sorry, the Hatton Nalathani. I think many Indians know Nuvarali or the Hatton because of the Rama Rayana trail. And also you can use the Ratnapura, which is a very famous place for gems. And also you can use the Kuruvita Ratna and also Mukkuvatta and the Malim border route. So during my tour, before 1 month ago, I went with the Kuruvita Ratna route. The most popular routes are the Hatton Nalathani and the Ratnapura Palabaddala due to the picturesque views and the scenery. So once you are going there, you can see a lot of beautiful sceneries. Actually, nature lovers, this is one of the best places to enjoy the nature and the culture. Tourists can reach the destination start point by bus, and also they can use the train, or maybe you can use a private vehicle. But the journey from its entrance point, it is a very difficult journey because you have to go by foot, and it is inside a wilderness area, so that it is a very tough kind of a journey. Now you can see what are the available facilities at the destination. Rest stops and the wayside shops are the only kind of facilities available for the trails to serve refreshments and whatever you want to have. And the trackers or the trailers are illuminated with the electricity and making light at night, right? So it is a very safe way. So you can have the lightings wayside, and these are some of the resting places, what we call the ambalama, or very temporary kind of accommodation place, where people from different parts of the world come together for a shorter period of time. So this is how we spend the day. So this is my group. And water, food, electricity, and the resting places are available on each route. Therefore, pilgrims, devotees, and the adventure tourists, they can enjoy their trip without any hassle. So these are some of my pictures from my tour. Now you can see this is my group. There were so many people, and this is a atapirikara, or kind of a thing which is going to offered for the Lord Buddha, right, and to worship Lord Buddha. So entire parcels were having a big amount of donations, and we wanted to give them to the Lord Buddha. So that is something what usually the Buddhists do, right? And you can see this is a ambalama, or a temporary place within the jungle itself. And during the season only, these people are going to open these shops and these ambalama, or the resting places. So you can see now in here the dustbins they have put. So during the season they are putting all these things and they are cleaning everything. But if you are going to the off peak seasons, these kind of facilities are not available, and this is a very horrible kind of a journey. So now you can see the tourist season. The pilgrim season to the Sripada traditionally starts on the full moon of the December. So my the tour was also start with December, and it is going to end by the April. So on April Poe Day, we are going to close this season. So within the peak season, lot of tourists go. So now you can see how many tourists are coming from different parts, because there are six trails, and six trails together they are going to come to a one central point. So a huge lot of people are there. So now you can see in this picture, during the other months it is very hard to climb the mountain, because we believe religious beliefs are there. The god is not going to give you access during the off peak season. Due to the heavy rain, sometimes you are going to miss, and sometimes people are going to lose. So extreme weather conditions like wind, thick mist and the heavy rains are there during the off-peak season. Therefore, only during the December to April, we are going to worship this beautiful and the sacred Adam's Peak or the Sri Padya. Next, I am going to talk about the potentials to promote the tourism. This sacred place with the significance of many religions. So you can see Hindus, Buddhists, as well as different religious people are coming to this site. And this is a place which is rich with the biodiversity, and also which has a traditional authentic kind of a tour experience, because we don't have much luxury kind of accommodation, luxury kind of facilities, but still we do have the old, very old kind of accommodation places, as well as we do have very old shops and dwelling places, so that it gives some kind of a authentic tour experience to the people. And this place has been considered as a national treasure for centuries, and the spiritual experience, which is blended with the adventure. Therefore, people would like to have this, at least to try this, climbing this mountain once in their lifetime. So, and there is another ritual. So, if you are a first time visitor, right, you have to have you have to ring the bell or the gantare. You have to ring the bell. If it is one time, you can ring it for one time. If it is your second visit, you can ring the bell for the second time. Likewise, according to you, the number of visits that you can ring the bell. So the rich cultural and the religious legacy is the most important factor that attracts the tourist to the destination. Therefore, you can see that it is having a great potential to promote tourism, especially to the Sri Lanka or the domestic, as well as because this is a site which is sacred for different religious backgrounds, we can promote this to the entire world as well. Now you can see what are the key components of a tourism product. So attraction. Sri Padya is one of the very famous attractions because of the religious and the cultural importance. And accommodation. Yes, the Sri Padya having accommodation places which are very old, but still during the season they are going to refurbish these accommodation centers. And also accessibility is possible with bus or the train or the private vehicle, but still the climbing of the journey is by foot, so accessibility is there. And what are the activities? People can engage in different religious activities as well. They can do trekking, hiking, something like watching the entire nature, right, and enjoying the nature, the sceneries, right. And also we do have amenities which are dedicated for the visitors. Now you can see in this picture, this is the Hatton route. So how people are going to climb this mountain. So this is one of the very interesting places, and which is having a giant kind of a religious and cultural background. So I hope we do have a great potential to promote Sri Lanka tourism in this location. So thank you. And this is the end of my presentation. So if you have any questions, kindly let me know. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Yes, anybody can have any query or any question or any suggestion are welcome.
I have one question. Hello.
Yes.
Am I? I want to know the era of the Adam from Sri Lankan literature. Number one. I think. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah.
you are.
Era of the Adam. That is how much old it is. First. Second is what are the Christian and Muslims doing there? That is the prayer method of prayer there. And third was the length of the footprint is 17 inches. That is the word. 17. See, that's it. Please. And I think you have given a very, very important lecture in this international webinar. Now, Adam, everybody, 4 religions, they joined together. That is, we have a very multicultural, multi-religious place in our subcontinent, both India, Sri Lanka, other countries. So this was a very good presentation, and your own slides were very good from that place. So I think, as you are telling, the God is forbidding to go over there due to the heavy rains and other things. This is also one of the things, as you are telling. So in a good season, please.
Thank you, Anupama. Madam, I have been there in Kelania University several times. Your university is also excellent, and your paper is also excellent. So thank you for this informations. We love Sri Lanka. It is an excellent place. Okay? Thank you so much. And congratulations. You're young scholar. Congratulations
Thank you.
for your
Thank you, ma'am.
presentation.
Thank you,
Of
ma'am.
course.
Thank you, Anupamaji, for your just such illustrated lecture. And I have also been to Kelania several times, and I would now like
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
to tell you that Professor Manatunga is right now with me. He is in India
really?
right now for a conference in our university.
Really?
So I will definitely tell about this part. Very nice one. Thank you.
Please. He knows me well.
Yeah.
He knows me well, Professor Manatunga.
That
Thank you, sir.
yeah, that he told me. Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. And while responding to the first question, I would like. I would like to tell this is more than 100 years ago. We have been to this Adam's Peak was very much popular, and during the second BC that this was in actually recognized by the Sri Lankans or the historians, and the multi-ethnic and the religious attraction. The Hindus are having a belief with the Siva Adipadam, and also the Christian and the Islamics having that this Adam, and also the Hindu that they believe that God Shiva's foot is here, and also Buddhists believe that this is the Lord Buddha. Is it clear, sir?
The one thing is how much old it is. That is old. That is 100 years.
Second BC, sir. Second BC.
It was estimated second BC, but as per Bible and Quran, it says 8,000 and it will 10 to 8,000 years old. This is what I read somewhere. So this is what Sri Lankan literature, what they say, you are finding there.
Yes, sir, you are correct, because the written historical evidences are there, but still people were worshipping this site most before like 1,000 years ago. But written evidences say something different.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Anybody else? So should I conclude? Okay. Madam Anupma, it was really, honestly, excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir.
It shows, you are doing research, because you have followed some methodology, which is very important in research, and you are focused towards your area of research. These two things are very important in research: focus and the methodology. So both you are following. Yes, I was amazed to. I have never been to Sri Lanka.
Really?
Yeah. And now I had desire to visit Kalyani University.
Please, let us know.
I'll wait for your invitation.
Please, yes, please.
One of my, I was from Guru Nanak Dev University. Guru Nanak was the first Guru of Sikhs, and that university was founded on his 500th birth anniversary in 1969. And the first vice chancellor of our university, Mr. Bishan Singh Samundri, he was a great person, and his son was ambassador in Sri Lanka for some time.
Really?
Sandhu, he was Sandhu, Mr. Sandhu. Now he is in USA. And then when he was ambassador, I couldn't get the chance to come to that place. Anyway, it is. I feel that whatever happens, it is only because of his will, God. So because this God is very important. And I have been to about 20 countries, and I visited Netherlands, and I
Netherlands.
saw most of the churches are closed because people are going away from religion. So the churches are being, for wise use of heritage. If we don't utilize those buildings, they will die. So they converted them into social security offices. So religion in India, religion is very important. Same is the case in Pakistan or Sri Lanka. Now I was just looking at in India. Now we have one in Jammu, Vaishno Devi, Mata Vaishno Devi temple shrine. It's
Yeah.
13 kilometers. I have been to there. We have to walk 13 kilometers. Now they have introduced helicopter and all those. But I went with my students. So then another important place it is a religious place.
Yeah.
Religion binds people. So then another place in Uttarakhand, Hemkund Sahib, that is equally great place. I have not been to there, but now our Prime Minister has announced that their electric tram will be introduced. So then I will go there. So, one thing which I have in my mind, all present I noted that religion, Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, Hindus, all together have something common over there, and nature, culture, wildlife, spiritual, above all, the beautiful sunrise. But one thing hunching my mind, when during the
Yeah.
peak season,
Yeah.
there is lot of crowd.
Yeah.
Although it is World Heritage Site, I know World Heritage. They have they see all the aspects for such places. But you have not touched if how much crowd is there during the peak, and if the crowd is too much, is there any restriction that this about this limit nobody should be allowed after that? Because if there is any
Visitor
disaster.
management. Visitor
Yeah,
management
yeah,
practices, no?
yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any?
Yeah.
Because if there is any disaster, then it will be very difficult.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for your concern. Actually, during the COVID period, we were not allowed to go to the this mountain peak because there were some restrictions. We need to have adhere to that culture. If it is not, even now, we cannot actually get the polythene plastics to the mountain. Before we come to the entrance point, we have to keep all of them. So for the visitor management, during the COVID, there were some restrictions, but during the peak seasons, they don't have, because the peak is usually come from the weekends. So the weekends, and there are 6 main routes, so that they don't have that type of a visitor management practice right now also. But it is a good concern, sir. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Hope to wait for your invitation to Sri Lanka.
Please. Thank you
uh,
very much, sir. And
Congratulations to Professor Mishra also, who is taking lot of pains. Actually, I was having a virus from the last 3 days, and in the morning I was unable to get up. But I thought I must attend this session. All the
Mishra,
best.
sir, thank you very much for your invitation to this webinar series, and I'm really honored to
Thank
have
you.
all of these
Yeah.
intellectuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Uh, Professor Balwinder Singh, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, thank you, Professor Balwinder Singh, sir, for chair the session, and Madam Anupma Damonupola for giving a nice talk on Adam Peak of Sri Lanka. Thank you, both of you. Now, next session, our eminent speaker, Dr. Karabi Mitra, Associate Professor, Department of History, Vijay Krishna Girls College, Kolkata, and our chairperson, Professor Dr. Vinay Kumar, Professor, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Welcome, sir. Vinay Kumar, sir. Uh,
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
please preside the session and introduce
Yeah.
our eminent speaker.
Yes, sir. First of all, very good morning to all of you. And first of all, I would like to extend my heartiest gratitude to Professor Skand Kumar Misraji, who has invited me to chair this session on this particular webinar on socio-cultural heritage monuments and museum. And I'm very much overwhelmed to hear your accept your invitation, sir. And dear participants as well as the scholars, I would like to introduce today's speaker, Dr. Karabi Mitra, who is the Associate Professor at the Department of History, Vijay Krishna Girls College, which is affiliated to Kolkata University. And prior to that, she was working as the guest lecturer at the Department of South and Southeast Asian History, University of Kolkata. And her areas of interest include basically the Southeast Asian society and culture, women studies. She is a prolific this writer. She has published so many papers, which has been published in many national and international journals, and she has participated in many national and international conferences also. And today she will be talking on the cultural osmosis in Southeast Asia. And we know that during the Chola's time, it was known as the Greater India. And her talk will be focused on the intercultural scenario in the Java and Bali through the lens of the Tagore, Suniti Chitra. And so, with the due regards, I would like to invite Professor Mitraji to talk to deliver her talk.
Thank you, Vinayji. Uh, I must thank Professor Mishra, the eminent professors of the group, my dear students and fellow teachers and other audience. Professor Anupama has already set the tune for the discussion, and I will take you to the realm of cultural osmosis in Java and Bali. And for this discussion, I have depended on the observations of Rabindranath Tagore, Professor Suniti Kumar Chattopadhyay, and Professor Shantidev Ghosh. All of them, you know, Tagore, all of you know, and the other two professors were also eminent international scholars from Bengal. So let us start the presentation. My oral presentation will be followed by a small PowerPoint presentation, and that will contain only the photographs. So, thank you so much. The objective of my discussion will focus mainly on Indian observations on pre-globalization Southeast Asian culture in a selective way. This is well known that the region experienced cultural exchange with India since ancient past. Besides, due to the existence of numerous tribes and religious communities, the region experienced deep-rooted cultural osmosis. I will highlight that point through the lens of some eminent Indians who explored the special feature. As per methodology, I have followed historical methodology with the aid of museum visits, site visits, consultation of secondary source materials, and the literary articulation of experience of visit to the region by Indian academicians, including Rabindranath Tagore. I have selected Indonesian culture as my primary focal point. All of we know that Indonesia presents a cosmopolitan cultural setup. The geographical location of the region facilitated agricultural and maritime trade. Production of spices and rare forest products were popular in the western as well as eastern parts of the world. Presence of merchants and people hailing from different parts of the world contributed to the formation of a cosmopolitan culture as well as syncretic religious system. The region being the habitat of innumerable tribes, multilingual culture conserved the regional heritage since very past. First, I come to Rabindranath Tagore's observations. He was the foremost Indian to appreciate the invaluable cultural heritage of Southeast Asia in 1927. According to his close associate, Professor Suniti Kumar Chattopadhyay, Tagore's objective behind the trip to Southeast Asia was to understand how India developed a close relation with Yavadvipa, that is Java, and to understand the culture of the region. We may refer in this context to his valuable observations on the subject. Once he wrote to his close Mr. C.F. Andrews before his visit, this was written in 1915, that some remnants of old India remains stranded. An American artist sent him a pamphlet, and that person had spent 3 years in Bali. The pictures aroused curiosity within Tagore, and he expressed the feelings in the following words. Its voice comes to me across the sea, mingled with the lovely palm groves. Why not pay a visit to that prisoner of time and see if it has a language that I dimly understand? He visited both maritime and mainland Southeast Asia and described the visit as Tirtho Jatra, that is pilgrimage, in his Java Jatri Patro. He discovered the unmistakable imprint of Indian culture coexisting with indigenous culture. He described the touch of Sanskrit culture on local language, performing art, sculptural art, and daily life. In Bali, he was surprised to listen to the names of Sanskrit metres like Shikhorini, Basanta Tilako, etc. from the local Raja of Gianjar. He referred to the practice of Shaivism, studies of the local versions of Ramayana and Mahabharata, and uttering of mantram. The Hindus in the island call their religion Agama. The superb artistic expression of the people in the temples and dwellings, the dress and ornaments, the institutions and festivals impressed him, yet he criticized their blind adherence to superstitions. His reaction after visit to the Borobudur Stupa was interesting. He was more interested to explain the underlying philosophy rather than the artistic treasure. The sculptures depict different Buddhist stories, including those of the Jatakas, projecting people from daily life. Tagore liked this aspect and made some remarkable comments. Here we have life in its workaday aspect, be it of king or beggar. In his view, the regard for the ordinary people and animals was a contribution of Buddhism, and he commented, thanks to Buddhism, the whole course of the life on earth has been invested with glory as the field in which the Dharma seeks self-expression. Sri Suniti Kumar Chattopadhyay, professor of the University of Calcutta, accompanied Tagore in his tour of Southeast Asia, and he contributed an excellent book known as Robindra Sangame Dipomoy Bharat in 1940. It is a valuable travelogue. While Tagore presented an account of his personal reaction of the visit, Professor Chattopadhyay recorded the details of the journey. Therefore, the reader gets a picturesque projection of the countries they visited. He observed the spread of education among the backward people living in highlands, interior villages, or forest. Balai Pustaka, the leading publisher of Indonesia, publication of periodicals in Roman Malay and Javanese language were very popular. Small libraries known as Taman Pustaka or Garden of Books were attached to the village schools, and villagers could borrow books against little amount of payment. This practice was indeed remarkable in a Dutch colony. As a result, the island states were united by the bond of Malay language. The range of publications were amazing, and the rural readers could read famous books of international fame. Their visit to the museum opened a treasure house of objects, the art of the Indies. Remarkable metal images, golden and silver ornaments, utensils, stone images presented the saga of the very past. The bell metal and copper objects resembled the influence of Nalanda style of art form. However, one section of Javanese scholars observed the impact of Javanese metallic art from form on Nalanda. This was a debated academic theme. Interestingly, Shiva was known as the Bhataro Guru, or Suniti Chatterjee wrote Bhattaraka Guru. He is supposed to be the carrier of Hindu culture and identified with Maharishi Augusto. Usually his images resembled Hindu sages. The lively yet spiritually enriched images of the deities and the Buddha and Bodhisattvas aroused great admiration. According to the professor, the beautiful temples of Prambanan with exclusive sculptures of the Ramayana and the majestic Borobudur Stupa with magnificent Buddhist sculptures were the best artistic contributions of India to the outer world. He visualized the living characters of Ajanta and Bagh paintings among the Balinese milieu and was mesmerized with the simple, elegant attires of the women. The accompanying artists captured their natural artistic postures in their creations. We have the paintings the drawings in Robindra Sangame Dipomoy Bharat. Their simplicity, use of flowers in place of ornaments and colorful attires projected them as heavenly maidens in front of their eyes. Chattopadhyay made a colorful projection of the cremation ceremony. You know, in Bali, traditionally cremation ceremony is a very important ceremony. This was very seriously performed. The word Hindu was unknown there. Their religion is known as Agomo Bali. Agama Siva, Agama Boeda, Agama Slam, and so on. Tagore was introduced there as Mahaguru. Beautiful decoration with bamboo, flowers, leaf, colorful cloth, use of numerous food items, sacred items, special type of Sanskrit chanting by Pedandas, use of Toya Tirtha, that is sacred water, absence of non-touchability, customary achomon with water by the Brahmanas, local musical instruments and songs, all these created a mesmerizing ambience. The reverence shown to the palm leaf manuscripts, Vedantas, the epics, metallic images of divinities, focus on attaining of nirvana, chanting of mantras in Sanskrit, like language, it is not pure Sanskrit, of course, Devarchana or worship with the use of mudra, reminded Hindu style of worship. Regarding the Balinese religious practice, the observations of Ravindra Kukreja deserves special mention. He deeply studied the underlying theology and the world of popular religious belief of the people. According to him,
all of you. And then next session, our chairperson, Madam
yes,
Dr. Nirmala Pokhrel Madam from Tribhuvan University, Nepal, and our eminent speaker, Dr. Poonam R.L. Rana from Tribhuvan University, Nepal. Welcome, both of you. And our senior professor from Tribhuvan University, Professor Mala Malla. Mala Malla, madam. Oh, nahi.
I think she was there.
Okay, so welcome, madam, and I'm requesting to Nirmala Pokhrel, madam, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Poonam R.L. Rana. Your slide visible, madam.
Is it visible, sir? I don't
Yes.
know.
Yeah,
Because
it's
I
visible,
cannot
ma'am.
see you all.
First introduce Pokhrel, madam. First introduce to Poonam Rana.
Okay, thank you, sir. Poonam Rana is a senior associate professor of Central Department of Nepalese History, Culture and Archaeology. She has more than 22 years of teaching experience. She is also working as a Deputy General Secretary of Nepal Heritage Society. She did PhD on analytical study of costumes and ornament in Nepalese art. She did master's degree not only in Nepalese history, culture and archaeology, but also in sociology with gold medal, as well as master's degree in environment and ecology from Delhi. She has conducted many research work in multidisciplinary subject and published numerous articles and books. She has supervised many master's degree students as well as PhD students. She has been invited for academic purpose from Chinese University, Singapore University. Now, now I request Dr. Poonam to deliver her lecture, and her topic is development of art and traditional craftsmanship among Tharu women of Dang and Deokhari, which is in Tarai, Nepal. One thing is very special. She is teaching from undergraduate level to graduate and PhD level because teaching is her dream job. We watch her nearly closely, and she has the job of dream. Teaching is her dream job. That's why she is doing from undergraduate to PhD level excellently. Now, Dr. Poonam, start your lecture.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nirmala ma'am. So, yeah, my topic is related to Tharu women and their craftsmanship I will be going into. I hope my this, what do you call this, slides can be seen.
Uh,
So can you see
Visual,
it?
visual, madam. Yes.
Okay, okay. So the Tharu, we have 125 accepted by the government ethnic groups, as Nepal has been divided into Himalayan region, mountain region, and Tarai region. So the Himalayan region is where the Sherpas and all those ethnic groups live, and in the mountain region we have uh, people like Brahman, Kshatri, Gurungs, all those people living. And in the Tarai, we have Tharu, one of the indigenous groups, and then there are Danwar, there are so many other ethnic groups. So on altogether, there are 125 ethnic groups and 123 languages accepted by the government of Nepal. And of course, now because government is giving the ethnic groups extra opportunities, so even other small groups are coming up. So that is when one gets facilities and opportunities, people tend to become into more and more ethnic communities, I guess. So here I am in Nepal. Dang, the red portion is Dang and Deokuri, where research was conducted. And the method, it's basically field survey. And in this area now, there are many 9 wards and all those places where I was able to go time and again. And if I have the opportunity, even in 20, except for 2021 and 19, 2019, 20 and 21, 3 years I was unable to go. But now if I have the opportunity, I will go there on my way to India or on my way to somewhere. I always go to these 2 places, which is my area of research. And these people, some of them, many of them, I've been seeing them for 19, 17, 15 to 18 years. When I was a student also, I went there. When I was teaching, I went there. And even say 5 years ago, I was there again while traveling to India. So this is my research area, and basically it is primary sources, interviews, observation. So let me go. There are many myths, legends, stories. As time passes on, what is today will also become a myth, either added or subtracted. So origin of Tharu also is no difference. Some say they came from Rajasthan when Muslim attacked. Women fled from Rajasthan, and then they came with their palanquin carriers, the people who carried them. And when they came to a new place, it was new for them, so they married the palanquin bearers. So it is a belief that when Tharu women always considered their men earlier in those days, they were more superior than the palanquin bearers. So our Ramesh Rajkumar, my teacher, he has also made a video, and in that it is shown that while giving food to the husband, they usually push it with their foot, the thumb of the foot. So they don't give it with their hands. So these are real beliefs, but now many of them have forgotten about it. While D.N. Mojumdar, who even in India you have Tharu communities. So here DNA tests were done, and I've read his many books while doing research on this. So it was found that they were actually Mongoloid group. And interesting fact is, when I went to China, there is E community, and that E community, I did research on E community and Tharu's similarities and differences, and you won't believe there are so many festivities and so many things so very similar. And all those mumbo jumbo stuff and all their guruba and their bimbo, it's really interesting. The world is very interesting to study. So these Tharus, some say Mongoloid, some say from Rajasthan. So it continues to this thing. Now, so this is my art. I'm an artist actually. I have a God gift of painting and sketching, and my teachers. Till graduation, I did fine arts paintings, and this is also one of my sketches. And but then studies and attracted me more than painting, so I came into this. And now in this now I go to my field where women folks were very tedious workers everywhere. If you go to do research in Nepal, in the Tarai region or mountain region, everywhere, people say women are always in their home. They feel they do nothing, but actually, truthfully speaking, they are the most tedious workers, whether they be in metropolitan city or whether they are in villages. In the villages of Tarai, I've seen them get up at 4 o'clock, work till 10, 10:30, 11, clean up the place, and then sleep. And next day again, their job begins at 4 o'clock. And sometimes they are also going to the jungle to bring fodder for the cattle, bring wood, so many things. It's one. I think they are the God's greatest creation. I don't know. That is what I observed. How hard they work. How hard they work. And though there are many things which can be further researched on this aspect, during their free time, these Tharu women are never, they don't leave their hands alone. They are always doing something, creating something. And that is how handicrafts and other things emerge. Now let me go. Here is a Kunti. This is a small drawing of their inner room. Usually Tharu live in single-story houses, and it's a belief that they do not make two-story houses because otherwise the down floor will be occupied by uh, spirits, ghosts, and all. So they usually have single-story buildings. Though now a lot of changes has taken place, but I have done research on that also. That is another field. So the Bahare is their sitting room. Kuntis differ. Kunti is their bedroom or sleeping room, which it differs depending upon the number of members. And Bitra is the kitchen, and all the materials here are usually made by the women. The males may make the outer formation, outer structure, but inside, the decorating part, the cleaning part, the other parts are all the work of an women. Attached to the drawing room, there is a small place, usually where they keep their cattle. And it is termed as Gohare. And in there, women in their free time carve this kind of out of wood, and it is a fetish. Now what is fetish is a object. It can be of anything, like in our Sanatana Dharma we do pran pratishtha, and we say now God will reside in this. So like that, they have their local gods, and they believe that after doing worship, God will come and reside in these, and that is the fetish, and they are put in the Gohari to protect their cattle. That is also made by women. Then you have Kunti, and in every room, like we have the cupboards, we have the boxes, but they make this kind of dhokuli made out of bamboo strips, and they make something like this, and they call it dhakulis. And some of them are so interesting. When I did research, you could actually open and put your things inside it, and they could also lock it. And some are decorated with shells, all those things. And in the kitchen, they make usually, again, women. I've seen women make this, though sometimes men are also involved in making. They make wooden spoons like double R. This is a small spoon. Like this, these are all made of wood. See, this is Tulo Chatwa. It's like, what do we call, in Nepali we call it daru, the cup-like thing, to take out the liquid or dal or whatever. So they make all this at home during their free time. These are materialistic culture. And other is tumba. This is actually what do you call that? Loki. Loki ko round Loki, and they make this kind of thing. Well, today we carry Thomas, and this is their Thomas. They carry water, sometimes alcohol, and they also paint on it, and it's so interesting. And they make out of available resources, they make this kind of baskets to put potatoes, to put onion. And this is also made of bamboo. It's dahlia, and they they tie it around their waist when they go for fishing, and they put the fish inside this, and the water will pour out. It's all whole, and it's really interesting how these women and sometimes even males make it. And it's really interesting to see how environment, resources, and need of the people. And for survival, they create things from the available resources, and it becomes a piece of art. And this is Bera, where people can sit, made out of straw. And there is also Bera and Berna. This is usually made of bamboo, and then cloths are tied around it, and it's placed on the head. And on top of it, they put they carry water pots. And there are also these tharus have local community worship place called Marwathan in Dang. And here, these are the fetish. Each and every, for us, it just looks like, when I first went, I thought it was just 5-fingered wooden, some wooden, what do you call that? Wooden fetish placed on the ground. But then I came to know, when I went to do research, I did on their religious local gods and goddesses also. So each and every fetish has a name, and each and every fetish is there to protect something. Sometimes to bring back the lost cattle, sometimes to so that their harvesting may be good. Each and everything is associated with their livelihood. And this is also made sometimes by female and sometimes by male, depending upon the time they have. And they during say Ram Navami, Krishnastami, or Dasara time, they make this kind of pictures on their walls. And it is interesting to know that they make pictures of Rama going for war. And they also depict Lord Krishna going for fighting. And it's only temporary. It's only for the 10 days or something like that. And then they again wipe it off. So that is also interesting. And that is another part of research open for further research. And these are the geometrical artistic creativity which you can see here. You can see all these are creativity on the walls. Sometimes they make it on the walls of their huts. These are the types of artistic creativity you can see when you go there. And naturally, women always love to adorn themselves, whether it was primitive world or whether it was today or whether another generations are to come. So even Tharus are of no exceptions. They have, but interesting fact is they don't wear gold ornaments. They wear all silver ornaments. So, and that silver ornaments, and these are the kinds of ornaments that are seen locally among Tharu women. And I have a book on it. Like I've written a book on ethnic costumes and ornaments. And one part is even Tharu has been, in the Tarai region, Tharu's dress and ornaments have been given. These are their apparel. And in the white dress is in Dang, and these colorful dresses are in Deokuri. And interesting part is they are very much into tattooing. So the modern people who feel like more tattooing is a modern thing, they can go back to the history, some more than 300, 500, maybe even 800, 900 years ago, because tattooing was there among the Tharus since then, long, long ago. In fact, it was not only for beautification. They have a belief that when they die, they can go to heaven by selling their tattoos after death, and no one will stop them because they can, Botany river, they can cross easily. So there are many things which are very interesting. And but nowadays the younger generation of Tharus have left. They are not tattooing, but perhaps it has come to the modern youths of other caste, class, religion who are tattooing, making different designs. So in the conclusion is that these women are the exquisite traditional craftsmanships. Tharu women folks of Dang and Deokuri, most of them, most of the materialistic culture product are created by them, are from the environment surrounding, that is the nature, who provides them not only with food, shelter, raw materials for their artistic productions. Thus, we can conclude by saying that women certainly play a tremendous role in promoting their traditional craftsmanship. It is this craftsmanship that has been able to set up identity of which they are proud. So, thank you. Thank you is not coming. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Yes. You all.
Finally.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, thank you.
Madam, Nirmala, madam.
Yes, any question, please? Karabi ma'am has some question.
Thank you, Dr. Poonam,
Yes.
for a beautiful presentation.
Thank you,
It has
ma'am.
increased our interest in the subject.
Yeah.
I did not know about this community.
Yes.
So I just, whether I don't know, I have missed the point or not.
Yes.
Are this Tharu community, they are matriarchal, or you just referred to their way of food?
Yeah.
I mean, how they treat their husbands. You just referred to that.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
is that
yes. I'll tell you. Actually, they are not. It is patrilineal based because recently I had done another research on them itself related to discrimination and how it is. A lot of changes has taken place, but earlier, as I told you, one of the belief is that they came from Rajasthan. The women folks of Rajasthan escaped Muslim attacks and they came with their palanquin bearers. And when they came to Nepal, it was a new place, so they married below them. That is the palanquin bearers, the
Yes,
carriers.
yes,
Yeah,
yes. I
and
have listened to
but
that.
it is not matriarchal; it is patriarchal. And
Acha.
and even in your India, let's see if I get the opportunity. There are Tharu communities, ethnic groups. So maybe I could do another cross-cultural study. Like I conducted cross-cultural when I went to China to Sichuan University. I did research with the community of China, and they were very similar. Their religious process. So, and I was wondering, as Mojumdar said, were they really Mongoloid or were they really coming from India? So, it's a conflict, it's a contradiction.
These studies are very interesting.
Very, very, ma'am. My God,
Yes,
one life is not enough. If you are
yes.
interested,
One life is not enough.
not enough, not enough.
No, you have to make a group. It is
Yes,
a group work, basically.
yes, I think we should. Otherwise, it won't, it's not possible.
And
Yes.
let us start such group works from this international conference. Thanks to Professor
Yeah,
Mishra.
Mr. Sir is very hardworking person, another
हाँ,
hardworking
Yes,
person.
अभी अभी हमने और मैडम उदयपुर में साथ में थे, पोखरेल मैडम और पूनम मैडम, हम लोग खूब घूमे वहां पे और
अच्छा
एंजॉय किया.
हाँ, हम लोग कॉन्फ्रेंस में थे. We were in a conference, a physical conference. It was in
yes,
Udaipur,
I
Mohanlal
know.
Sugadia University. And
It was also very interesting.
yes,
प्रोफेसर माला मल्ला,
I think Malamal ma'am is.
There.
No, no, I'm here.
Thank you.
My video is
yes,
not working
please your
properly.
brief note, madam.
Any questions, please? Mala
No, no,
madam,
Punam
have you
has done.
anything? Mala madam, have
No,
you
I don't
anything
have
to
any.
say?
No, I don't have anything to say. But Punam has done very nicely.
Thank
I
you.
congratulate her. It's very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. And
But one thing
anybody?
I would like to suggest that,
Yeah.
some says that the Tharu community has come from Rajasthan,
Yeah.
right? And
Yes.
their name comes after Thartharana. I think Punam did mention it.
Yeah, I forgot that. Yes, ma'am. You said that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There are in
Thartharana, they
Kanchanpur,
came to know as
since
Tharu.
Tharu, because I was focusing only on craftsmanship, but actually there are Tharus from different areas, Kanchanpur, Dang, Deokuri, there are Jhapa, so many places there are Tharus, and
But
though
still,
they
they
are
came from.
Tharus, but their ways are different, and Rana Tharus are in Kanchanpur. So
But
yeah,
but they
my
came from Rajputana.
yes. My guru Ramesh
They are,
Rajkumar has written a
yeah,
book on Rana
and
Tharus.
they are known as they are called as Thartharana. From Thartharana, it becomes Tharu.
Yeah, Hajur. Yeah, that origin I did not go because I focused only on craftsmanship. That's why.
Yes,
You should
Nirmala
have
madam,
done that
please,
also.
Oh,
please,
thank
please
you.
Thank you,
conclude
Mala
session.
Madam.
Mhm. Thank you, Dr. Punam. The topic presented you has been thoroughly researched and it provides valuable knowledge for those who are interested on this topic. I am extremely grateful to Mr. Sir to give me opportunity to chair the session. I thank the presenter for such an enlightening presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you,
Punam and
madam.
whole team.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Poonam Rana, given a
Someone
nice
has
talk on
raised a
Tharu
hand.
women, especially, and our chairperson, Madam Dr. Nirmala Pokhrel, Madam, and a special guest, Professor Mala Malla from Tribhuvan University, Nepal. All of you, thank you, Madam, for giving time in this webinar series. Thank you. Now, next talk, our chairperson, Dr. Karabi Mitra, Associate Professor, Department of History, Vijay Krishna College, Kolkata, and co-chairperson, Dr. Indrani Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, Department of History, ICB College, Guwahati, and our eminent speaker, Professor Susmita Sen, Head of Department of Archaeology and Ancient History, MS University, Vadodara, and uh, Ms. Palavi Bakshi, student and assistant teacher from same university, MS University, Vadodara.
Yeah, so good
May I
morning,
start, sir?
everybody.
Yes,
I
sir.
would like
Please
to
chair
inform
the
you.
session. Karabi Mitra, madam, please chair the session
Yes.
and
Thank you,
introduce
sir.
our eminent speakers.
Thank you, Dr. Misra. I
Uh,
welcome Dr. Sushmita Sen, madam, who is a professor and head of the Department
Excuse me,
of.
madam.
Yes.
Sorry to inform you, but I have already informed that we are the co-author, me and Pallavi Bakchi. She's
I'll come to the point, madam.
okay. Sorry,
I
I
will
thought.
introduce both of you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, madam.
Thank
Yes,
you.
yes. Professor Sen is the professor and head of the Department of Archaeology and Ancient History of the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda. Professor Sen has been teaching for over 30 years. She is a member of NAAC and has received multiple research grants with several research papers to her credit nationally and internationally. Currently, she has um, 8 PhD students registered under her. In 2013, Professor Sen had her book published, Ridge of Splendor, Trade and Commerce of Gujarat, with reference to Western India 300 BC to 600 AD. She currently has 2 other books in the works. Her areas of interest include early historic South Asian archaeology, numismatics, epigraphy, and heritage archaeology. Welcome, madam. Now, our another speaker, her co-speaker is Pallavi Bakshi. Ms. Bakshi is a research scholar pursuing her PhD at the Department of Archaeology and Ancient History of the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda. She is an ICHR Junior Research Fellow. She has completed her bachelor's and master's in history at Jadavpur University in Kolkata. Her areas of interest include art historical studies, Buddhist art, and iconography, trade and exchange of art and ideas, and historical archaeology in India and Asia. Welcome, Ms. Bagchi. Please start your paper. Thank you. Unmute, madam.
Unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you,
Ah.
sir. Thank you, ma'am, for giving us the opportunity. We have co-authored this paper, and the field work was carried out by my PhD student, and we are presenting, and she will be the one who will be presenting this paper. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. Welcome, Pallavi.
Thank you. It seems that Poonam ma'am has the sharing privileges. If she can stop sharing, then I might start.
Previous sharing has to be stopped first.
Pallavi,
Yes,
you
sir.
share your slide from your side.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Rana madam. Hello, Poonam Rana madam. Oh, okay, okay.
Okay.
Yes, it's coming.
My screen is visible.
Yes.
It's visible.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pallavi Bakshi. So today I'll be presenting and talking about a joint paper written by Professor Sushmita Sen, Venerable Okata, and myself from the Department of Archaeology and Ancient History, the Maharaja Sadashivrao University of Baroda. Before starting, let me please convey my gratefulness and regards to the Government MSc College, Rewa, Madhya Pradesh, Professor Skant Mishra for this opportunity, and the Chair, Dr. Mishra, of course. Thank you for your wonderful introduction. Our presentation is titled Architecture and Paintings of Gobyakji Temple in Myanmar. So the Buddhist temple of Myenkaba Gobyakji is located in the Bagan or Pagan region of Myanmar, which was founded by the Mon king Anaratha or Aniruddha around the 11th century CE. There are numerous Buddhist temples, stupas, in the area built under the Bagan ruler's patronage, with decorated carvings, architecture, and illustrations of the Jataka tales, showcasing the previous 550 lives of the Lord Buddha. The Gubyakji temple was built in 1113 CE by Prince Raja Kumar after the death of his father, King Chansita, in the present Myenkaba village south of Bagan. The temple stands on the north bank of Chong River and is facing towards the east. This is an old painting which is currently there in the Bagan Museum. The Gubyakji temple is temple number 1323 in Bagan, and with modern inscriptions stating outside the temple the year of its foundation in the early 12th century CE and the modern date of completion of restoration, which was in 1997. The superstructure of the Gubyakji temple is similar to that of a Nagara temple architectural style of India, which seems to have influenced the Mon style in these early days. Next, I'll first discuss the architecture of the temple before moving on to the painting. The ground plan of this temple is on a square basement surmounted by a shikhara or a pyramidal roof with curvilinear roofs resting on terraces and a mandapa and a porch projecting towards the east. The exterior is embellished with beautiful stucco brickwork and transept moldings. It is a well-preserved temple made of brick masonry with a standard brick measuring about 42 centimeters by 21 centimeters and 7.5 centimeter. The entrance hall or mandapa measures around 7.14 meters by 8.04 meters with a flat roof. The temple stands on a boat molded with plinth comprising of Taurus and Lotus moldings. The body of the temple has three latticed windows that are on south, west, and north sides of the wall with triangular pediments finion topped with wrought frieze and stucco decorations running all through. So these are the frieze and pediments that are decorating the outside of the temple. At the bottom of the wall, above the base, pedestal moldings with lotus designs are ornate moldings, transepts, and crenellations. So here are the crenellations. So these are the crenellations, and then there are lotus leaves which move upwards to the transepts. The upper portion of the stucco moldings of the exterior walls are decorated with friezes with overheads, that is kirtimukhs, cornices, ornate moldings, and floral lotus motifs and ornate drapery. The outer north, south, and west walls have large latticed windows made out of brick and stucco plaster, each with different geometric designs on them. There are 3 large windows on each wall which provide ventilation and light into the inner sanctum. The windows are framed in ornate Govt shaped niches with floral and ornate embellishments decorating them. So, this is the western wall. The entrance porch has 2 lattice windows on north and south wall. All the windows are thickly set in stucco moldings, ornate cornice, and pediment frieze with kitimuks and pilaster beadings. The pilasters at each side support the double pediment above the kitimuk frieze suspends its loops of pearls enclosing floral pendants. Above this is a course of upturned leaves of lotus which reach the narrow cornice band. The windows have different patterns and designs from diamond shaped, like as you can see here, diamond shapes, square shapes, heart shapes, trefoil and quatrefoil, forming a floral design and pattern in its lattice work. Typical Mon architecture was used in the construction of this temple. The temple plan and layout with a mandapa porch, a vestibule leading to the inner sanctum or the Garbhagriha, showcases the influence of the Indian temple architecture in the region. The most architectural attraction of this temple, however, are the wall paintings in the sanctum, corridor, and the entrance porch. The Garbhagriha is like a Chaitya shrine in the middle of the room with a square base, barrel vaulted roof, arched in the middle of the Garbhagriha above the main image of Buddha in a manner that one can see the main image of veneration from the porch entrance. There is a vaulted window on 2 sides of the Garbhagriha by which one can see the north and the south walls respectively. The temple contains a large collection of well-preserved frescoes on its interior walls. According to scholars, these paintings are the oldest original paintings to be found in Bagan. This is the main image of Buddha, which is the idol of veneration, and then these are the paintings which are decorating the inner Garbhagriha walls. As I mentioned, the image of the main image of Buddha is visible from the entrance itself. On the entrance porch are images of bodhisattvas, murals, along with images of Brahma above and that of a hermit or arhat at the top. This arrangement or hierarchy, in spite of the Mahayana themes of the temple's inner chamber paintings, uphold the importance of the arhat witnessed in the Theravada tradition of Buddhism. On entering the entrance hall from the east, one finds a 14-armed standing bodhisattva on both sides. 2 of his hands are raised in prayer, 2 hang in gestures of charity, 2 clasp stems of lotus, and the rest hold discus, wheel, elephant hook, etc. So this is the main entrance. This is where, if you can see, this is where you're entering. There are images of multiple bodhisattva images in the seated form, and then on the 2 main walls there are 2 bigger life-size bodhisattva with 14 hands, above which is an image of Brahma, and on top of them sits the image of an arhat. And this is because both King Aniruddha, Chansita, and then Prince Rajakumar, they were all patronizers of Theravada Buddhism. And in Theravada Buddhism, the arhat is the most important person who is spending his life in the knowledge and pursuit of Buddha's teachings. So that is why he is on top of the arrangement or the hierarchy. The mandapa leading to the Antarala and the Garbhagriha have murals on them as well. This is the other side of the same entrance porch, and this is inside the mandap. The north and south walls of the mandap have windows centrally located with paintings of Buddha on the pediments of the window additionally. So on the window tops inside there is paintings of Lord Buddha seated, and then various scenes from the life of Buddha depicted on the walls. This is the southern window. And as I said, it's all painted and there are multiple designs and murals on the walls. After
crossing the vestibule, with paintings of bodhisattvas and shaktis in front of the Garbhagriha entrance, are two huge paintings of bodhisattva again, which are at present behind protective glass panels. The bodhisattva here as well has 14 hands and is painted in ornate red and gold. The walls in the inner sanctum hall of the Garbhagriha are painted with scenes of Buddha's life and Jatakam murals. There are sculptures of seated Buddha in the Bhumishvasya mudra on each side of the inner sanctum wall, each placed in their individual niches. Each of the inner walls of the north, south, and west circumambulatory pathway has 8 seated Buddhas in this earth-touching gesture or the Bhumishvasya mudra. The Garbhagriha walls are decorated with murals depicting episodes and scenes such as the life of Buddha, King Koshala's 16 dream premonitions, the 3 Buddhist councils, miracles that Buddha performs in his life, and more. It is important to note that the paintings are accompanied by inscriptions written in Old Mon language. So there are panels which are a singular scene with, in the Mon language, the writing of what scene it is and what episode it is. So it helps us understand exactly which stories are being depicted. For example, we have the first Buddhist council during the reign of King Ajatashat or Ajatashatru in 400 BCE, held after the death of Buddha at Rajgir, depicted here with King Ajatashatru shown here with the crown. We also have the second Buddhist council held during the reign of King Kalashok of Shishunaga dynasty at Vaishali in 383 BCE, which was held after 100 years of Buddha's death, shown here with the king seated on the left side this time. And finally, we have the third Buddhist council under Emperor Ashoka of Mauryan dynasty at Pataliputra 250 BCE, presided over by Mogaliputta Tisha. And you again have Ashoka seated on the left, and it's assumed that the right figure is Mogaliputta Tisha. And you have Buddha as the main image, of course. We have other scenes like that of the heretics trying to perform miracles, which has a clause describing that. We have another scene where we have just next to it the scene of Buddha ascending to Tavatsima when he is going to heaven to give the lessons of Dhamma or the lessons of life to his mother. We have another scene where we have Buddha preaching Dhamma at the gate of Sankisha or Sankasa. And next to it is again when he's descending back from Tavatsima or Tratsima after teaching his mother. We have another scene when we have Sariputta, his disciple, who is giving him food near the Anavatapa lake when his image is actually still in heaven teaching, giving Dhamma, while physically he is on earth where he is talking and being fed by Sariputta. Another scene is where we don't have Buddha but Sariputta, who is teaching or preaching the Abhidhamma to 500 monks. And in a similar theme, we have another scene where we have 2 monks reciting the Abhidharma in a rock cave where there are 500 bats. And it's assumed these bats were the monks which Sariputta had taught to. And they're listening to the previous lives and the stories of Buddha, and they are being enlightened also. Another scene is that of King Dhammasur, who is urging the monks to perform the Upasatha or the Upavasatha, which is through which they will be cleaning their mind and attaining inner peace. It's a similar scene that we have seen of the Buddhist council. Another scene is that of Kamda, who is a gardener who is donating a mango to Buddha, and Ananda, who is making a juice or a kheer, depending on the reading of the inscription, and giving it to Buddha, who accepts it. The popular narrative which we have in India is that of Ambapali, the courtesan who is giving the mango to Lord Buddha, But the inscription and the narrative that is popular in Myanmar currently states that it's come a gardener who gave the mango. Now, the Jataka series, which are adorning the outer walls of the Garbhagriha, has writings in ink below the fresco on the outer walls of the dark square corridor enclosing the central shrine. It begins on the second row of panels from the top, a little to the left in the southern wall, on the arch by which one enters. It runs around from east to south, west, north, and ends again on the eastern wall with the Vesantara Jat on the north of the eighth row. So there are 8 rows of these Jatakas running all around the temple inner wall. A brief description is added in Old Mon below each scene with the name of the Jataka followed by the name of the Bodhisattva or the form in which the Bodhisattva appears in that story or in that episode. So here we have the first scene where we have Jataka number 139, Ubhatu Bhatta Jataka, where we have the Jataka as a tree fairy. I am referring to the Burmese episodes, the Burmese readings of these Jataka tales. So there might be a few changes, or the terms might not always be the same as we know in India. In the next one, if you can see my cursor, in Jataka number 140, the Kaka Jataka, we have the Bodhisattva as the crow, followed by the Godha Jataka, Jataka number 141, where the Bodhisattva was an iguana or a reptile. Down below, we have the Jataka number 221, Kasava Jataka, which is where the Bodhisattva was an elephant, followed by the Kulanandya Jataka, where the Bodhisattva was a monkey. And finally, we have the Puta Bhatta Jataka, where the Bodhisattva was advisor to the king. In the panel below, just the ones that we discussed, is third row with Jataka number 301, where we have Kula Kalinga Jataka, where the Bodhisattva was a hermit or an ascetic, followed by 302, where we have the Maha Asuraha Jataka, where the Bodhisattva was a king. And then we have 303, where the Jataka name is Ekaraja Jataka, but it's the same as the Seya Jataka, which is Jataka number 282. And here, the Bodhisattva was a king of Benares. And finally, we have 304, which is this one, which is the Dadara Jataka, where the Bodhisattva was a Naga prince. These are all on the northern wall of the Garbhagriha. So this is a formula by which the old Mon scripts describes the scene. It has the name of the Jataka, Kichpajat or Kachapajat, followed by the Bodhisattva Dat Rishi. The Bodhisattva was a Rishi, or the Bodhisattva once was a Rishi. I'm discussing mainly 2 of these Jatakas because of the paucity of time, and just to kind of deal with an example, we have the Aranya Jat, or Jataka number 348, where we have the story of the Bodhisattva who was once an ascetic. He used to be a rich Brahmin who, after the death of his wife, took his son and moved to live in the hills or the Himalayas. It is there when a wicked woman, we can see these 3 figures. We have the Bodhisattva as an ascetic, his son, and we have a wicked woman, interestingly, who is depicted with a halo also, who is coming to charm hit the son away and go back to this urban life or the civilization. When the Bodhisattva gets to know about the son's plan to run away with the woman, he advises him that he has never lived in an urban setting, and that if he is to live there, he should only trust people who are polite, patient, and trustworthy. His son realizes that it's very difficult task. It's not possible for him to find such people in the society, so he decides to stay back. Uh, and then the wicked woman leaves because she realizes that the Bodhisattva is powerful and that she'll not be able to tempt the son away. In the next panel, we have the Sandhiveta Jataka, where we have the Bodhisattva who was once a king. He used to be a righteous king, and in his kingdom, we even see that a lion and a cow used to be friends, and even their children or their offsprings used to be friends. So when the king got to know about such a unique friendship, he informed that if any other animal were to join them, he should be informed because he had a premonition. He was worried. So when the villagers who noticed that there was a jackal hanging around around the vicinity of these lion and a cow, they informed the king. And when the king arrived, he saw that the jackal was actually eating uh, the bodies of the lion and a cow, because he what he had done was he had instigated them against each other, and he had done it out of his own greed of wanting to taste their meat. And Bodhisattva then, as the king, spoke of the dangers of slander. And this is how the story is giving a lesson about how you should not be speaking ill of others, and how you should be trusting people who are polite and who are trustworthy. So if you look at the paintings, again, these have the main characters who are featuring in the stories, as well as the importance of the figures is by the size in which they are depicted. So of course, because he's the Bodhisattva, that they are a bigger in size relatively to the other figures. So the observations or the kind of discussions that we kind of arrived are that there are multiple socio-cultural similarities between India and Burma. This is witnessed both in from the art styles, the clothing, their social hierarchy, phonetics, language, as well as, of course, the architecture. The Jataka murals on the outer walls of the sanctums have the names of the Jatakas, which help us identify them and also understand better the development of the old Mon script and language. The old Mon script, which has developed into the modern Burmese script, also shows influences of Proto-Bengali vowel diacritics, which we also see in the coins of the Cholas. So there is a transition or a transference of these language systems happening between the regions. The Jataka murals are also chronologically painted, and are in a row, which helps us identify and study them better, because in case of other temples and other situations where we have all the Jatakas depicted, be it in form of plates or be it in form of carvings, there has been instances where it's very difficult to know which one comes after the other, in Burma especially, because often plates could be misplaced, or they could kind of skip an arrangement and be put somewhere else by mistake. Since these are painted and they are in a chronological order, it helps us understand that it's the Sinhalese version, especially of the chronology of these Jataka tales, which are being used and applied in the walls. The paintings, of course, show similarities to the artistic traditions of Ajanta, bark paintings, Sinhalese paintings, and the Pala manuscript traditions. If you see in the way they are paneled, in the way they are framed, each episode is framed, and you have a small depiction, which is something that you find in the Pala illustrated manuscripts. Not only are these is the Gobyakji temple a testament of the influence of Indian art and their artistry and know-how, it's also the testament to the local and regional artistic know-how and features which are represented in these temples. The architecture shows that even though they are influenced by the Indian temple architecture, by features such as Shikhara, Gopuram, and Antarala being adopted, they do have their own technical skills, which are reflected in the architecture as we have seen in the temple outer walls and its construction. The sculptures that we notice inside the temples are built in the Gupta art tradition with not much ornamentation and flair, but the similar themes of having the main image or the main deity of veneration in a relatively bigger size as compared to the other ones which are decorating or on along the circumambulatory part follows the Indian tradition as well. The frescoes of Gobyakji also depicts the people of different social positions, from monks to laymen, or to people belonging to lower, middle, and upper classes, royal families, court ministers, kings, priests, and more. Some of them with unique occupations are also depicted, which helps us understand the variations of jobs and identities which were present in Denbagan. The other than humans, the animals, birds, flora, fauna, architecture features, lakes, mountains, forests, depicted though in a very small miniature version, depictions help us understand the environment at that time, as well as the dressing and accessories of the people, showcase how people would be dressing, their occupations, depicting their dressing, like informing their dressing, as well as their interactions with people. The clothing styles, especially of the royal family, is to somewhat identifiable or similar to that of the Indians, especially with the king easily identified. If you remember the scenes of the Buddhist councils with a crown, headdress, and a specific design or pattern in his clothing, which highlights him apart from the rest. I'll stop here. These are a few of these references which we had referred to. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Shen. You are a very good guide. You're, I mean, what to say, this little girl. I am also from Jadavpur University. So we call us ourselves Jodu Bongchio.
Okay.
I think she knows it.
Yes,
Jodu Bongchio. So there is an extra affinity with me. Children, you have guided her very efficiently. I should say that.
Ma'am, I have been to your college. I've
Yes,
been to your university, yes. In 2006, 4.
yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
I could meet you, but I had gone for a course out there for lecturers' refresher course.
that's it.
Yes. Sorry, not 2000. Yeah, 2002 or 2004. Yes, 2004.
That's it.
Yes, ma'am. Nice meeting
Good.
you, ma'am.
The world is round.
Yes.
Always. We should remember. So thank you. Thanks to both of you. And the paper bears mark of exclusive exploration, analytical insight, and dedicated research work. Now it is open for questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions on the paper? Please.
I think Riza sir has raised his hand. He might have a question.
Please. Yes, yes. He has raised hand. Please, sir. What is your question?
আমি একটু বাংলায় বলতে চাই।
Yes.
হচ্ছে যে আমি দেখলাম খুবই সুন্দর এবং খুবই ভালো প্রেজেন্টেশনটা হলো এবং খুবই ইন্টারেস্টিং, আমার খুব ভালো লেগেছে। তো আমার যেটা বিষয় জানার আর কি, যেটা এই যে পেন্টিং গুলো দেখলাম কিংবা স্কাল্পচার গুলো দেখলাম, তো এইগুলোর কি কোনো আর্টিস্টিক ভ্যালু মানে কি রকম? আর দ্বিতীয়ত আমরা সাধারণত এই ধরনের কাজগুলোকে ওই যে বলি যে কারিগর কাজ কিংবা সূত্রধরদের কাজ কিংবা মানে একটু একটু তথ্য তাচ্ছিল্য অর্থে দেখি আর কি। তো সেই অর্থে আমার জানার এটা হলো যে এইগুলো কি আমাদের মেইন স্ট্রিমের আর্টের মধ্যে বা মূলধারার শিল্প আমরা এগুলো বলতে পারি কিনা?
পল্লবী বলো, তুমি বলো, আমি পরে বলবো, তুমি বলো।
Okay. So I'm more comfortable answering in English. So I'll just say that.
No problem.
So as I mentioned, these paintings or these sculptures are regarded as one of the oldest evidences that we still have from the Bagan period. So in terms of price, then of course they are invaluable because they're giving us a glimpse into that period, especially of a tradition which is further going to just keep growing. This is just early phase of Bagan, and Bagan, if we look at its architecture and art, evolves further as towards the 12th, later 12th and earlier 13th century. In terms of the artistry and in terms of the skills, of course, there is influence from India and Sri Lanka, but also the local skills and their ability to adopt these forms and evolve and manipulate them or transfer them into their own styles and their own schools of art is also witnessed here. So even if we see a Gupta art tradition in the Bhumishwasha Mudra Buddha, the fact that the facial features, the way that it's kind of posed and dressed, are also reflected in the paintings, show that they have adopted it and made it their own. They have made it into a regional style of their own. Ma'am.
These are all, sir, if you are an artist, then these are all mural paintings, frescoes and murals, which had developed from this Ajanta Ellora, and then they went off to Sri Lanka, because we have Sirigara, where the beautiful paintings are there. And then when Theravada Buddhism traveled towards Southeast Asia in 11th century, it became popular in Burma. That time these painters also, like, they took that style, and they had developed it in their own stories and own jatakas, and have their own way to tell the story of Lord Buddha. So that is there, sir.
ওকে, মানে আমি 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 পার্সোনালি এগুলোকে আমি বলতে চাই যে আর্ট, আওয়ার রিয়েল আর্ট, বাট মানে কেউ কেউ এটাকে মানতে নারাজ। এই জায়গাটা আর কি আমার চিন্তা আর কি। মূলধারা আর্ট বলে
কি আর্ট স্যার বললেন? সরি, আই কুডন্ট হিয়ার।
আমাদের মেইন স্ট্রিমের আর্ট।
হ্যাঁ,
দিস ইজ আর্ট, রিয়েল আর্ট।
Yes, these are real art. These are very precious art and very real art. And ওই সব মানে এইগুলো অনেক পুরনো, মানে আপনি ধরুন এইটার ডেট হলো 13th century AD, তার মানে অনেক পুরনো। তখনকার যে আর্টিস্টরা এগুলো করেছে তাদের জন্য। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, বলুন।
Can you please in English? Can you please?
Yeah. So these are the artists who have carried out this painting. It was for them, it was a big art which was prevalent at that time, which they had taken from India and Sri Lanka, and then went to Bagan. So this was mainstream art. If you are talking about mainstream art, of course these are mainstream art. Sorry sir, because he has been asking in Bengali, so I had to answer in Bengali. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
In which period actually it was done, ma'am?
Pardon?
In which period it was taken?
Early medieval.
In the Bagan period, they have a special Bagan period, because that is the period when it was completely developed, very highly developed art and architecture, everything like what we see in the Gupta period in our Indian subcontinent. We see same thing in Myanmar in the Bagan period. So
Bagan period means 6th century.
Pardon, sir?
Bagan period is from 11th to 13th century.
Yes.
Bagan means Chalukyas, ma'am.
No, it's Myanmar. So it's in Myanmar history.
Burma.
Okay. I heard that it is in Badami. I heard.
No, sir. Burma, sir.
Then that is the case. Do you have any idea about the 16th century Vijayanagara paints at Lepakshi, which was recently identified by UNESCO also? Do you have any idea about that?
These are all like registered by the UNESCO. These are all, most of the Bagan architecture are of World Heritage Site. And because they are fading away, so the government has locked them in, and they don't allow any tourists. But we somehow got them, because one of my students is a monk, so he had the access of going there, and he could get these rare pictures.
Excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I think there is no other question. So thank you, Professor Sen, and thank you, Ms. Bagchi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hope for your more prosperity, academic prosperity, of course. We'll wait for it. So
much,
this session ends here. Thank you, Professor Mishra, and thank you, Professor Huda.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Mr. Ji, we leave.
Yes, madam. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Karabi Mitra, madam, for giving your time and chair the session, and Professor Susmita Sen, madam, and Karabi. Oh, sorry.
Pallavi.
Pallavi Bakshi, madam, are given a nice talk in this series on Myanmar. Very interesting topic. Thank you, Madam Sen. Thank you.
I am enriched.
Hi.
Thank you, sir. And
Namaste.
we hope if there is a open, like if there is a not online session, if we have the offline, then we can meet
Yes,
each
yes.
other. Thank you.
We want
Thank you.
offline session.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Bye. See you again. Stay well.
Thank you.
I am leaving, sir.
ओके ओके मैडम, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
उड़ीसा कब जा रही हैं आप?
ओडिशा तो हो गया,
अच्छा, हो गया।
काल वापस आ गई। हाँ
हाँ, अच्छा अच्छा, चलिए,
काल ही आ गई।
अच्छी यात्रा रही।
हाँ
अच्छी यात्रा रही।
अच्छा, यस यस।
जगन्नाथ स्वामी के दर्शन हुए?
नहीं मैं तो भुवनेश्वर गई थी, वो तो इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस था।
हाँ, लेकिन वहां पे
तो सर पूरी जाने का टाइम तो नहीं मिला।
अच्छा, तो कहाँ भुवनेश्वर में?
आई वॉज अलोन, यस सर।
अच्छा, प्रोफेसर संजय आचार्य मिले?
संजय आचार्य,
आर्कियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट हेड।
I don't know because I just listened to some plenary sessions. My health is not permitting, so I could not stay throughout the day. So I was present in plenary sessions in history department only. So it was a very nice experience, sir. And everything will be published. So even if I miss something, I'll get in publication.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Meet you again.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you for cooperation.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
I am leaving now. Tomorrow I will join again. Okay, sir.
Okay. Now next session is a very important session. Professor Shaukat Mahmood, visiting professor, University of Lahore, Pakistan, and eminent speaker, Professor Muhammad Masood Imran, Professor, Department of Archaeology, Jahangir Nagar University, Savar, Dhaka, Bangladesh. हाँ, थोड़ा इंतजार करें सर, प्लीज वेट। डॉक्टर शौकत फर्स्ट टेस्ट हिज slide in his screen and then lecture will be start. Yes, sir. Stoker Saab, welcome. हेलो, प्लीज अनम्यूट योर सेल्फ. अपने को माइक खोलिए.
Is open now. I can talk to you. I can hear you. So let me go to the screen.
हाँ, स्क्रीन में आप शेयर करिए.
सर अभी ब्रेक है ना लंच के लिए?
नहीं, ब्रेक नहीं है मैडम. वो एक्चुअली शौकत साहब अपना फाइल जो है शेयर कर रहे हैं. आ गए हैं. वो लाहौर के प्रोफेसर साहब हैं, आर्किटेक्चर के विजिटिंग प्रोफेसर. हाँ, लाहौर यूनिवर्सिटी, पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी लाहौर से.
You can. You can see my screen.
नहीं, स्क्रीन नहीं दिख रही सर.
स्क्रीन नहीं दिख रही, दिखनी चाहिए.
हाँ, आपकी फोटो दिख रही है बात करते हुए मोबाइल पर, लेकिन स्क्रीन नहीं आ रही. कोई है नहीं वहां पे और जो बता दे?
नहीं, कोई भी नहीं मेरे पास, लेकिन आनी चाहिए. आ रही है.
हाँ, अब आ रही है सब जी. लेकिन अभी ये शेयर जो है, फिर से कोशिश करिए, शायद आ जाएगी. अभी शेयर हुई है, लेकिन उसमें स्क्रीन का नहीं आ रहा, बहुत सी फोटो आ रही है. फिर से आप रिट्राई करें सर. यस सर.
जी, स्क्रीन आ गई.
हाँ, आ गई सर.
चलो, ठीक हो गया.
हाँ,
चलो सर. So I wait now for the time to begin.
हाँ, नहीं, अब आप करने से चेयरपर्सन अभी वो बांग्लादेश वाले प्रोफेसर साहब नहीं जुड़ पाए हैं, तो अभी हो जाए, फिर इंट्रोडक्शन जैसे ही वो जुड़ेंगे तो हो जाएगा.
चलिए, ठीक है. आप मेरी स्क्रीन देख सकते हैं और मुझे सुन भी सकते हैं. देन इट्स ओके.
हाँ. आ गए हैं मसूद इमरान सर. देखो सर. यस सर.
जी जी.
हाँ, शुरू कर दें सर.
शुरू कर दूं सर? ओके सर.
हाँ.
मैं अपने रिकॉर्डर्स को जरा एक नंबर भेज दूं, फिर 1 मिनट में शुरू करता हूँ.
जी.
आपका नंबर मुझे मांग रहे हैं यहाँ से रिकॉर्ड करने वाले.
Madam, uh, Ma- Madam Mala Malla, Professor Mala Malla, Madam.
Sir.
मैडम
Yes.
एक्चुअली इसमें एक प्रोफेसर साहब बांग्लादेश के चेयरपर्सन थे, पर वो उनसे कांटेक्ट नहीं हो पा रहा है, तो कैन यू चेयर दिस सेशन?
Yeah, I can, but my video is not working today.
Yes, sir. Yes.
My video is
not
not working. I can chair it. I don't have any problem.
Yeah.
Oh, if everything is okay, I am ready to start. So the chairperson can start the introduction.
हाँ, एक्चुअली सर चेयरपर्सन जो है वो बांग्लादेश, हाँ आ गए सर, ओके ज्वाइन, वेलकम प्रोफेसर मसूद यूनान सर, वेलकम.
Thank you, sir. Sorry for a little late.
Please introduce our eminent speaker,
Of course.
Professor Shaukat Mahmood Saab, visiting professor, University of Lahore, Pakistan, and chairperson Professor Mashood Imran, Professor, Department of Archaeology, Jahangir Nagar University, Sawar, Dhaka. Welcome both of you, sir, and please chair the session, Imran Saab, and introduce our eminent speaker.
Thank you very much. And sorry for little late. Especially sorry to Professor Shaukat Mahmood. And it's I'm privileged and I'm feeling honored that to introduce him in this session. And Dr. Shaukat Mahmood, that he is a very eminent cartoonist, and he also got 2 national awards. One is in 2001. It's called President's Medal for Prize of Performance, and second one is 2010, Sitariye Imtiaz, and he did his PhD in University of Edinburgh, UK, and he is a very specialist on Islamic architecture, and he was Dean in Faculty of Architecture and Planning, University of Engineering Technology, Lahore, Pakistan, and Chairman, Department of Architecture at the same department. And he was the member of UNICEF 12 member International Art Committee for selection of designing for UNESCO greeting cards. And he was a member, Board of Governor, Lahore Museum, Lahore, Pakistan, and member Executive Committee, Lahore Museum, and member Technical Committee in Lahore Fort, and member Tasdeed-e-Lahore. It's mean uplift of architectural heritage of Lahore. That committee, he was the member, and a member of Board of Governor, National Fund for Cultural Heritage, NFCH, Government of Pakistan. And he did near about 200 TV documentaries, 350 papers on Islamic heritage, and 35 research papers he published, and over 200,000 political and social cartoon published in domestic and foreign media, and 4 books of his cartoon published, and 2 books of his travel logs been published, and a book on Western art movement in Urdu, a book on history of miniature painting in Urdu, and supervised near about 20 PhD theses and 50 MPhil theses. So this is all, but this is I went to I went through his total career in Google. There I found so many things, and I think it's very it will be a very interesting things to us to hear from him. So I would like to ask Professor Shaukat Mahmood to present his paper. Please, Mr. Shaukat Mahmood, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Professor, for a very good introduction you have made of me, though I don't deserve that much. Anyway, whatever was possible, I have been doing in the field of education and also in the field of cartooning. So my lecture on today, or presentation today, is on the eschatology in Islamic architecture. And when I say it is eschatology, basically in Islam, when a person dies, we simply bury him in a grave. And that is what is taught to us and what our religion says. But over the time, there have emerged various kinds of tombs also, and some of the tombs are very, very interesting. But before I go to the beginning of my lecture, or I go directly to the Islamic tombs, and let me talk to the background of my study today. And we have to look at the deaths in main religion of the world, how the dead bodies are disposed of in other religions. That is also very important to understand what we do in Islam. For example, the Buddhists cremate the bodies of their dead. The Christian, after cremation, the remains must be interred, not scattered or kept at home. As in Judaism, the dead are buried as soon as possible. And then in the Zoroastrianism, that is a unique religion, and they neither burn nor they bury. They instead leave the dead body in an open space, as you see in this picture. At the top of a hill, there is a circular building, and the dead body is placed in it and left open to the sky. And the birds and animals can come and eat the dead body. So that is a unique type of disposing of the dead body. Then we come to Hinduism. Hindu generally cremate the dead body, but in case of the infant, they do not cremate the dead body. So that is the very common practice, I'm sure. When you come to Islam, the dead body is based and then wrapped in a plain cloth, which is known as a coffin. This is buried in the ground after the funeral service. Only burial in the ground is allowed according to the Sharia, or what we call the Islamic law. There is no other method which is permitted in Islam. Now, nonetheless, the differences have occurred, and some of them are quite interesting, and that we will learn during the course of our lecture today. Now, the history of the burial goes back to the time of Adam and Eve. And in the Bible, we have the story of the two brothers, Cain and Abel. Are two sons of Adam and Eve, and the Quran mentioned the story, calling them the two sons of Adam. Cain is described as a crop farmer and his younger brother Abel as a shepherd. Now, over the period when they lived together, the Cain is portrayed as a sinful, committing the first murder by killing his brother, after God rejected his offering to produce but accepted Abel's sacrifice. Thus, Cain was the first human born, and Abel was first to die. This picture is the depiction from the Bible, and the oldest known copy of the biblical narration is from the 1st century Dead Sea Scrolls. Cain and Abel also appear in the number of other texts, and the story is the subject of various interpretations. Incidentally, only two sons are described in most of the religious books, but where there was a third son also by the name of Seth, that is very rarely mentioned. When the brother had killed his son, and the problem was how to dispose of the dead body, what to do with the dead body, where to hide it. Then, while he was searching for the method to dispose of the dead body, he saw that a crow was trying to bury his fellow crow who was dead in a pit. So the crow was trying to dig a pit to bury his fellow crow in the pit. And so the idea came to the mind of the Kavil also, that he should also dig a pit to put his brother's dead body into that pit. And that is how the burial system evolved in the history of mankind. This is the picture. You can see the crow, and you can see the Kavil looking at the burial of the dead crow. The Abel is considered the first murder victim, is sometimes seen as the first martyr, while Cain, the first murderer, is sometimes seen as an ancestor of evil. So these are the two differences between the two brothers, good and the bad. In this diptych painting, we see two scenes. One is brother. Both in both these pictures, the two brothers, the Abel and the Cain. Abel is on the left with the shepherd, and the Cain is on the right with his farmer, and you can see he's killing his brother in this biblical story or in this illustration. And that is another illustration from the Bible. Two brothers are seen here. And then we go to another phase of the history of the tombs, and that is the tombs in the ancient Egypt. But this is very interesting. In ancient Egypt, we see that the dead bodies were placed in an underground chamber. And in this case, the building which you see made of stone is known as a mastaba. At the top of the mastaba, you see a hole, and that hole goes to the underground level where a dead body is placed. That is a coffin of the mummy, which is lying there. You can see in this picture. And that is over here. And the pit is from here to here. And the belonging of this person, maybe jewelry or cosmetics or the food or dresses, are thrown into this pit so that he can enjoy all those things after the death. That was the concept of death in the ancient Egyptians. And this building, which had sloping walls and a pit at top, was known as a mastaba. So this was the earliest practice. But then we come to this type of the tomb architecture in ancient Egypt. First mastaba is here, mastaba of the father, and then his son built another mastaba over it, and then grandson built another mastaba over it. And this system continued. Ultimately, we got this kind of a step pyramid. And then one of the important step pyramid is the pyramid of Zoser in Egypt. And then as the time passed on, we reach the climax. From the step pyramid, we go to the bent pyramid, and from the bent pyramid, come to the actual or true pyramid. So we see these three pyramids, a complex of these three pyramids, side by side at the place known as Gizeh in Egypt. These are the three main pyramids. The largest is Cheops and the Chephren and Mykrinos. But there are a lot of stories about these pyramids, and perhaps that's a separate topic of discussion. And maybe sometime, maybe in the next lecture, I will talk about the mysteries and the complications and the technology, how these pyramids were built. And then in these pyramids, dead bodies and mummies were placed, and the mummies were, this is the stone coffin, which is known as a sarcophagus. This is the wooden coffin, and this is again the wooden coffin. And this is one of their gods, looking at the dead body of a person. And these gods were not only the humans, the gods were in the say, crocodiles, they were monkeys, and they were cats. They were gods and goddesses, all mummified, lying in these pyramids. The final pyramid was this kind of pyramid, which is known as the true pyramid. Now, if you look at this pyramid, the height at the apex from the middle is 139 meters. And if you compare it with Qutub Minar, that Qutub Minar is only 73 meters. And the Tower of Pisa is just 57. Only 2 or 3 buildings are higher than this pyramid, that is Burj Al Khalifa, or the Twin Towers in Kuala Lumpur, and the Eiffel Tower. But you can just imagine the size of the huge pyramid which is there. And within this, I had a chance to go into one of these pyramids. This is a very small, narrow passage. You cannot stand in it. You have to bend down and then move into it, and ultimately you reach this gallery where you can easily walk upright. And then we reach the king's chamber. You will notice 2 shafts here, one here and one here. These people, the ancient Egyptians, were expert in 2 sciences of the earth, that is the looking at the star and the stargazing, that is astronomy as well as astrology. And once in a month, the sunlight came straight to the tomb chamber, and once in a month, the moonlight came straight to the tomb chamber. That was their technology, or the climax of their technology. Following the great tombs which were built in Egypt, we come to the ancient tombs in Iran during the period which is known as Achaemenid's tomb. They built 2 types of tombs, or an independent standing tomb like this, standing on the pyramid-like shape. And then there is a single room chamber over here in which the dead body is there. And they also cut the tombs in the rocks. They were like this. And the access was very difficult. And there were a number of tombs like this at Naksha-Rustam. They all were built between 550 and 330. And there is a number of them at Naksha-Rustam. And today this place has become a tourist spot, and a lot of tourists go there and look at these tombs. They're also like a wonder of the world. Then we have an example of the burial of the dead bodies, and they are the Roman catacombs. Catacombs were underground burial chambers built around the shaft of the well. And from the shaft of the well, as we descended downward, there were many streets on all 4 or 5 sides of the well, and within those streets there were shelves in which the dead bodies were placed. This is the kind of the catacomb we have. We can go down in this well in the circular form, and at every stage we have streets behind these openings. And these are the maps. The wells are here, and these are the streets at various level. And in all these streets there are aperture or shelves like this, in which the dead bodies were horizontally placed. Till the time they were eaten by insects and only the bones were left. And the bones were left, they were collected by the janitors and placed like this in the catacombs. Either they were placed in this form or they were placed in this form. So there used to be a collection of these tombs in these catacombs. We also hear a great tomb which existed at the place which is at the places in Turkey today, but originally it was known as Halikarnassus. And the original tomb has finished and crumbled due to the earthquakes. But these are the 3 examples which are considered as contributed to the 7 wonders of the world. That is the Great Pyramid of the Cheops, then the tomb of Halikarnassus at Halikarnassus, and the Taj Mahal at Agra. They are amongst the 7 wonders of the world. The 3 most expensive tombs which I have come across is the Taj Mahal and the tomb of Jahangir at Lahore and the tomb of Anarkali also at Lahore. Why they were most expensive? Well, maybe I will talk to you about some details about these tombs which make them so expensive in the world. This is the tomb which is at Taj Mahal, Agra in India. And then this is the tomb of the lady who is buried in it, Arjun Banu Begum, wife of Shah Jahan. And actually Shah Jahan wanted to build another Taj Mahal across river Jamuna with black marble. So there were going to be 2 Taj Mahals, white Taj Mahal and the black Taj Mahal. But when Shah Jahan was arrested by his son Aurangzeb, he was unable to complete that. And I have seen myself across the river Jamuna, there are foundations of the black Taj. But that project was left unfinished as Shah Jahan was arrested by his son, and the black Taj was not built. So when Shah Jahan died, he was buried on the side of his wife. This is the second temple. Now the most important thing is, we see 2 graves, but neither Arjun Banu Begum is in this grave, nor Shah Jahan is in the grave. They are in a separate room which is downstairs, and where we never go, where the visitors never go. Visitors only come to this place and make dua or fatiha and then go away. And these are the 2 pictures of the sarcophagus. When I use the term sarcophagus, I simply mean that there is a grave-like structure, but there is nobody inside this grave. This is just empty. The actual grave is somewhere else, and that is the ground level. The kind of decoration which is carried out on these cenotaphs, they make it most expensive, because all these stones which you see, they are very expensive stone, and this white marble has been cut, and then these stones have been buried into those cavities. And the workmanship is so precise that if you close your eyes and move your finger on these stone slabs, you don't find any joinery. You do not feel any joinery. That is the height of precision. At Taj Mahal, at Jahangir's tomb in Lahore, we also see that kind of stone workmanship, technically known as Petra Dura. Petra, simply a combination of 2 words. Petra in Italian mean stone, and dura mean durable or hard stone. These are the cenotaphs of Shah Jahangir in this building, very similar to the cenotaphs of Shah Jahan and Arjun Banu Begum in Taj Mahal, Agra. And since it are covered with Petra Dura, they make it more expensive. And then the third tomb, which is most expensive, is the tomb of Anarkali, once again at Lahore. And it's so surprising that it's so expensive. Just whole sarcophagus, the whole structure or whole coffin is just one piece. The cenotaph is just one piece of marble. And the most important thing or most surprising thing is normally these tombs of the Mughal carried the name of the person who is buried in it on the foot side of the cenotaph. Interestingly and surprisingly, this tomb, which is so expensive also, doesn't bear the name who is buried inside this. And that secret has generated many stories. For example, Jahangir very explicitly explained his love story with Noor Jahan in his Tuzke Jahangiri, which is his biography. But he doesn't say a word about Anarkali. And yet the tomb of Anarkali is there. So that makes it more very, very mysterious. Why it is so that the name of the person interred in this tomb is not given on this, and what is the reason? So that's another story which makes it very, very complex and very intriguing. What is the reason that there is no reference of to Anarkali in Tuske Jahangiri, and there is no reference to his this love with this lady? What happened? Why it is so? Later, maybe yet another lecture, I will talk about this. So this is the cenotaph of the lady Anarkali. There's some detail you can see. The details of this and the name of the Allah's 99 names of Allah are carved on this. And there's more detail of this building. Now, when we come to the Islamic tomb, which is our topic of today, Islamic tombs are remembered by these 4, 5, 6 names. That the tomb is simply a place, a pit in the ground where the dead body is placed, and that process where a dead body is placed in a tomb, that is known as entombment. The second word is the mazar. Mazar, actually, if you look at the etymology of this word, mazar simply means a ground which is full of greenery or green fields. So any tomb building or a tomb or a grave that exists in the middle of these green fields, that also known as that became known as a mazar. So mazar simply means a tomb surrounded by greenery. Rawza is again an Arabic word which means garden. And since most of the tombs existed inside the garden, they became known as the Rawza. For example, sometimes Taj Mahal is also known as a Rawza, a Taj Mahal, and so on. The fifth one is the Zari. I will talk about the mausoleum after this. Zari is a religious tomb in which nobody is buried, neither in the cenotaph nor in any underground chamber. It is absolutely a fictitious tomb of any important personality. So the Muslims have been creating this kind of tombs also, which are known as Zaris. And for example, in Lahore, we have the Zari of Hazrat Zainab at one of the places. And I have been to this place also. Actually, she is not buried here. She is somewhere in Syria. But then this artificial tomb has become very important, and people go and visit this place every day. Maybe 100 and thousands of people visit it every day. So that is artificial tomb is known as a Zari. Now the fifth one, which is a mausoleum. The story of the mausoleum is like this, that there was a person by the name of Mausolus. He was the ruler of Caria from this period to this period. And when he died, he left a will with his wife, who was, interestingly, his sister also. Now, at that time, the sisters became wives. And sometimes when the father died, the mother became also property of the son. And she also became the wife of the son. So when Mausolus was dying, she left a will with his sister or wife, Artemisia, that please make a massive tomb over my dead body. So sister built a massive tomb. The tomb has been destroyed by an earthquake. But then the thinkers or those who can imagine are those who knew a little history of this great tomb, the tomb of Mausolus. And they have created some conjectural picture of this. This tomb was approximately 45 meters in height. And the two Greek architects who contributed to the design of this tomb was Setiros and Pentheus. Now, looking at the picture of this tomb, this is the Mausoleus, and this is his tomb, as we see in this conjectural picture, and this is one of his coins that we published. And that is another picture of the tomb. And from the details given by the historian of this tomb, at the top of this tomb, there was a chariot being pulled by 4 horses. Technically, this kind of chariot that is pulled by 4 horses is known as quadriga. This quadriga was of the natural size. For example, the horse made of stone was as big as the horse is in the natural life. And if we consider that, that means even at that height, this was a huge or a massive piece of sculpture placed at the top of the tomb. And if that was the scale, just imagine the scale and the height of this great tomb. And that is the quadriga placed at the top of the tomb, this original picture. And yet another picture, and the Mausoleus and his tomb. And it was actually because of the Mausoleus that the building became known as a mausoleum after his name. And then this name mausoleum became so popular that we use the name mausoleum even today for other royalties also. So much so that in Pakistan, the tomb of the father of nation, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, is also known as a mausoleum of Quaid-e-Azam, which I think is a misnomer. It can be a tomb, but it cannot be a mausoleum. So mausoleum has become a synonym for the tombs, or tombs which are very, very impressive and which are very decorative. This is the condition of the tomb, great tomb of Mausoleus today. This is situated at Bodrum in Turkey. Now let's come to the real topic of our discussion today, the diversity in the Islamic tombs. And then when I say diversity, the different types of the burial system which were carried out, when, as I said in the beginning of my lecture, the only possibility is only, according to Sharia, we can only make a pit and put the dead body in it and then close the pit. We are not supposed to make even a mound over the pit, as we do it today. It's very common that we make a mound, and sometimes we make a grave of marble, and sometimes of decorative, and sometimes we also make a canopy over the grave. And I mean, the various kinds of structure over the graves have emerged through the history. And that is not permissible. Actually, when everybody start making a monument over the grave, perhaps there will be no space left for the burial of other people. So Islam preaches that when you bury, just level the ground and then forget about it. As I have seen the 2 battlegrounds which Islam fought in the beginning, the place where the Battle of Badr was fought and the place where the Battle of Uhud was fought in Arabia, and those people who sacrificed their lives in these 2 religious battles, their graves are there, but they are not in the form of the mounds. Only a stone is placed on the head side, which indicates that somebody is buried here, and this is his head side. So that was the practice which is generally carried out, and the same practice is carried out in most of the Muslim countries, even today. But then in some other countries, because of the certain Beda, which are the practices not truly associated with the religion, but associated with the local practices or vernacular practices, we started making mounds over the graves. The actual anatomy of the typical grave, which we say today, is something like this, that there is the tomb building is here, this green thing and with the dome over top it, this is the actual huge building. And inside this building, there is a cenotaph. Nobody is buried in this. On the head side, there is a katba or the epitaph on which the history of the person who is buried is written over on it. By history, when I say that he was born in this year and was died this year, and he died because of this reason, maybe died as a martyr in the battle, or he died due to some accident, whatever is there, and then that little information is given on this stone, which is known as a kataba. Kataba simply means on which something is written, and the cenotaph simply means a grave in which there is nobody. which is an empty grave. But at a distance, there is another small building from which a flight of steps goes down, and exactly below this center top there is a room, and in this room there is the actual grave of the person who has died. So that means the actual grave is underground, which is technically known as an underground chamber, but the technical name is hypogeum, a chamber which is below the actual level. And then we generally go over here into visit. When we go to visit these graves, which only go to these places and we pray for them. And actually we are praying for the people who are here, they are not here. So that occurs, that this kind of burial or this kind of chambers below the graves we see throughout the Mughal period and also after the Mughal period, even today. Then there is the concept of the Chahar Bagh. Chahar Bagh simply means a garden which has been divided into 4 gardens. And if you look at this huge garden, which is in front of the Taj Mahal Agra, this Taj Mahal over here, and this is the huge garden in front of the Taj Mahal, this is the main gate, and this huge garden has been divided into 4 by these 4 canals. Now the concept is that in the Quran, it is said that when a pious person will die, he will go to Jannah, that is paradise. And in paradise, he will come across 4 rivers. And he will benefit from those rivers. And 4 rivers are rivers of pure water, that is number 1. The river of pure milk, number 2. The river of pure honey, number 3. And the river of pure wine. When we say wine is prohibited in Islam. But when we say wine here, it is in Shirabe Tahura, a pious wine which will not intoxicate us, which will not make us mad, but the taste will be there. So after the promise in the Quran about these 4 canals, Muslim designed a garden which was having these 4 canals. And because of these 4 canals, this huge garden transferred into 4 small gardens. And because of these 4 gardens, the huge garden became known as a Chahar Bagh. Chahar Bagh simply means a garden which has 4 gardens within it. And in front of the Taj Mahal, which is here, we see this huge garden. And then on the western side of the Taj Mahal, there is a mosque, and in order to balance this or create a symmetry, on the opposite side, there is a madrasa similar to the mosque. So that is how the balance is created in this part of the building complex, and balance is created in this part of complex. And if you draw an axial line over here, whatever is at top, same is at the bottom. So that was another case where the symmetry was kept in these gardens. And if you look at the garden of the Humayun, that is also in the form of 4 gardens. Many 4 gardens are surrounding the great tomb of Humayun, the son of Babur, the founder of Mughal dynasty in India. Coming back to the story of the Taj Mahal, actually Shah Jahan wanted to build this Taj Mahal not at Agra, but he wanted to build it at Burhanpur, at the bank of the river Tapti. But since the Taj, then during the course of this process, when the Taj Mahal was being designed by the royal architects, the idea came to his mind, that is the mind of Shah Jahan, that instead of creating Taj Mahal at Burhanpur, it should be in Agra, which was a very important city at that time for the Mughals. So Ajman Banu Begum were temporarily building into these 2 buildings which are at Burhanpur. I do not know whether they exist today or not. They are also known as small Taj Mahal, or the first phase of the Taj Mahal. And Ajman Banu Begum was buried here as an Amana, and when Taj Mahal was ready at Agra, her dead body was shifted to Agra and buried there. This is what remained of the old Taj Mahal at Burhanpur. But these, if you look at the building here, I have been to this building also, and the steps going down into the chamber, which is below the ground level. And we see this chamber over here, and the graves, actual graves of Ajman Banu Begum and Shah Jahan are these in these underground chambers. And then we come to another variety of the Islamic tomb, that is the tomb of the Noor Jahan at Lahore. इनको रुखसाना बंद करो आवाज विक्रम यार तुम इतनी जोर से बोल रही है मेरा लेक्चर हो रहा है बोलती जा रही हो बंद करो बंद करो बात Sorry for this interruption. There was a lady shouting at the back of my voice. That was creating disturbance. So we come to the second variety of the Islamic tombs, and that is the tomb of Noor Jahan at Lahore. This building is, I did a TV documentary for this tomb also. Now the building over here is perfectly okay, and there supposedly there was a dome over it also, which doesn't exist today. But actually, this tomb has been left unfinished by the lady because she wanted to create the tomb for herself and also for her husband and also her father, but the time didn't allow her. Her own tomb was left unfinished. But there is a strange theory about this tomb that there is a flight of steps which goes down. And when you go down, you have to turn right. And when you turn right, you feel there's a tunnel also. And then this tunnel is about 20 meters long. And you go into this tunnel and you reach a fairly big room. Now the history says, that when Noor Jahan died, her dead body was placed in a wooden coffin decorated with golden wires, inlaid golden wires. And that coffin was not buried, but her coffin was suspended, rather hung in that room by virtue of chains. So the coffin was suspended in the air by virtue of those chains. And I remember when I was a young boy of 9-10 years, my father also took me to this tomb. And at that time, those chains were still hanging with the wall. But the coffin was missing, and there was no coffin. And the history says that when Ranjit Singh came to this area, he also visited this tomb and he looked at the box or the coffin, and he opened this coffin. There was nothing in it. There were only except the bones. So that is how this story goes. But this remains the fact that her body was suspended midair in that room by virtue of those chains. Why this theory emerged and why she left a will that she should be buried or her body should be disposed of in that manner, nobody knows, and she doesn't say anything about it either. No historian explained the theory, and I am still at loss what were the reason why she had this idea in her mind that she should neither be buried nor she should be cremated, but her dead body should be suspended in a room like this. So that is the second type which I came across during the course of my studies on Islamic architecture. At the higher upper level within this building, there are two tombs. One set of is her own, that is of Noor Jahan, and the second one is of her daughter Ladli Begum. That is also here, though her grave is somewhere else. So that is the second type, and then we come to a third type, which is also in Lahore. It is known as Sarv wala Maqbara. When I say use the word Sarv, that's in the cypress tree, which we see here. Because this decoration in Chinikari or Kashikari, which is a faience work, because of these trees, which are cypress trees, the tomb has also become known as a cypress trees. And there was a lady royal of the family, very, very pious lady. What she did was she created this tower for herself about 30 feet in height. And lower level is all solid, but upper level, this level is empty from inside. It's just a room. And the lady would climb up to that room, and there's a window also on the other side. And she will remain in that room for hours and hours and for days and days, simply busy in the worship. And when she died, and when she was about to die, she left a will that when I die, I should be buried in this chamber also. Now, this is the third example that a grave has been created at an elevated level. So her grave is in this room at this level. And this gives us the third example of the variety of burials in Islamic architecture. This tomb is also in Lahore. Then if you go to Iran, there's a tower which is it's a minar. It should be called a minaret. But surprisingly, this tomb is known as the Gumbad-e Qaboos. Qaboos is the name of a ruler. His full name was Qaboos ibn Washmgi. He was the Ziyadid ruler of Gurkhan and Tabristan in medieval Iran. So when he was about to die, he created this tower for himself, or this minaret for himself. And he left a will that when I die, put my dead body in a glass jar and then hang that glass jar in the top of this tower. And also he created a window or small hole at the top of this tower. And he wanted that every morning when the sun will rise, through this hole, the sunlight will fall on my dead body. Again, we do not know what the idea and why he left a will that his dead body should be disposed of in this manner, which is again a matter of history, and that demands also some investigation. Why the king or the ruler left a will like this and then created a tomb for himself. And these are the details. This is the tower which he created for himself. It has a conical top. This is the plan. You enter and inside it is all empty, nothing inside. Right from the bottom to the top, it is absolutely empty inside. And this is the hole at top through which the sunlight or the rays of the sun fell on his dead body, which was hanging in the form in the jar which was of glass. And it has got flanges also. The tower has got these flanges, projections also outside this, which you can see. These flanges actually worked as a buttress in order to give strength to the tower. So this is what is unique about this burial system also. So that is the another variety which we come across, but very, very rare. But it was a practice in Afghanistan also. For example, when Mahmud Ghaznavi died, his tomb was also in the form of a minaret. And there are many, many other tombs also which are in the form of the minaret. So much so that some of the Mughal emperors, when they built a tomb of their animals, for example, when Jahangir lost his famous deer, जो उसका अपना हिरन था, when that heron died, he built a minaret for in his memory, and that is known as Hiran Minar in Pakistan near Sheikhupura. So again, for that deer, he created a tomb in the form of a tower like this at Hiran Minar. And also we learned that from the history that Emperor Akbar had a horse. His name was Murg. Murg is a flying bird. Because the horse used to run very fast, so he gave him the title of the Murg. And when the Murg died, or that horse died, he also built a minaret at Fatehpur Sikri in his memory. And that minar is known as Murg Minara. The Minara again means the minaret. That is also something like this. So minarets have been used as burial places also at many, many places. This is the Gumbad-e Qaboos from inside, from bottom to the top, absolutely empty from inside. This is the picture looking upward to the top of the minaret. Then we come to the final type, that is the fifth type of the burial which we come across in Islamic architecture, and that completes our history of the type of burial which come across in Islamic history, particularly in the field of the burial of the dead body or disposal of the dead body. And in at a place called Theta, they're closer to the Theta, the city of Theta. Theta, approximately the same place which is also known as Debul, or also known as Bambor, which is very famous for the love story of Sassi and Punnu. Close to that place, there is a graveyard, which is considered one of the largest graveyard in the world. That is the necropolis. Thousands of graves were there when I was doing my PhD, and I visited this grave many times, coming back from Edinburgh to this place with my supervisor. Incidentally, I must say that my supervisor, Robert Hillenbrand, one of the most important person or experts in the history of Islamic architecture, he used to visit with me all the way from Edinburgh to Pakistan, and we visited this place also. So we came to Tata and we went to the Makli, that is the graveyard which is closer to the Makli, where thousands of graves were there. And these are the types of the graves which were there. Thousands of them, but today most of these graves have disappeared. Sorry for the state of preservation or the conservation or the care we take for our monuments. Some of the graves are standing like this, and some of the graves are standing under the canopies. The dome is missing over here, and there's a grave underneath. But if you look at each grave, massive effort has been spent on the carving of these graves. Look at these graves. I mean, the carving is meticulous and unimaginable. It looks not the workmanship of the humans, but it looks something done with the help of the computers and so on. So we have this type of graves, and we have this kind of graves under the canopies and under the verandas. And we also come across larger tombs which are enclosed in the walls like this. And then the graves are in the middle of this. And some of the tombs are like, these are the chhatris, or the canopies. These are the decorative elements of these graves. And then larger graves like this, two-story graves. And the floral motif which used to be very, very prominent feature of all these graves. If you look at these graves in detail, you will feel that how difficult it is to carve things like this, and how much effort has been spent in making these graves, and now these graves are decorating some other places and some museums also, but not the original place. Now, what is so special about these graves, besides the carvings and the decoration and their placement and the number of the graves which they made at that time, and the type of the tombs which are created also at Makli, like this big tombs, and the range of larger tombs, we come across a unique form of the tombs which are like this. For example, if you look at these two or three graves, they are standing on four legs, just like a table. So nobody knows whether the dead body is here or the dead body is here, or where is it, even below this platform. So that is yet another strange type of this is very imbibing, very intriguing. Why this kind of burial system was carried out at that time, and what were the reason? What were the causes which forced these people to create graves like this? I've never seen a grave which is empty underneath. So this is the final type of the burial system we come across in Islamic architecture. And that, and then finally we have the tomb of Sher Shah Suri at Sasaram in India. This is standing in the middle of a lake. And there's a gangway going to the lake. Originally, there was no gangway. This was created during the British period. But why a tomb was standing in the middle of the lake, where nobody could go easily, that remains yet another mystery to be solved. But maybe once again, the emperor wanted to create something novel that should remain as a novelty in the history of tomb architecture of Islam. So some of the most, at the end of my lecture, I show you some of the famous tombs in India and Pakistan. The tomb of Humayun at Delhi. And people say that tomb of Humayun and the tomb of Asif Khan at Lahore, these two tombs put together gave an idea to Shah Jahan to create a Taj Mahal. In fact, the amalgamation of Humayun's tomb and the tomb of Asif Khan was also a father-in-law of Shah Jahan, that gave idea to Shah Jahan to create Taj Mahal. So this is Asif Khan's tomb. All its marble has been removed through the, the carelessness of the history and carelessness of the rulers who came from time to time and played havoc with the monuments of Lahore in history. I don't want to go into detail now what happened to these monuments. But at one stage in history, this building, which is now naked, totally naked, was the most important building in the history of the tomb architecture of the Mughals. Then the tomb of Madhav, father of Noor Jahan at Agra, once again fully decorated with Petra Dora. And Bibi Javindi at Uch Sharif, the unique tomb in Uch Sharif. And tomb of Salim Chishti, which was actually built by Akbar in red sandstone. And if you know the story, since Akbar was childless for a very, very long time, and then he went to this saint, Salim Chishti, and for his blessings. And when Jahangir was born, he created this tomb, this small tomb in his memory out of red sand, with the red sandstone. But when Jahangir himself came into power, he demolished that red sandstone and built a new tomb over his grave of white marble. Beautiful building, small building, but a beautiful building. And the tomb of Muhyiddin Chishti at Ajmer, yet another very important place. And the Urs at Ajmer Sharif is of international importance. People gather here every year and celebrate the Urs of this saint. And then one of the biggest tomb built of bricks. This is the tomb of Ruknuddin Alam at Multan, which Tughlaq Emperor built for himself. Well, then he saw a dream that the saint is asking him that he should be buried in this tomb. So he built for himself a new tomb at Delhi and gave this tomb to his saint, that is Shah Ruknuddin Alam. The tomb of the creator of father of nation, the Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah at Karachi, and then the tomb of Akbar at Sikandara. This tomb is a very beautiful tomb to look at, but if you go into this tomb, there is a small tunnel which goes to the lower level, slightly lower level, not very much lower, but slightly lower. It's just a slope, and then we reach the burial chamber. The burial chamber is without any decorative, and it's a very, very simple grave. And if you look at the simple grave, nobody can imagine that this is the grave of the Mughal-e-Azam. So simple inside it is. So that's all from me for you, and thank you very much for joining and for your patience. If there are any questions, you are welcome to ask me questions. But remember, the question should be easy, not very difficult ones. Please go ahead.
Professor Shaukat Mahabud, you are asking very easy question.
Very easy one.
But you are very eminent one. So floor is open. Anyone can ask a question to him. Anyone? I'm asking the audience. Do you want to ask any question to Professor? Yeah, please open your Nur Nissa Begum. Oh, he just ask you to thanks for your paper presentation. But anybody wants to ask anything else to him?
Yeah. May I ask a question, please?
Please.
Yes, please.
Actually, good afternoon, Professor. I'm really so impressed by this presentation. I don't have to tell you that in words, but I have a small, maybe I missed what you said. The Charbagh concept divided by the 4 channels of water is also in Hyderabad in the Qutub Shahi tombs. So naturally from Persia, this traveled to North India. From there, it traveled to deep south also. Now, what I want to say is I heard that the 4 channels are, they symbolize the wine, the holy wine. I know what you said, that it's not the intoxicating wine, the nectar, and what else? I missed out that because of the audio, weak audio on my phone maybe.
Yeah, I can name those 4 canals also. One is the pure water, second is the pure milk, and third is the pure honey, and the 4th is the wine, which is known as Sharabe Tahura. I mean the pious wine or the clean wine, which doesn't intoxicate. Yes. These are the 4. Yeah. And when we say pure milk, that means the milk which is coming directly from the udder of the animal. So that is the pure milk. Yes.
Okay. Professor, one more thing I wanted to say. This concept, it traveled from Persia. Any idea we have? You see, every tomb was accompanied by a kind of a prayer hall where they used to pray so that the prayer would reach the ears of the dead. But any idea how this whole concept? I know then there's a chaman, there's trees full of fruits and flowers, so that birds come and eat, and it's a paradise. But any idea how this concept began? Is it from the Holy Quran, taken directly from Holy Quran?
Well, the concept of the 4 canals is directly taken from the Holy Quran, and if you study Holy Quran with little details, Allah also says that even the sound of the water gives pleasure to the ruh, that is the soul. I mean, if you are, let's say, if you are sleeping in your room and you hear the sound of the falling rain, you feel some sort of pleasure within yourself. That sound is the important thing. And if you look at these tombs, they have number of fountains in these tombs and in these gardens.
Yes.
And these
Yes.
tombs were not throwing the water to a height of 20, 30 feet. No, they were only gushing out the water just for 6, 7 inches only. And the
They are
sound that
simple
was,
bubbles. They are simple bubbles. Yes.
yes, simply bubbling of the water, that was the real spirit of that. And that again, that is quoted in the Surah Al-Rahman in Quran, that the bubbling of the water from this fountain is what you will see in the paradise also. So that is the importance of the water.
I see. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Most welcome.
I'm grateful. Thank you.
Kadeshwari ji. Thank you. And now Nadim Alam. Nadim Alam wants to ask something maybe. Hello, Nadim Alam.
Yes. Hello, good afternoon, sir. What a wonderful
Nadim.
presentation.
How are you?
I'm fine, sir. Good. Just to
I
ask you about
hope you know the precondition of questions. It should be easy.
Yes, it is very easy. I'm just going to ask you about again a pattern about the Chahar Bagh. We know all about that, divided into 4. But my inspiration and my question is about that if we would see the Christianity's cross, the symbol of cross, it also divides the place into 4 quadrangles. So I just want to ask, is there any similarity or inspiration or link between the concept of that cross and the Chahar Bagh? Because the pattern is the same. If you divide it into like with a cross, the land with a cross, it creates that Chahar Bagh. So is there any possibility of having this link or similarity or inspiration between the two? Because since the two religions were celestial and linked together as well.
So as far as I know, or whatever the history I have studied Christian architecture also in some depth also. But definitely they use the cross for the designing or the making the plan of the churches, because all churches have a cross plan. But if we compare that cross with the 4 gardens, in 4 garden, the symmetry and the balance and the equilibrium that has been created, that all 4 are equal. And the length of 4 canals are equal. But in the case of the cross, the central bar, vertical bar is much longer as compared to the other horizontal bar. So I don't think there is any similarity between those two as far as I know. But this is the kind of idea, if you float this idea to Orientalists, they will catch this idea and maybe they will start propagating. But nevertheless, when we talk of the evolution of Mihrab in the mosque, so maybe it has played some role in the introduction of Mihrab in the mosque from the altars which they have in the churches, and also in the apses which they created in the churches or at the back of the churches. So there I find some similarity also, and maybe I can also concede to the idea that when Muslim moved from Syria, that was the first country which came under their influence after Arabia, they got a lot of influence from the church architecture, because most of the churches were converted into mosques at that time. And then the direction of the church and direction of the Qibla from Syria is same. So that helped a lot. But as far as your question is concerned, to find out any similarity between a cross and the Chahar Bagh, I don't think there is any. Right?
I think it's okay for Mr. Nadim. I think we are almost out of time, isn't it? Just one thing, I learned a lot from you, Professor Shaukat Mahmood, and I'm really honored to be a chair on this session. But I have one things to know from you, that in Bangladesh case, in fact, we got a couple of mosque, in Mughal time mosque, which is half floor up, those things, and 1 dome or 2 dome mosque, and beneath that mosque we got some graves. So this type of things, how do you explain this type of mosque and with graves?
Well, that's a good question. That let me tell you that when we come to the typology of Islamic architecture, particularly when you go to the designing of the mosque and the tombs, there are mosques which are free, independent, standing mosques in which there is no grave, and then there are certain tombs which there is no mosque. But then there is third category also, where there is a grave as well as a mosque. For example, in Lahore, we have the tomb of Hazrat Data Ganj Baksh, which is a mosque as well as a tomb. And if you go to Multan, number of tombs are there which have got a mosque with them. So this is a third aspect which has gradually emerged in history of Islamic architecture, where the mosque had a tomb or there was a mosque around that tomb. So that is a third category. And so it's very, very common. You can go to any larger tomb, and inside that tomb you will also always see a niche in the direction of the Qibla. So that tomb also become a small mosque also. So if people want to pray inside that, they can pray. So that category is also very common.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to all to join this session. I think I'll have to close this session. Is it okay? So I back to from Mr. Sir. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shaukat Mahmood sir, given a nice talk and very good information about the subject. Thank you so much. And Professor Mashood Imran sir for chairing the session. Thank you, both of you. Thanks.
And thank you very much, Professor Mishra. You are doing a hell of a job. I mean, I cannot imagine you are managing so many seminars every day, so many lectures every day. I don't know how you get time for that. Because for me, I mean, I've been teaching for about almost 60 years. Doing one lecture is such a difficult thing. Properly research lecture is a difficult thing, and you are organizing so many functions in a day. I mean, that's a huge job. Congratulations for your perseverance. Great job being done for the sake of education. Thank you very much, and congratulations too.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you all. God bless you all. Good office.
Next session, our chairperson, Professor Dr. Luisa Rodriguez, Head of Department of History, Ram Narayan Ruhia, Autonomous College, Mumbai. Our co-chairperson, Mr. Sopek Phon, Bureau Chief, Ministry of Tourism, Kingdom of Cambodia, and eminent speaker, Madam Anita Korde, Indologist, Mumbai. Welcome, all of you.
Thank you,
And
sir.
please, I am requesting to Liza Madam, please chair the session, and Sopek Phon co-chair the session, and introduce our eminent speaker, Madam Anita Korde. Luisa Madam.
Salam, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir, very much.
Andy.
Yeah,
Hello.
good.
Hello.
Hello, a very good afternoon to all. I welcome. There's some sound. Can somebody mute?
Hello.
Hello.
वालेकुम सलाम आवाज नहीं आ रही
Yeah, can somebody mute, please? Yeah. Okay. A very good afternoon to all. I welcome all to this session of the International Webinar Series on Socio-Cultural Heritage, Monuments and Museum on South and Southeast Asian countries. I would like to thank Dr. Mishra for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. We have with us today esteemed guest speaker, Ms. Anita Korde. She'll be delivering lecture on art and architecture of Bante Sarai Temple, Cambodia. A brief introduction about her. Ms. Anita is a marketing professional turned HR advisor, an alumnus of Jamna Lal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies. She advises some leading technology companies on HR recruitment, but somehow she has turned towards history. History has been her passion and symbolism behind the religious rites and rituals. Her interests include Indology, that is study of ancient Indian history, archaeology, numismatics, and iconography, Brahma Vidya, ancient Indian yogic science, writing. She loves visiting and studying heritage monuments both in India and abroad. She's very proficient in English, Hindi, Marathi, and Gujarati, and has published a number of papers, research papers on Indology in all the 4 languages. Being a versatile person, she has also authored a book on the Somnath temple. She has also presented papers on the temple architecture and its symbolism in both national and international seminars. A certified teacher of Brahma Vidya, she regularly conducts workshops in English. So, with this brief introduction, over to you, Miss Anita Korde.
Thank you so much, Louisa ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. And thank you, Mishra ji.
कोरदे मैडम, एक
हाँ
मिनट
जी।
थोड़ा फोन को भी समय मिल जाए. Yes, Mr. Phone.
हाँ जी.
Yes, Professor. Good afternoon from Cambodia. My name is Hans Pierre. Yes, as a coach, chairperson, she mentioned already Miss Anita Ko the background already, and very great. I would like to express of my emotion. I will really appreciate that Miss Anita Ko choose the main topic art of architecture of Botany from my side. Yes. Thank you and nice to see you all. Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Professor, Professor, chairwoman, she mentioned already Anita background. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay. Now, Anita Korde, please.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this particular session, which is I had visited Cambodia in the year 2019 and saw so many temples in Angkor Wat. But the temple which impressed me the most was Bantai Se. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about the art and architecture of Bantai Se. Now, before we go into the temple itself, let's see what were the relations between India and Cambodia from ancient times. India and Cambodia's cultural and historical relations are more than a millennium old. When Indian culture, religion, and trade emanated out of India and spread rapidly in various parts of Southeast Asia. However, Cambodia witnessed Indian influence centuries before that, whose living example is the temples of Sambor Precook, built in Ishanavarmana I and other kings of Chandla Empire during the 6th and the 7th century AD in Ishanapura, the then capital of the kingdom, which is so far the oldest known example of existence of Indian culture and religion in Cambodia. However, some scholars believe that the cultural and religious connections between India and Cambodia dates back to the 1st century. According to the Cambodian belief and legend, Khmer people's founding legend centers around an Indian prince, Kaundinya, called Priya Thanong in Cambodian folklore. Cambodian society, which is now predominantly Buddhist, retains a strong influence of Indian Hindu and Buddhist rituals, idolatry, and mythology, which can be seen in many of his rituals, having a resemblance with the Indian culture and traditions. Khmer language too is a live example of Indian culture, which has approximately more than 3,000 words that originated from the ancient Sanskrit language. Later, the pervading influence of Hinduism, Buddhism, and Indian architecture is borne out by the magnificent structures of Angkor Wat, Angkor Thom, Bayom, Taprom, Bantai Se, Priya Vihar, and other religious and historical sites in Cambodia. Hindu temple. Somebody's mic is on. Can I request them to please shut it off?
Okay.
Hindu temple construction reaches zenith during the Angkor period, beginning of 802 CE, with the coronation of King Jayavarman II, who unified the country. In the next 2 centuries, Angkor became powerful. Monumental architectural projects were commissioned by successive emperors, and the new capital cities were established at Yashodharapura, Poker, and Hariharalaya. In 1944 CE, Rajendra Varman II came to power at a young age. He was assisted by various officials and Brahmins. One such Brahmin advisor, or the Guru, was Yagravaraha. He and his younger brother, Vishnu Kumara, were granted permission to build a temple complex in a rural settlement located on the outskirts of the city of Yashodharapura. This settlement was named Ishwarapura, literally the city of Ishvara, one of the many names of Lord Shiva. The 10th century AD was a very important century as many Hindu temples were built both in India, Cambodia, Bali, and Vietnam. Bante Sai is a 10th century Cambodian temple dedicated to the Hindu god Lord Shiva, located in the area of Angkor. It lies near the hill of Nomde, 25 kilometers northeast of the major group of temples that once belonged to the medieval capitals of Yashodharapura and Angkor Thom. The temple building appears to be divided along the central east-west axis between those buildings located south of the axis, which are devoted to Lord Shiva, and the northern part of the axis, which is devoted to Lord Vishnu. Bante Sai was rediscovered in 1914 after being almost lost to the forest for 5 centuries. After the discovery, the temple was left unguarded for more than a decade when it suffered desecration and looting at the hands of the treasure hunters who plundered the site under the guise of archaeology work. Many sculptures were successfully smuggled out and now displayed in European museums. In 1931, the French archaeologist Henry Marshall was assigned the task to protect the temple. He got the forest around the temple site cleared, and then the restoration of the site started. He, along with the help of the technology, after decades successfully restored the temple as close to how it would have looked in its prime Angkor times. Now what you are looking at, the slide, is the aerial view of the temple. Now let's look at the ground plan of the temple. You can see that there's an entrance from east and there's an entrance from west. On the way, there's a causeway. Then there are gopuras. There's a first enclosure. This is the second enclosure. This is the third enclosure. All the 3 enclosures have gopuras, right? And then there's a sanctuary here. And there are these 2 particular buildings. You know, nobody knows why, what is the function of this particular buildings, but they're called libraries, Northern and Southern Library. And there is this 3 shrines which stand on the same platform, right? And then there is a moat which is around the eastern side of the temple. Okay, and now let's see the moat. Now, why a moat? If you have seen and observed, most of the Hindu temples have a pond always attached to the temple, right? The symbolism of Bante Sai from across the surrounding moat, seen from the west, this is the west view. Bante Sai was conceptualized as an island floating in the primordial ocean, represented by the water of the moat. The moat would have served the purpose of an ablution tank and a place to conduct water-related rituals. The daily rituals would also require large amount of water, especially in the Jal Abhishek of Lingam in Shiva temple. So this is a moat, and if you remember, Angkor Wat also has moats, which is basically symbolizing the primordial water. Now this is the causeway leading to the temple. Now on the way, you'll see this kind of stones. They are called Seema stones. Seema means the boundary in Sanskrit, and hence these stones are lined up on both the sides of the causeway. So what's so peculiar about this particular temple? As compared to other temples in Angkor Wat, this temple is miniature in size, which is very unusual when it is measured by the standards of Angkorian constructions. The door of the central towers are narrow and barely 1.5 meters high. The quality of the architecture and decoration make up for the shortcoming in size. These factors made the temple exemplary popular with the tourists and have led to its being widely praised as the precious gem or the jewel of Khmer art. The reason for the size of the temple maybe, possibly, could be that it was not built by any king, but it was built by a Brahmin. So maybe there's paucity of funds, or maybe it was purposely done so that the beauty of the architecture can be enjoyed by the people at the eye level. The temple is built of red sandstone, a medium that lends itself to elaborate decorative wall carvings and enable the technique of sandalwood carving due to its hardness. So even after a millennium of exposure to the natural elements, it has still retained its beauty. Now, when you look at the carvings, what is this particular temple famous for is this beautiful carving. So that's the beauty which everybody admires, and that's why it's called the jewel of the Khmer architecture. In this architecture, it is triple superimposed frontons with relief narratives in which the scenes are carved, terminal motifs on the frames of the arches, and standing figures in the niches. A tapestry-like background of the foliage covers the wall of the structures in the central group, as if a deliberate attempt has been made to leave no space undecorated. Panels are decorated with scenes from Ramayana and Mahabharata. So you can just see the beauty of this particular carvings. Now, what do we understand of this temple from the inscriptions? There were various inscriptions found from the temple. So let's look at the primary inscriptions which were found at the temple site, and we'll also look at the secondary inscriptions which are found in other temples of Angkor Wat. So the first inscription which was found in Bantaisi's foundation stele was discovered in 1936. It gives the year of foundation of this particular temple as 967 CE. It eulogises kings for sponsoring the construction of new temples, but also mentions renovations, enlargements, and endowments made to older temples. Now, other inscriptions which are found dates from 1011, the period of Suryavarman I, and 1304 during the reign of Shrindravarman I. Now, let's look at the secondary inscriptions. The inscriptions and other monuments like Phnom Sandak and Previhar mentions Suryavarman II, the builder of the Angkor Wat, sending his guru, Pandit Dibakar, to Bantaisai to restore the temple and re-establish the Shaivite practices, initiated by Rajendra Varman's successor, Jayavarman V. The inscription also mentions that Yagnavaraha continued in his exalted role as Vraha Guru and trained Jayavarman V. Art historian Vittorio Rovedo has suggested that Bantaisai was periodically modified till the 14th century. The original temple was a simple brick structure, parts of which still survive. Now let's have a look at the site. The site consists of 3 concentric rectangular enclosures constructed on an east-west axis. A causeway situated on the axis leads from the outer gopura or the gate to the third or the outermost of the 3 enclosures. The inner enclosure contains the sanctuary consisting of an entrance chamber and 3 towers, as well as 2 buildings conventionally referred to as libraries. This is the west gopuram of the third and the outermost enclosure. This is a main exit from the temple, which opens on a causeway going over the moat surrounding the temple complex. From here, the shikhar of the 3 central shrines can be seen, with the middle shikhara taller than the other two, signifying its primary positions in the hierarchy. Now, when we look at the outer Gopura, the Gopura is all that remains of the outer wall surrounding the town Ishwapura. The wall may have been constructed of wood. The Gopura's eastern pediments show Lord Indra seated on Airavata, his Vahan, his triple-headed elephant mount. Airavata is a Kala or a time depicted as a monster which devours everything. Indra is holding a Vajra or the lightning bolt in his right hand. This is on the pediment of the Gopura on the eastern side. The third enclosure, the outer one, it is surrounded by a laterite wall breached by Gopuras at the eastern and the western end. It depicts a scene from the Mahabharata in which the Asura brothers, Sunda and Upasunda, fight over Apsara Tilotama. Most of the area within the third enclosure is occupied by a moat divided into two parts by the causeway to the east and the west. The second enclosure sits between the outer laterite wall, which Gopuras at the eastern and western ends, and a brick inner enclosure wall. The western Gopura features an interesting bas relief depicting the duel of monkey prince Bali and Sugriva, as well as Rama's intervention on Sugriva's behalf. You can see Lord Rama here. The eastern Gopura of the second enclosure, we see a beautiful relief of Gajalakshmi with her two elephants watering her. They're doing the Abhishek. It's a beautiful sculpture, and that's the beauty of this particular temple. On the eastern pediment of Gopura shows Shiva Nataraja. He is in a dancing position or a posture. And beyond that, when we go on another pediment, you see Narsimha avatar of Lord Vishnu killing Hiranyakashipu. Now, this is a real view of the three central shrines on the T platform. The middle shrine is taller than the other two. The building seen on the left is the North Library. It's over here. The building seen on the left is the North Library. Visitors are not allowed to enter this enclosure, which originally had laterite wall around it. The enclosure wall has collapsed, allowing the temple to be seen from the circumambulatory path around it. So this is the library. This is how it looks from the front. It's a side views like here. So these are the pediments on which the various carvings of Ramayana and Mahabharata are depicted here on these three levels. Now this is again the photo of a library. You can see it over here. This is the one. This is the Gopuram, and that's another library. Now the central enclosure, this is again a western facing entrance to the North Library. This is the library pediment, the burning of Khandwa forest. Khandwa forest was a wild scrubland given by the Kauravas to the Pandavas, which Agni, the god of fire, wanted to devour. Arjuna and Krishna accepted Agni's offer and set fire to the forest as wild animals and birds fled from the flames. When the Naga Takashaka appealed to the Lord Indra for protection, he appeared to shower rains on the burning forest. Now this is a beautiful depiction of the same. This is a beautiful depiction of Ravana Anugraha. It shows Lord Shiva sitting with Devi Parvati on the top of the Kailasha mountain. And Ravana happens to come there wanting to take his darshan and been refused by the Dwarpals. He gets angry and he decides to lift the Mount Kailash. And when he does that, you can see that everybody is so scared. You can look at Devi Parvati's expression. She's scared and she's clinging to Lord Mahadev. All the people residing on Mount Kailash also very disturbed, right? So in the middle of the scene stands a 10-headed demon, King Ravana. He's shaking the mountain in its very foundation as the animals flee from his presence. And as the wise men and mythological beings discuss the situation of prey, according to the legend, Shiva stopped Ravana from shaking the mountain by using his toe to press down on the mountain and to trap Ravana underneath for 1,000 years. So this is a beautiful panel depicting that. Now on the western pediment of the South Library, we see a depiction of Kamantak Shiv. Shiva is shown again seated on a summit of Mount Kailash. He is looking to his left at the god of Lord Kama, who is aiming an arrow at him. Devi Uma sits to Shiva's right. He is handing her a chain of beads. The slope of the mountains are crowded with other beings. Again, arranged in strict hierarchy from top to bottom, just under Shiva, sits a group of bearded wise men and ascetics over here, under whom the second tier is occupied by the mythological beings with the heads of animals and the bodies of humans. And the lowest tier belongs to the common people who mingle sociably with tame deer and large gentle bull. According to the legend, Kama fired an arrow at Lord Shiva in order to cause Lord Shiva to take interest in Uma. Lord Shiva, however, was greatly angered by this provocation and punished Kama by gazing upon him with his third eye and burning Kama to ashes. Now, the east-facing pediment of the northern library shows the god of the sky, Indra, creating rain to put out a forest fire started by the god of fire, Agni, for purposes of killing the Naga king Takshaka, who lived in Khandwa forest. The Mahabharatan hero, Lord Krishna and Arjuna, are shown helping Agni by firing a dense hail of arrows to block Indra's rain. Takshaka's son, Ashwasena, is depicted attempting to escape from the conflagration while the other animals stampede about in panic. So this is a beautiful depiction of that. The west-facing pediment on the northern library depicts Krishna slaying his wicked uncle Kansa. Krishna is shown slaying Kansa, carved on the western pediments of North Library at the Bantai say. Kansa was the brother of Krishna's mother Devaki. Kansa believed in prophecy that Devaki's 8th child would kill him. Therefore, he imprisoned her with her husband Vasudeva. Kansa killed their newly born children, but the 8th-born infant Krishna was smuggled out of the prison and was raised by the cowherds Nanda and Yashoda. Years later, the adult Krishna confronted Kansa and killed him, thus taking revenge for trying to kill him and imprisoning his parents. Now, every pediment is adorned on the end by these beautiful spiral forms. At Bantai Sea, the spiral matures into more refined form with intricate ornamentation as compared to other Angkor Wat temples. This is a beautiful spiral with minute carvings in it. Now let's come to the main temple. The sanctuary is entered from the east by the doorway. Inside is the entrance chamber or mandapa with cobbled brick roof, then a short corridor leading to 3 towers to the west. The central tower is tallest, which is at 9.8 meters. The 3 shrines are arranged along the north to south line on a low platform and open to the east. The principal shrine in the center contains Lord Shiva's lingam. The shrine on the south was dedicated to Brahma, and one on the north honored Lord Vishnu. All three central shrines are of the simple form with a four-tiered superstructure, that is a shikhara, decorated with miniature replicas of the main shrine, which symbolizes the dwellings of the gods. A covered mandapa gives access to the central chamber, which house the Garbhagruha, that is Sanctum Sanctorum. The main deity worshippers Lord Shiva in his Tribhuvana Mahaishwara form, that is Great Lord of the three worlds. Bante Sai is the first temple in Angkor which features a mandapa with a hall or a pavilion, an important element of Hindu temple architecture. Now this is a shikhara, pyramidal shikhara of the main shrine at Bantai Se is in a pyramidal form. I'm sorry, which is a typical feature of all the northern Indian Hindu temple architecture. Shikhara means peak or summit, and the temple itself is a metaphor of a mountain peak. Hence, it's a pyramidal form. On the highest point is an amlak, which is a north stone disc, and the kalasha, that's a pot, without which no Hindu temple is consecrated. Now, there are always dwarpals in Hindu temples. So we see a kneeling pair of Garudas and Hanuman, that is on the left, guard the entrance to the central sanctuary and mandapa. These statues are not the original ones, but they are the replicas made in cement. The original statues were removed to protect them from the treasure hunters. They are now displayed at the National Museum. Even the cemented replicas were not spared, as they were vandalized by treasure hunters. This is a beautiful sculpture of the on the pediment of the main shrine. It is Uma Maheshwar riding on the Nandi. Now what you're looking at is a broken statue of Bull Nandi in its original position facing a Gopuram, which has Lord Shiva on its pediment. Now what you're seeing is, here is the clash of three creatures, which are depicted at the end of the pediment or shrine at the south gallery. On the right is Makara, a type of hybrid sea creature. Emerging from its mouth is the triple-hooded Naga, the guardians of the underworld. Fighting the Naga is his arch nemesis, that's Garuda, the eagle mount of Lord Vishnu. This is five-headed Naga, which again adorns the corner of the pediments. The Naga is the most ubiquitous motif in Angkor's monuments, depicted in a bewildering range of forms and purposes. Here the Naga emerges from the mouth of the other prolific creature at Angkor, the Makara. Now the most interesting panel here is Varuna, the Hindu god of seas and ocean, seated on his mount, Hamsa or the swan. Varuna is the garden deity of the west direction. Hence, he is featured on the lintels and pediments facing the west. Because India remained a major maritime power till the 13th century, Varuna was revered by seafaring traders and appears in Southeast Asian sculptures and places and names very frequently. Now you can see the beautiful beautiful carvings on the door. This is the Apsara, which is carved in a panel. These are the Gandharvas. They are the semi-divine beings. They are shown flying, so they are shown in the air. These are the Yakshas, a pair of Yakshas guarding the temple. Bante Sai is one of the most visited sites in Angkor, which is designated as a World Heritage Site by UNESCO in 1992. Increasing tourism has put the temple at great risk of vandalism, and the visitors are not allowed entry to the innermost enclosure. The high demand for Angkor's antiquities in the international black market and amongst the art collectors is another looming threat. Even now, under constant supervision of Apsara authorities, Bantesai is relentlessly targeted by armed gangs. To prevent looting, original garden figures of Hanuman and Garuda were removed from the site and replaced by concrete replicas. Although the replicas were vandalized too, this shows the desperation of criminals and the uphill task faced by the authorities to protect the jewel of the Khmer art. Thank you so much. With this, I end my presentation.
Yeah, I'll just, yeah. So, a marketing professional turned into an art historian. You have really done a wonderful presentation on बांटे सराय टेम्पल. सर मेरी एक ख्वाहिश है मिश्रा सर कि आप हमारा टूर चालू कीजिए. ये सब इतनी इंटरेस्टिंग लेक्चर्स हैं एंड it's so there's so much of information that we are not aware of, you know, like, and it's very detailed information that you have given us. And she has I would like to say that she has shown how this temple architecture is very diverse in style, in design, in features. So now with this, I open the floor for questions. Anybody wants to ask questions can ask questions, and you're free to do so.
Hello. Hello.
Hello,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes.
Madam Anita, thank you so much for this beautiful presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for appreciating it. Thank you.
It is so detailed that we cannot say anything after this. So I just wanted to know that you told that the moat was there and it was for ritual purpose, water-based ritual purpose. Do you not think that this moat was also for security?
Ma'am, the moat is very shallow.
Oh.
Yes, so that is the reason why many scholars believe that it might not be there for the defense because it didn't serve purpose. You know, it is not deep enough.
Oh.
So it is believed that it might have been because most of the temples in Angkor, you see, they want to show that it
yes,
is
water body, huge water body is there. Yes.
Yes, the primordial cosmic waters is what they want to represent. Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
So that is the reason why the scholars have come down to a conclusion that had it been a very deep one, then you can understand that, you know, that's for the defense purpose. But since it's not, it could be possibly as a symbolic representation of the primordial waters.
Oh, I see. And this Sri, is it Sri Lakshmi? S-R-E-I Sri?
No, ma'am. No, it is not. You know, I find it very difficult to pronounce. It's Bant I-C. That's how they say it, you know. They say it in their own accent. I'm not able to do it. I'm trying my best of whatever I can.
Yes, that is okay. And actually, in some writing, I think that it was a female's temple. Was it true?
No, ma'am. What has happened because of the delicateness of the carving?
Yes, delicateness
and
of
smaller
the
size. So
yes,
people
and small
have said
size.
that is a citadel of ladies.
Beautiful photographs.
Yeah, very beautiful.
Photographs.
I'm tempted to visit Cambodia.
Yes, of course.
Ma'am, the photographs are not mine. It is from one person. I'm very honestly, I forgot to give him credit, but yes, I would like to give him credit. His name I'm not able to recollect so soon, but it's not mine.
Achha.
They're beautiful photographs, and then definitely
these photographs are very nice, and you have explained also nicely.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Anyone else? I just, out of curiosity, this temple is a mystery of science and architecture. So there is astronomical settings over there. So do you want to say something about it? And over the period of time with encounter like India and Gupta, it underwent change. So do you want to comment on that?
Ma'am, it seems the temple was built in stages and new additions were there. were done with the successive kings adding on more and more things to that particular temple. Now, any Hindu temple, maybe it's in India or anywhere else, when they decide on the place of building a temple, there's a lot of astronomy and astrology that is involved, and a lot of mathematical calculation that goes into making of the temple. So definitely, this temple must have also gone through the same procedure.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. Anyone else? Okay. So we can end this particular session. Thanks a lot, Miss Anita, and really it was a wonderful session. We all enjoyed it.
Mr. Fawn, Mr. Fawn.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Professor, and thank you to Inimed speaker, Madam Anita. Yeah, you wonderful presentation. May I ask you one question?
Yes, sir.
Yes, and about your presentation, your data, you went to my country by themselves, or you choose from the secondary data? Because I saw and I looked your presentation as Madam Karabi mentioned, you are the best, wonderful presentation, and you well organized the presentation from Pontisrai Temple. As my hostess list, I can say, even I Cambodian people, but most of the part Pontisrai Temple I know before. But right now, after your presentation, I know more about Pontisrai Temple. Thank you so much. And the second point, I'm proud of you because from Cambodian people, for long years ago, our religion from the Indian religion, Muslims, yes. And I'm proud of Indian people because as my religion from Hindu long years ago, and also as you mentioned in the presentation, mostly our culture from India. Yes. Thank you so much, Professor. Yes. So my question, back of my question, from your presentation about your data collection, you went to my country by yourself, or you collect from the secondary data from anywhere?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your appreciation. I had visited your country with my teacher, that is Udayan Indurkar. Maybe you might know him because he used to come there very frequently. Indurkar.
What is this name?
Udayan Indurkar.
Nukan.
Indurkar.
Okay. And I know.
So that was a study tour, and we studied those temples along with him over there.
Oh, okay, yes, I see. Good, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, madam, I have another question to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Was just a simple question. Was Boruna ever shown in Indian sculpture?
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't get your question.
You have shown that the image of Borun. Image of Borun. Yes. So, do you have any idea whether this Boruna sculpture was ever shown in any Indian sculpture, Indian temple?
It is there in every temple.
Oh, I see. That was I wondering. I have never seen. So that's why maybe I could not recognize. That is the fact.
Yes, ma'am. That's
I
what
couldn't recognize.
Yes,
Yes.
please, Madam.
Thank you, madam.
Please, Madam Karami, visit in my country. Actually, most on the take over the show about Ramachana's story from India. Yes.
You are trying to tell me that most of the temples talk about stories?
Yeah, talk about story. For one example,
For Mahabharata and
Ramachana.
Ramayana.
Yes,
Mahabharata
yes,
and Ramayana.
Ramachana's story. Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Because temples were the place to dispense the knowledge on religion. So this panels, narrative panels were there in all the temples. So through that, you come to know about the stories.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, Madam Anita. Yes.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Luisa, for chair the session, and Mr. Fon from Cambodia, co-chair the session, and a nice presentation of Madam Anita Korde in this Cambodian temple. Thank you, all of you. Now, time of next session. Thank you, Madam.
Sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Bye.
Welcome.
So now time of next session, our chairperson, Professor Dr. S.S. Kateva sir, Professor of Botany, M.L. Sukhadia University, Udaipur, Rajasthan, co-chairperson, Professor Bhaskar Punjani, Professor of Botany, Talod, Sabarkantha, Gujarat, and eminent speaker, Dr. Sunil Dubey, ecologist, wildlife biologist, member IUCN Commission, Udaipur, Rajasthan, India. Welcome, sir. Welcome, all of you. And
Okay.
Dr. Kateva, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr.
Yes, yes.
Sunil Dubey.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon to all the participants. Today, in this session, we have a very good speaker, Dr. Sunil Dubey. Dr. Dubey has done his MSc in Environmental Science and PhD on Conservation Biology from Sukhadia University, Udaipur. He is the member and life member of several organizations like IUCN and Indian Science Congress Association. And he is also a resource person in the Department of Science and Technology, Government of Rajasthan. He has teaching and research experience of more than 10 years. He has attended several conferences and workshops and seminars and delivered many lectures in these events. There are about 21 research publications to his credit. Though Dr. Dubey is working in diverse fields of ecology, his main field of specialization is biological invasion, that is, documentation, management, and prevention of invasive species. Currently, Dr. Dubey is associated with Institute for Ecology and Livelihood as its joint managing trustee. I know Dr. Dubey. He is a very good speaker. He is a very good naturalist and very good ecologist. Now I request Dr. Dubey to please start his lecture.
सुनील जी, यहाँ से हम शेयर करें कि आप कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, मैं कर लूंगा सर. Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible to all?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir, and I am very much privileged and fortunate to pay my regards to my reverend teacher, Professor S.S. Kateva, sir, from whom I have studied under his guidance. I have done my graduation, master's, and PhD in the same university, in the same college, in the same department. When he was serving there, I was the student. Currently, I am sitting in a grapevine yard field in a village Sangali in Maharashtra, because I'm visiting Maharashtra this time. So fortunately, I got the internet connection here. Very good. So I am delivering my lecture right from Grapevine Field from Maharashtra. May I start screen share, sir?
Yes, sir, sure.
Thank you. Sir, is the screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So the first screen is the welcome screen. The history of wildlife in Mewar. This is the part in southern Rajasthan, districts of Udaipur, Chittorgarh, Bhilwara, Rajsamand. This zone is called Mewar. In this region, the early stages of life, they emerged in Precambrian era, and after that, till the recent history, what has been the course of wildlife, evolution of wildlife. So the title is History of Wildlife in Mewar, Southern Rajasthan, India, from early stages of life in Precambrian era to recent history. And I'm presenting this on behalf of, as a managing trustee of Institute for Ecology and Livelihood Action, along with my mentor and guide, Dr. Raza H. Tehsin, who has been former honorary wildlife warden of Udaipur, and he has been a major source of information to me in different works on the wildlife in Mewar region. I'll start with the explaining the orientation of the Aravalli Hills, who have served as a major geographical barrier for the distribution of wild species from west of Aravallis, from Sahara, Sindhian, Persian area, Arabian area, and another side from Southeast Asia and rest of the India to the eastern side. So Aravallis, who were named as a Druid line by Oscar George Druid in 1890, he actually studied and the orientation of these Aravallis, and presented his analysis that Aravalli ranges have served as a major geographical area for restricting the distribution of wildlife species from west to east and east to west of Aravallis. As you can see in the slide itself, in the left upper corner, that from the flora fauna, that is plants and animal, they used to come up to the Aravallis, up to its western limit, and then they were restricted in this Aravalli, west of Aravallis, and then another element, plants and animal, they used to migrate up to the eastern border of Aravallis. In fact, Aravallis, they act as a geographical barrier and ecotone for two big ecological regions, agroecological regions, that is Southwest Asian, or so you can say Perso-Arabian region, and on the other side, Indo-Malayan region. So Aravalli ranges, they act as a ecotone for two big ecological realms of the world. In the second slide, next slide, the same thing has been explained, that Perso-Indian and Indo-Malayan elements, these two elements, they have restricted on both sides of Aravallis, and that's how Aravallis have acted as a geographical barrier and a major influencing geographical reason, geographical cause to determine the distribution and extent of wildlife, or you can say plants and animal species, their geographical distribution in this region. And the first example of how Aravallis, they have acted as a geographical barrier and the distribution of life, distribution of different species. First case is stromatolites. That is, these are the sorry, these are actually the fossils which are dating back to Precambrian era when the life started originating. So at that time, this was the reason where these blue-green algae and the bacteria, they emerged in the ocean when there was no life, and it was the beginning of development of life in the aquatic medium in water on the earth. And these blue-green algae, along with the bacteria preying upon them, they bound together while performing their life activity, depending on each other for food and nutrients. The sediments coming from the rivers that was going to get down in the ocean, the sediment deposited in the marine basin, shallow marine basin, and that's how these blue-green algae, along with their bacteria, they got embedded, they got buried into those sediments and got fossilized. And later on, when these rocks they emerged in on the surface areas of Aravalli Hill ranges, these were identified and named as stromatolites. I don't think there is any other substantial evidence for the evolution of life in Mewad region than these stromatolites, which are occurring in two sites. One is at Jhamar Kotra site, Udaipur, and another is 80 kilometers far in Chittorgarh area, Bojunda. Now, these two sites have these stromatolites, and Bojunda site has also some part of Vindhya formation that is from central India, and all these both of these two sites have been also listed among the 34 geoheritage national geological monument sites of the country, and these were discovered in 1970 and were listed among national geological monument in 1976 by INTEC. So there are 34 geoheritage, or you can say national geological monument sites in India. 10 are from Rajasthan, and there are only two stromatolites which are listed among the 34 geoheritage monument sites in India. Which was caught by Dr. Raza H. Tehseen in the in the subterranean water channels, that is underground water flowing around 60 feet deep, uh, ancient mining caves in Udaipur area in 1987, while he was doing some professional survey work for a mining company. And he somehow he managed to go down in the that abandoned mine, and there he found a subterranean water channel flowing, and then he put a cage and then caught a live fish, which was later identified as snow trout, which has its origin in the Himalayan region from where the river Saraswati originates. So this is first live biological evidence which suggests that although Saraswati had its tributaries along with Indus and Ghaggar Loni Basin in western Rajasthan, but still it has some sort of connection, still underground connection, then there would be surface connection would be also existing there around 10,000 to 8,000 years before present, when any tributary that was connected to Saraswati was flowing through South Rajasthan, and still the subterranean water channel is existing there. So this is second case of evolution of life in Mewad region. Then coming, these are some of the evidences. The discovery of snow trout in Mewad region was released in the research papers and media. So these are media clips, and references of research papers are given in the bibliography in the last slide. The third case is of the evidences of evolution of life and the existence of wildlife in Mewad region is Ahar civilization. which dates back to Copper Age to Iron Age. And there are different sites distributed in southern Rajasthan, Gilon, Chittorgarh, and Udaipur, and many other places. The Ahad civilization, which is situated along the river Ahad in Udaipur city, has its museum, and where the excavated material is placed for display. This civilization date back to 2000 BC, that is more than 4,000 years back. And first excavation started in 1950, and then it was comprehensively excavated in 1961 to 62, where the terracotta toys, horns, and antlers, they were found in the excavated material. These were placed for display and carbon dating. And from that carbon dating, you can see in the slide that upper the location of Ahad civilization in India, and this lower photograph showing the Ahad, area of Ahad civilization in the Udaipur city along the river Ahad. Although this area has been cut down to make a shortcut road for two colonies, that was very unfortunate. But this area, this is Ahad civilization, where still the excavation is yet to be done in a larger part. But whatever has been excavated has been put on display in the museum. And these are some of those artifacts which were found in the excavation: the bangles made of shell, bone points, beads made of terracotta and shell, and these terracotta figurine were found in this Ahad civilization. From studying these evidences and other historical evidences and referring to the literature, available literature, it was inferred that uh, this Ahad civilization was very well planned. When how it was established, how the civilization flourished in this region, because it was established, flourished in a valley region which was protected from intruders and attackers from all mountains circulating it from all sides. And all these mountains were densely forested with grasslands, ravine forests, and marshy habitat. Along with the historical literature and the evidences of artifacts of terracotta and other animal evidences excavated from Ahad civilization, it has been inferred that this area was inhabited by elephants, rhinoceros, Indian wolf, black buck, boar, gaur or bison, you can say, barasinga, that is swamp deer, mongoose, parakeet, wild fowls, and bony fishes, and domestic cattle, goat, sheep, dogs, and poultry as well. You would uh, be surprised to know that how the presence of these wild animals also indicate that how kind of forest would be existing there, or from the current forest type and the geographical scenario, how this wildlife would have flourished in this region. Vice versa, we can make inferences, make conclusion from both of these facts. So Barasinga is an indicator of swampy condition and grasslands, while Gaur or Bisan, there are indicators of bamboo-dominated dry deciduous forest. And on the other side, wild fowls, you say, grey jungle fowl, red jungle fowl, which are still found in this region, their distribution coincides with the distribution of swamp deer, Barasinga. So we have still sambar deer in this region, and we have bamboo-dominated dry deciduous forest, swampy condition remaining at very few places, and still grassland. We have plenty of grasslands. Most of them are short and medium size grassland, not savanna type tall grasslands, but grasslands are there plenty in Mewar region. So from all these evidences, we understand that the wildlife that was existing in this region around 4,000, more than 4,000 years back. Another case of the faunal record is the recent history. So we started from the Precambrian era to Saraswati era to Ahad civilization, and then we come to the recent history around 500, 600 years back in Mewar region. Prior to independence, the Mewar region was ruled by the rulers of Mewar. Earlier, the rulers they were situated in Chittorgarh, and then they transferred to Udaipur, the city established by Maharana Uday Singh. And after that, their king in the Mewar dynasty, the king, they asked their courtiers to write the history of Mewar region, and that's how the history of Mewar region was written. uh, Shyamal Das Ojha first he wrote Udaipur Veer Vinod in 1886, and then the same history was rewritten with some modification and some amendments by Gauri Shankar Hirachand Ojha in 1928, titled Udaipur Rajya Ka Itihas. And later on, this history was history of wildlife. It was written by some references were given by Burke in 1928 in the Indian Field Shikar book, and then another record of wildlife was given in 1956 by Dhaibai Tulsinath Singh Tawar, the courtier who was helping the Maharanas of Mewar, who served 3 generations of Maharanas of Mewar in their hunting expeditions. From all these records, from Veer Vinod, Udaipur Rajya Ka Itihas, then Indian Field Shikar book, and Shikari or Shikar, all these literature, we infer that Mewar region has been rich with wildlife, all kinds of wildlife, starting from lion to tiger to cheetah to wild dogs to leopard to caracal, elephants, rhinoceros, swamp deers, sambar deer, spotted deer. Plenty of wildlife was there. Different kinds of antelopes, blackbuck, chinkara were plenty in this region. Four-horn antelope, flying squirrel, wild dogs were existing in this region, which are given mentioned in the history. And in the Veer Vinod, it has been mentioned that the Jaisaman forest area, which is adjoining Lake Jaisaman, which is second largest artificial lake in India after Hirakund Dam, the sanctuary currently designated as a sanctuary and demarcated by the boundary, but earlier it was a larger forest which was used to call Jaisaman, forest of Jaisaman. It was a choicest hunting ground for the rulers of Mewar. Why it was the choicest hunting ground? Because the geographical formations of the Aravalis and the hills and hillocks and narrow valleys are still existing there, and there were plenty of places for wildlife to hide, to breed safely, and do their hunting. Lots of tigers, leopards, and other big cats, along with lots of deers and antelopes existing there. And that's how Jaisaman was the choicest hunting ground, where rulers of Maharanas of Mewar, they used to run their hunting expedition during winter months in particularly, right from, say, October, November to February. And there are number of shooting boxes which are called odhis are still existing. Their remains are existing in the forests of Jaisaman and the nearby hill areas, which are evidence of the existence of wildlife and the area used as a hunting ground by the Maharanas of Mewar. So the animals which were referred in the Veer Vinod and Udaipur Rajya Ka Itihas, they include tiger, lion, cheetah, leopard, wild wolf, wild dog, caracal, hyena, jackal. Some of them like lion, cheetah, wolf, wild dog, and caracal has disappeared locally, while leopard now is the major species, apex species in Mewar region. Then among the herbivores which were mentioned existing earlier in this region include bear, sambar, four-horn antelope. Apart from except bear, samar, four-horn antelope, blackbuck, chinkara, cheetal, wild bull, blue bull, Hanuman langur, they are still existing in Mewar region. Elephant has disappeared completely, or you can say got extinct completely from Rajasthan. Among the birds which have been mentioned in these historical literature. They include mention of vultures, eagle, kites, shikra, crow, Alexandrian parakeet, other parakeets, pigeon, jungle fowl, cuckoo, partridge, quail, green pigeon, egret, saras crane, left-wing, swan, ducks, waterfowl, cormorants, etc. And surprisingly, aquatic animals were also mentioned in the literature that includes crocodile, otters, frogs, turtles, crabs, water snake, giant devilfish, and other varieties of fishes. The historical description, other historical description given in the book, Indian Field Shikar book written by Burke, and Shikari or Shikar by Dhaibai Tulsinath Singh Tawar. In fact, Dhaibai Tulsinath Singh Tawar, he has served 3 generations of Maharanas of Mewar: Maharana Fateh Singh, Maharana Bhagwat Singh, and Maharana Bhopal Singh. So he has had a wide experience of knowledge regarding distribution of wildlife in Mewar region, along with their behavior, because they used to monitor the behavior before their hunting expeditions. And from there, his record, it is known that there existed tiger, means which is apart from lion, tiger, leopard, bear, wolf, wild dog, wild boar, sambar deer, spotted deer, blue bull, black buck, porcupine, hare, chinkara, four-horn antelope, flying squirrel, crocodile, otter, mahashir fish, saval fish, rohu fish, lanchi fish, gooch fish, and surprisingly, he has also mentioned existence of dolphin in Chambal in Chittorgarh region. In the historical text, the existence of dolphin has been mentioned in Chambal. So these are the evidences which of wildlife which are mentioned by their name in the literature, ancient literature of Mewar, including migratory birds. Udaipur, the lake city, is still, it hosts thousands and lakhs of migratory birds every year, and its water bodies is spread all around the district. But the migratory birds were also under monitoring at that time as well. That includes mention of ducks, bar-headed geese, bustard, demoiselle crane, etc. So all these evidences right from stromatolites, the early stages of life in Precambrian era, to existence of Saraswati, which is still there with live biological evidence of a snow trout, and then Ahad civilization, existence of wildlife, and then literature of Mewar kingdom. These are some of the photographs which have been published in the book written by Dhaibai Tulsinath Singh Tawar. Photographs of the Maharanas, Maharana Bhopal Singh, Maharana Bhagwat Singh, and Dhaibai Tulsinath Singh Tawar himself have been published in his book Shikari or Shikar. The District Gazetteer of Udaipur of 1979 also has description of floral and faunal diversity of Udaipur, including wildlife sanctuary Jaisaman. Dr. Raza H. Tehseen, who has published a number of research papers, particularly in 86, 87, has given historical records of occurrence of large brown flying squirrel, mouse deer, wild dog, and wolf in Mewar region. And he has published, also released his findings in local media as well, along with publication of research papers, research communication to various research journals. But his focus was, Dr. Raza Tehseen focused on making general people aware of the wildlife and their existence in Mewar region, their conservation issues, along with their historical knowledge. So these are some of the references given that supports whatever has been mentioned in different slides, the publication. With that, I conclude my talk. I again summarize that I have explained right? Evolution of life in Mewar, existence of life in Mewar, right from Precambrian era. Then existence of Saraswati, its live biological evidence, snow trout in subterranean water channels, the Ahad civilization that date back to more than 4,000 years back, and the Mewar dynasty that dates back to, say, 400, 500, 200 years back up to pre-British India time. So with that, I end my slide sharing. Thank you very much for listening. Over to Kativa sir. Thank you very much. Any question?
Thank you.
Any queries?
Thank you, Sunil. And the talk is open for the question answer session. Any question from the delegates?
Yes, sir. See, I am a retired professor, Satyanarayana, from wildlife biology, AVC College, Tamil Nadu. Really excellent presentation from the Rajasthan. Actually, you have mentioned the way that grey jungle fowl and red jungle fowl exist in that Mewar region. Is there any reports of they will crossbreed? The red jungle fowl breeds with the grey jungle fowl. Is there any records or reports with your knowledge?
Sir, there are research going on and have been recently done in the university, Mohanlal Sokhadiya University Zoology Department by our many super juniors. I've also done my PhD from the same university. But because I am very well acquainted with the forest of Mewar region for, say, more than 25 years, and as per my knowledge, sir, grey jungle fowl, and there are very rare chances of breeding among grey jungle fowl and red esper fowl, because both are having different kinds of behavior. You know, grey jungle fowls are very shy, and they used to keep hiding among the bushes. Even they cannot be caught and kept in captivity. They will kill themselves, do the suicide. Even they were it's not in the record, but I know they were brought by government officials to keep in the zoo, but they killed themselves by jumping and striking to the cage. And on the other side, red jungle fowl, they are acquiring the habit kind of that domestic poultry. So they roam around the villages also, human habitations also, is while the grey jungle fowl don't do that. Still, they don't have that in their habit. They're still shy and very much scared of every disturbances. And based on that, there are very rare chances, although it's a very good question that gives a hint to the researcher that they can orient their research to this direction. Till date, I can say there has been no reports of inbreeding of these two species, sir, in this region.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes. Anyone more?
सुनील साहब, वहाँ टाइगर की क्या पोजीशन है?
सर, राजस्थान में गुजरात से टाइगर और लॉयन मूव करते थे माउंट आबू, सरू सीसा मगरा, जैसलमेर, रामर कोटरा, सीता माता, चित्तौड़गढ़ सेंचुरी से लेके मध्य प्रदेश कूनो तक जाते थे. And they used to migrate, means go and back, right? But with the destruction of the wildlife corridor, their migrating routes, now the tiger, they cannot move from Gujarat to, although they are not existing, there are no reports, only lions are remaining there. But from Rajasthan even, their tiger is confined to Sariska, Alwar region, Savai Madhopur region. And now the tigers are being introduced in some other parts of Rajasthan, like in Kota Mukundra area. And also planning to bringing them to Udaipur also. Even cheetahs, there after Madhya Pradesh, another plan another site in Udaipur has also been in Rajasthan. Bhaisrodgarh has been recommended for introduction of cheetah. But the tiger is confined to tiger reserves. Even among these tiger reserves, the wildlife corridors have been destroyed almost completely. And there are lots of wildlife conflicts, human wildlife conflicts with tiger and leopard, particularly in eastern Rajasthan, northeastern Rajasthan, and southern Rajasthan. Surprisingly, in western of Aravalli, western Rajasthan and Pali region, you would say the Rebaris, who are the pastoral communities, they are excellently coexisting with the leopard. While in southern Rajasthan, the tribals, SC/ST tribals, traditional forest dwellers, they are now not having, now the current generation is not having tendency to coexist with the wild fauna. And likewise, apart from tiger, the leopard is also in danger because of increasing human wildlife conflict in South Rajasthan, Mewar region in particular.
Sir, one more thing. Excuse
Yes,
me.
Yes, sir.
This is with regard to your the peacock feathers. See, trained feathers. You know that the peacock sheds every year annually the feathers, trained feathers. Now, actually, what is the system there with regard to peacock feather trade? Whether the Rajasthan state, the forest department allows the traders to do their business selling the peacock feather, or you have some license. This is very, very critical because we are still, we do not have the law. That's what I want to know. With the difference. In Tamil Nadu, I heard that the forest departments have a license. They issue license, but there is a law. I searched in the Wildlife Act. There is no such issue of the license. But what is your opinion with regard to that? What is your Rajasthan?
No, there is no licensing, no licensing of collection and trade of peacock feathers, tail feathers. Although means local people, they used to collect peacock feathers in plenty, and there is open sale in the market by local people. There is no check, no control by the forest department, either means respecting their local rights so they can collect and earn some livelihood. But on the other hand, killing of peacock with seed poisoning is very much in prevalence in this region, in all over the Rajasthan, and hunting is also in plenty. So I would say, because I'm a wildlife conservationist, I'm also in committees of forest departments for more than 20 years, but I'm saying the implementation of the Wildlife Act and the control of human wildlife conflict and all these things is still in initial stage, not very effective.
Yeah, very good. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Sir.
Okay. Yes, Bhaskar Punjani sir.
Punjani
sir.
Namaskar. Namaskar, sir.
नमस्ते
Punjani.
My audio is also working.
कटेवा साहब से परिचय तो होगा ना?
कटेवा साहब तो मेरे
हाँ
गुरु
परिचित
है.
है.
He is my guru. When I was doing the PhD on ethnobotany, then I visited Katewa sir's department. So I should not forget, and it is very nice to meet Dr. Katewa sir and Dr. Sunil Dubey sir. He has really presented very nice, informative talk.
Yes.
And
Yes.
so far as the being botanist, and I also work in the Aravalli. So I like this presentation, History of Wildlife in Mewar. So really very nice, sir, Dubey sir. Thank you. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And Misra sir,
Sunil,
Misra sir,
I have
sir.
yes.
Thank you very much for
yes.
inviting me, giving this opportunity.
Good.
Katewa sir, kaise hai?
Sir, please conclude.
Yes. Sunil, I have some question for you. Basic questions. What is the difference between Aravallis and Vindhya Hills morphologically? Basic question to tell the students about morphological
geology well, I'm not very well acquainted with the geology, but I would say Vindhyan ranges are made up of basalt, that is lava formations in particularly, while the Aravallis they are made
not
up
about the origin, just to morphology. जैसे हम स्टूडेंट्स को लेके जाते हैं फील्ड में, उनको बताते हैं ये अरावली हिल्स है, ये विंध्यान हिल्स है, इन दोनों में क्या बेसिक डिफरेंस है देखने में, मॉर्फोलॉजी में, स्ट्रक्चर में.
अरावली हिल्स का जो ओरिएंटेशन है वो अगर ये देखेंगे तो वो नॉर्थ वेस्ट से साउथ ईस्ट की तरफ में ओरिएंटेड है ऑल ओवर द राजस्थान, और वो रेंज के रूप में है, वाइल विंध्यास जो है उनका जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है वो अरावलीज की तरह कंटिन्यूअस नहीं है। दूसरी चीज उसके साथ में उनका जो फ्लोरा का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है, अरावलीज आर प्रीडोमिनेटेड विद द एनोगेस पेंडोला, जानते हैं काला धौंक जो है, और उसके साथ में सफेद धौंक। लेकिन विंध्यान फॉर्मेशन के अंदर जो है वो साल का जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है वो स्टार्ट हो जाता है, सागवान एंड साल का पर्टिकुलरली। दूसरा जो रॉक फॉर्मेशन है उसका, तीसरा जो है वो गॉर्जेस एंड रिवर बेसिन्स का। अरावलीज के अंदर इस तरह के गॉर्जेस का फॉर्मेशन नहीं है, लेकिन हाँ विंध्यास के अंदर गॉर्जेस का फॉर्मेशन है। ये जो बेसिक मेरी जानकारी में है ज्योग्राफी का, मॉर्फोलॉजी का, ये चीज है सर।
ओके, एक और इम्पोर्टेंट चीज आपके इसमें टॉक में जो मिस कर रही है वो क्लाइमेट चेंज है ना, मेवाड़ का पुराना क्लाइमेट।
सर ये आधा घंटा और दे देते ना इस्कन मिश्रा सर, आधा घंटा और दे देते तो है ना, मैं वो सब भर देता सर, मैं पूरे राजस्थान का भर देता
सर।
लेकिन
उदयपुर, हाँ सर, उदयपुर से 5 गुना टाइम है। उदयपुर से 5 गुना टाइम है।
the vegetation part is totally missing है ना in your talk, so आपको हिस्ट्री है।
अगली बार लेंगे सर। हाँ, ये
महाराणा
मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी था सर जी।
महाराणा प्रताप ने
फ्लोरल हिस्ट्री भी है, फ्लोरल हिस्ट्री भी है सर। मींस जो वाइल्ड लाइफ का अर्ली मींस लाइफ के ओरिजिन की स्टेजेस का, अगर ब्लू ग्रीन एल्गी को देखें तो उसमें बॉटनी तो है ही है, लेकिन हाँ फ्लोरा के इवोल्यूशन का भी अगर देखें तो मेवाड़ रीजन के अंदर एक कंसिस्टेंट उसका इवोल्यूशन और जो फ्लोरा का स्टिल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है अरावलीज में डिफरेंट लोकेशंस में।
हाँ दैट्स राइट। मैं तो ये कह रहा हूँ जैसे महाराणा प्रताप ने जंगलों में रहते हुए कभी घास की रोटियां खाई थी, तो
जी सर,
वो घास कौन सा था, कौन से मिलेट था, व्हाट वाज दैट मिलेट, उसके ग्रेन्स जो है उन्होंने।
वो अभी हिस्ट्री की कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई थी ना, हिस्ट्री की कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई थी, उसके अंदर महाराणा प्रताप पे इतनी बात कर दी लोगों ने तो मैं घबरा गया, इसलिए मैंने कहा हिस्टोरिकल जो इस तरह की चीजें हैं यूजेज की उसको मैं स्किप करूं। और अभी मिश्रा सर ने कहा कि तुम लाइफ के इवोल्यूशन का जो है ये तुम्हारा अच्छा लगा, तो मैंने इवोल्यूशन का जो है वो मेंशन कर दिया।
एक्चुअली सर कटेवा साहब उदयपुर में हुआ था, थोड़ा टाइम कम मिला, लेकिन मैं सुनना चाहता था तो मैंने चर्चा कर ली थी सुनील जी से, और बहुत अच्छा हुआ कि उन्होंने अपने व्यस्त समय से समय निकाल करके हमको दिया, और बहुत अच्छा हुआ उदयपुर जाने से आपके दर्शन भी हो गए, क्योंकि 2-3 बार मैं कोशिश किया, जा नहीं पाया था, तो इस बार आपके भी समय ऐसा लगा कि जिस दिन मैं गया तो आप भी विश्वविद्यालय में मिल गए जी।
हाँ वो तो
अगली बार इसकन मिश्रा सर अगली बार 1 घंटा देंगे तो निश्चित रूप से मैं फ्लोरा फौना और
वाइल्ड लाइफ पर स्पेशल जब करूंगा तो मैं जरूर
ना सिर्फ मेवाड़ बल्कि मैं पूरे राजस्थान का कवर कर दूंगा सर। डन।
ठीक है, ओके थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर योर नाइस टॉक।
वहाँ के वाइल्ड लाइफ में वो लाइन नहीं मिला, लाइन
सिंह मैडम अभी कन्फाइंड है केवल गुजरात गिर के जंगल में। पहले वहीं से गुजरात से द लायन यूज्ड टू माइग्रेट थ्रू साउथ राजस्थान अप टू मध्य प्रदेश। इट वाज इट्स माइग्रेटरी कॉरिडोर, राइट, कॉरिडोर. Along with that, lion also existed in Mewad region itself. Also existed. Lion was existing, but it used to migrate up to the Madhya Pradesh, and with the destruction of all those wildlife corridors in particular, you say the distribution of lion as well as cheetah, as well as wild dogs, as well as wolf got completely destroyed. All these species, they used to migrate either single or in their groups like wild dogs and wolves, but they are now not existing in southern Rajasthan. Wolf are confined to Pali Marwar region in some part and Kota Bondi Hadoti region in few parts only, but not in southern Rajasthan. Lion completely disappeared, elephant disappeared, rhinoceros disappeared, many species. Now leopard is the apex species in most of the Rajasthan, and डियर्स एंड एंटीलोप फॉर चीतल, सांभर, ब्लैकबक, चिकारा, ये ज्यादा बचे हैं। 4 हॉर्न एंटीलोप जिसको चौसिंगा कहते हैं वो कुछ जगह बचा है, बाकी जगह खत्म हो गया है। और उसके बाद माउस डियर तो अभी देखना किवदंती होगा, बस मिल गया पहले, कभी अभी देखना तो मुश्किल है माउस डियर का। कैरेकल जो बिग लेसर कैट्स में है, वो कैरेकल भी अब कन्फाइंड हो गया कुछ कुछ पार्ट में। सो हुआ ये कि प्रीडेटर का जो नुकसान हुआ उससे प्रे बेस का हुआ, और प्रे बेस की जो हंटिंग हुई अनरेगुलेटेड, उसके कारण प्रीडेटर्स का जो हैबिटाट और उनका जो टोटल लाइफ साइकिल थी वो पूरी डिस्टर्ब हो गई, और वो अभी भी जारी है। अनफॉर्चुनेटली मैं स्पष्ट रूप से बोलता हूं कि सदर्न राजस्थान के अंदर पर्टिकुलरली विच इज ट्राइबल डोमिनेटेड एरिया, लेकिन आज की जनरेशन 40-50 साल की ना तो ट्राइबल की ना अर्बन की, ये कोई भी वाइल्ड लाइफ के साथ को एग्जिस्टेंस को नहीं मानती है। अब इस चीज को किसी को बुरा लगे तो लगे, लेकिन आज के जो 40-50 साल तक की जनरेशन है उसको वाइल्ड लाइफ के साथ को एग्जिस्टेंस का कोई शौक नहीं है। और उसके पीछे थोड़ा सा कारण मैं गवर्नेंस का भी मानता हूं, क्योंकि फॉरेस्ट में विलेज फॉरेस्ट प्रोटेक्शन मैनेजमेंट कमिटीज बनाते हैं, इको डेवलपमेंट कमेटी बनाते हैं, लेकिन फॉरेस्ट और वाइल्ड लाइफ के कंजर्वेशन में उनका कोई पूछ नहीं होता है लोकल कम्युनिटीज का। प्रोफेसर एस कटेवा सर मेवाड़ रीजन में फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट, गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट के लिए बहुत बहुत बड़े रिसोर्स पर्सन रहे हैं। हम तो इनके बच्चे, इनसे पढ़े हैं, और मैं जो कह रहा हूँ वो सर समझ रहे हैं, सुन रहे हैं और डिसएग्री नहीं होंगे, क्योंकि यहाँ के सेंचुरीज के अंदर सर ने फ्लोरा की स्टडी करी है, लेकिन फौना का जो नुकसान हुआ है बिकॉज ऑफ डिस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ फ्लोरा, सर उसके गवाह हैं, उसके भी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन हम उसके गवाह हैं।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
So any other question? So I think we must conclude this session, and I thank you very much to Professor Skand Mishra for giving me the opportunity and to meet Dr. Bhaskar Punjani after a long time. Punjani ji. And thank you very much, Sunil,
Thank you very much, sir, for giving opportunity.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद,
next time.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर कटेवा साहब। बहुत अच्छा समय मिला आपके साथ और डिस्कशन हुआ विषय पर। भास्कर पुंजानी जी को चेयर द सेशन, थैंक यू सर। एंड सुनील दुबे साहब काफी व्यस्त समय से वो हालांकि महाराष्ट्र के टूर में थे और वहां से उन्हें प्रेजेंट किया इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर, मेवाड़ पर। मैं जस्ट वहां से घूम के आया था, तो मेरी और ज्यादा उत्सुकता थी कि सुनील जी को सुनूं। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। आगे हम निश्चित रूप से उनको मेवाड़ पर चर्चा के लिए जब भी समय मिलेगा हमारे नेक्स्ट सीरीज में, जब वाइल्ड लाइफ की सीरीज होगी, एक्चुअली
ये हमारे किसान लोग बैठे हुए हैं जिनके खेत से मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, ये किसान बैठे हुए हैं, इन्हीं के खेत में बैठ करके मैं मेरी टॉक दे रहा हूँ। हाँ,
हमारी ओर से उनको धन्यवाद कहिएगा। जी, so thank you sir, all of you. Now next session,
thank you,
a very important session. Our chairperson Madam Sayyed Gul, Field Officer Archaeology and Museum Department, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan, and eminent speaker Nurul Huda, PhD scholar, Creative Art and Communication, Rewa International University, Islamabad, Pakistan, and co-chair Mr. Sevali Mantunga, Senior Lecturer, Department of History and Archaeology, University of Ruhana, Matara, Sri Lanka. Yes, I am requesting to Madam Sayyed Gul, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Madam Noor.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Raji. Thank you. I'm audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Sir. Now I'm going to, before further delay, I'm going to introduce the incredible Nurul Huda, who is working really in the unique way. So Nurul Huda is a PhD candidate in creative arts and communication at Rewa International University in Pakistan. Her study focuses on the application of artificial intelligence and advanced technologies such as virtual reality and augmented reality in cultural and heritage studies. She also teaches in the Arts and Architecture Department at International Islamic University, Islamabad. She is well known visual artist who has worked on various independent arts and designs projects. She was also a member of the research project for the Karachi Biennale in October 2022. She has previously worked on the developing anti-terrorism architecture strategies for public space, such as temples that are frequently targeted by terrorists. Our current discussion is about unidentified rural communities in Kashmir's Jhelum Valley, where there have been tales of the significant archaeological discoveries. Anu, the stage is yours, and I'm not going to take more time. So please, best of luck for an incredible talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Can you? Okay. Thank you so much, Miss. Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Gul, for your kind words. And before starting my talk, I would like to appreciate the efforts of Government MSG College Rewa and Department of Botany and IQAC, because bringing together experts from diverse background and collaborative discussion between practitioners and researchers was a huge milestone that was achieved in this webinar. So I would like to appreciate the efforts of organizers and the college and everyone who was a part of this talk, and organizers need to be acknowledged for this achievement. Then I will move on to my topic. Since the theme was identification of socio-cultural heritage sites, so the site I would like to be talk about is the remote village of Bhanna. It is in Kashmir. And why did I select this site? Because archaeologists have made numerous efforts in field surveys along Neelam Valley. Uh, Neelam Valley is along the Ganga River, but no effort was made in documenting indigenous Kashmiri communities like Bakarwal community and Pahari community. So this village is one of the Pahari communities, and it has no access, like no road or something like that. So their culture was preserved in their original form. So I would like to move on to the location of this village. The picture in this slide is actually a ruin of a house in that particular village. And how can we access this village? You have to enter from Muzaffarabad, and from Muzaffarabad Chakoti Road near Sara, there is a road that is moving upwards. And from there you have to reach the shrine of Pajja Sharif. And from there it is on northeast side of Muzaffarabad. This you can see from the map that from there is a small green colored with blue arrow that marks the Chakoti. From here you have to take a road upwards from Sara, and Sara leads to Chakar. Chakar is very famous because its old name was Nagni, and it is said that it was a site of Nag tribe around 2000 BC. So it is very important archaeological site as well, but there are no written records of this site as well. People are touring the sites as a part of tourism sector, but no one knows about the archaeological significance. Now the name Bhanna, why do we call it Bhanna? There is a structure like this. This is a long wall made of uncoated stone. There is no binding material in this, and it is known as Lambi Patti. Lambi Patti in English means long belt because it is 100 feet long, and no one knows when this wall was constructed. An elder, during the interview, an elder of the Bhanna, she told us that and the wall was here in 17th century. That means it is very, very old wall, and all earthquakes and weather conditions, the wall did not fall. Even not a single stone fell out from here. This wall is known as also Banna. That's why the village is also known as Bhanna. While we were conducting interviews, we found this Sharda seal from a villager, and the script was identified as Sharda, and it was deciphered by Dr. Moizuddin Hikal of Kazakh University. He is assistant professor, And this, if we date the village from this seal, then it should be like around, the village was here around in 8th or 7th century. This is a road and track map of Bhana, like how you can access the village. But it should be kept in mind that there are no roads within the village. You have to hike around everywhere. While we were conducting the research on this site, we took the approach of phenomenological studies and participant observation. We hiked everywhere on foot and for hours. So total population of Bhanna is around 2,225 people. The village is not that large and people are very restricted. Okay, the village was, why did we conducted research on this village? Because with the modern intervention and roads are being constructed, so this particular tradition of wooden house is disappearing. People are no longer raising rice fields. There are no water mills, and everything from the cultural heritage is being destroyed. And in the few years, this village will be gone from the, like, I should say, from the map of Muzaffarabad. And also, when the village was inhabited, there were no wild animals. Like, wild animals were restricted to the forest area. But now wild animals have returned, like the other scholar, that researcher that just mentioned, that Singha. Singha is back in the village and it is destroying the houses, and like it is killing the people, and it is killing the cattle of the village. So people are migrating towards urban centers. This picture of the village was taken in 2016, and this picture was taken during the research in 2021. You can see the clear difference between both pictures, that there are no rice fields, and both pictures are taken within the same month, like the month of June. So there are no rice fields and vegetation is gone, and the people who are living here, most of the people, they have just houses and they are living somewhere else. And now from here I will move on to the settlement pattern. In this particular settlement that is around stream, it is linear settlement, because the stream was the main major point of the settlement, and people constructed the mosque and the school and their fields, and there was also a water mill that was being operated on this stream. So this particular settlement was linear settlement, and it is still here, but the fields are not here. Water mill is gone. Also, yes, you can see this picture. The rice fields are gone and it is abandoned land just. This is the settlement, and this settlement is known as Pandwari. And the settlement that is right in front of this settlement is Khalsa. From these names, we can conclude that this was also a hub of Dogras and Hindus during pre-partition time. And the village was the center of Hindu and Sikh people that migrated to the other parts of the village, to other parts of the Kashmir after the partition. After linear settlement, we will move on to the isolated settlement. This is, you can see from the picture that there is only one house in this dense forest. This is the forest of Saka. Why people do not live here? Because the forest is full of jackals and lions, and it is very dangerous to live here. So this on one family has been living here since 2-3 centuries. Their generations are living here, and they have only one house that we will discuss further as part of architecture construction. This particular settlement in the village, it is known as Renaka, and it should be considered under dispersed settlement, because this settlement was, the houses were constructed according to the levels of the mountain and the territory of their fields. Wherever the level ends, the other level starts and they build the house on that level. So this gave rise to the dispersed settlement, and this was the major pattern of the village. Like most of the settlement was dispersed. There was only one linear settlement around the stream, and there was only one isolated settlement that was in the forest. Now we will move on to their daily practices, farming practices, how they are managing their food. This is a picture from, and the right picture is from the locality of Basira, and the left picture is from the locality of Saka, which is right in the middle of forest. So people are dependent on farming, cornfields, wheat fields, and honeybee farming and cattle raising. This picture was also taken in June, so you can see the plum trees and their plowing was going on right at the moment. Now we can differentiate, we can classify the buildings as public buildings, commercial buildings, residential buildings. In public buildings, we have mosque, we have public bath. Both of these structures are constructed after the earthquake of 2005. Before the earthquake of 2005, there was only one school that was considered as public building, and mosques were very limited and very far away, and there was no concept of bath. People were used to open air latrines. This is the first school of Bhanna, and it was also constructed during Dogra rule, pre-partition time. And during that time, Dogras were considered very educated people. So they constructed a school, and it was built during British Raj. So the school has particular, I'm talking about the left school. So the school has architecture of traditional British Bungalow. The left school was constructed after the earthquake of 2005, and it is just a traditional house that was built on Dhaji Diwali system. We will discuss that later. And it is in Char, but it is for informal education, like they train females and children about the skill development. This is the private school of Bhanna. It is known as Greenwood Middle School, and it is built on two levels. The bottom level serves as the ground floor, and the upper level serves as the first floor of the school. The school was built on, like, there was a wooden frame, and the walls were built with iron sheets. There is no stone inlay in between. That is usually persistent in other buildings. This is commercial. These are commercial buildings. There are only three shops. The first shop at the top right, it was constructed. It was still here during 20th century. So this is the oldest shop of the village, but unfortunately, it does not sell many products. The bottom right shop was constructed in recent years, like 5-6 years. And although it is a very small temporary shelter of wood, but this shop sells almost every product that we may need while or stay in that village. Left shop was built in recent years, like 2 years back, and they have not still stocked the products yet. The graveyard, every neighborhood has its own graveyard, and it looks like this: an open graveyard with the graves of only that family that is living in that particular area. That's why every neighborhood has its own graveyard. Then we will come on to the types of construction. There were two types of construction. One that was before the earthquake of 2005, and the other that was after the earthquake of 2005. This house was built in 20th century, in the beginning of 20th century. So it was built on tak system. While the major of the houses in the village that were built on tak system were destroyed during the earthquake of 2005, this is still here, and it is now being used as a kettle room. In tak system, there are usually two approaches: top-down approach and bottom-up approach. In top-down approach, you lay the foundation. The foundation in the local dialect is known as kursi. We will see that in the next picture. Then we will move on to the plinth, and then we install the pillars. After installing pillars, they lay the roof. And roof is built in 4 to 5 like levels. First, they lay the timber in right angles, then they lay the other layer in again right angles. So this is top-down approach. And after completing the roof, they build the walls and the interiors of the house. In the other approach, bottom-up approach, the first of all walls are erected, then at the end they used to build the ceiling of the house. This is the house that was built on tak system. You can see that ground floor, they used to build this on the left side, which is written as kursi. It is a foundation. It was basically the front of the house. It used to support the house during the earthquake time from the front. The same kind of kursi was built on the back of the house that was known as banera. It used to support the house during earthquake time from the back of the house. So it was very efficient structure and it provided very efficient seismic stability. But now the question is that why did the houses fell during the earthquake of 2005? Because this particular construction system has had one weakness, that is, if we shake the house in like more aggressive manner, then the stones will fall out and there is no way to hold the stones. So that's why after the earthquake of 2005, the new construction system started. It was known as the Dhaji Diwali system. It was a little similar to this one, but it was different in such a way that instead of pillars, they built a whole wooden frame like this. There was a wooden frame and stones were inlaid in it. Dhaji Diwali is a Persian word which means patchwork quilt wall. Like the stones were laid in small patches. So if there was an earthquake and if the stones are moving, they won't fall out. They will just move from their one place to another and it will again refit in this frame. We will go back to the Tag system. The front of the house is when kursi was built, they used to, the next step was the dub. Dub is actually the balcony or veranda of the house. It was supported by the pillars downwards on the ground floor, and in the ground floor they used to keep their cattle. It was also used as a support of the house from the front side. And then there was this house, although this house was renovated after the earthquake of 2005, so it has a new like a new shape of a pagoda, a bangla kind of shape. In old structures, the houses were like this mud house with flat roofs. With the roof was made of chalpothar, the leaves of pine trees. Then we will move on to the culture of the Bhanna. And you can see the first picture is of Pira. It was used for, it was a sofa. You can see it was a chair of traditional chair for the elders. They used to sit on this chair near the hearth in the living room. And it was particularly reserved for the elders. And this chair was still there in one of the house. So I took the picture. Then the next is, it is it is known as khari, the basket, woven basket, which was woven using a rice husk. Then there is stone mill, hand operated stone mill, which is known as chakki, and a chakki was installed in every house to grind the corn to make the flour. And then next is prayer mat. It was also hand woven by using rice husk. And the next is we have kathari, the storage box, wooden storage box to store everything from the corn, from the grains to the food, to the garments, fabric, everything, tools. And then we have two different kind of pots. The more darker pot was used for making buttermilk, and the lighter tone, the kori, was used for keeping the yogurt. Next, we have the first picture is of puri. It is a kind of carpet, hand woven carpet. It was hand woven using rice husk, and it was mainly used in the living room. And the next one is pandi. It was a small rug, particularly reserved for females of the house, and it was placed near the hearth, near the stove, and they used to sit on it while cooking and doing the things that they need to be done, like cutting of vegetables, cooking, and all these kind of washing, these kind of things. Then we have musalla that was made from lamb wool. This is the original musalla and was made using lamb of like village. They used the charkha to make the wool, and they themselves wove this. Then we have Okhli and Mulla. Okhli and Mulla was basically used for husking the rice. In other parts of the Kashmir, like if you go to the Srinagar, this Mulla, Okhli and Mulla is known as Okhli and Kans. And that same thing is here is known as Mulla. and it was installed near the hearth into the ground, so that in case if they want to cook the rice, they will just quickly husk the rice in that hole, and then they will cook the rice. And the stone was usually taken out of the mountain. uh, the next stone which is placed on the outside of the house, it was one of the ukli that people left there, and this resident just put it here out of the house. And the next we have tashtri. It was used to help elders in washing their hands before eating food. This one had these holes. When you put water in it and wash your hands, the water will drain from these holes downwards into the pot. And also, this longitudinal shape, the cylindrical shape, will help, will stop the water from splashing on back onto you. This is known as tashtari. Then one particular thing in this village was these open air showers. These showers were built since there was no concept of bathroom before the 2005 earthquake of 2005, when outside aid went into the village and introduced the concept of bathroom. People used to build these stone structures around streams, around springs, natural springs, and this used to give them privacy from the outside world, and they used to take shower into these structures. These are still here, and they are known as nara. These are three different showers at three different places of the village. These the walls are long enough to shelter one person from the outside world. Next we have top right picture. It is of watermill. Watermill was known as Jandar. This watermill was in Nagani Chakar, and watermill was used to grind the flour. But now, since we have markets available and stone mills are electric mills available in markets, so people don't really take care of these uh, Jandar and watermill. Um, this watermill was operated on the flowing water. You can see this yellow circle. Water used to come from here. This long, you can say Nava, it is known as Nava. Nava was made by hauling out a tree. Water used to come here and from down of this building, and there was a fan installed on the downward side, and the fan was moved on the kinetic energy of water, and then the water used to like move from the front of the building and back to the stream. This moving of fan used to help the stone mill on installed on the upper side, so which on in return helped in grinding the floor. Next we have the art of khatam band. Khatam band is the art of sealing. You can see from the picture that this honeycomb like pattern, it was
Slide Noor, your slide is the same, the culture one. Please just move your slide. It's not seems like the slide's moving.
is this 27th slide? Do you see the number? Hello. I'm talking about this slide that is present, like that is displayed on the screen right now.
Yeah, this is okay now.
Yes, Khatam Band is the art of sealing that was. It doesn't. This art of particular art of sealing does not require any kind of joining material. Like you don't need any nails or any binding material, any glue. They have just put the patterns here, different patches of wood there, and this pattern was created. And the advantage of this art was that you can reassemble this somewhere else and it won't fall. There are no nails in this particular ceiling. Then next we have Pinjakari, that is also known as Jali or screen making, a crisscross pattern. The bottom left picture is of measuring device Choha. Choha was used as a kind of payment. In those days, the villagers in the 20th century, I'm talking about in 18th, 19th, and 20th century, villagers did not have any cash. So they used to pay payments in the form of 2.5 kgs of corn. If you are, for example, if you are on a water mill and you have to pay them for the service, then you will pay 1 choha for 40 kg of floor. 1 choha was 2.5 kg of floor. Then next we have morak. Morak is this hanging eaves from the ceiling, this like zigzag pattern. It is known as morak. It was used as decorative pattern in the ceilings, and it is still used as decorative pattern because this is a recent picture. It was the main purpose was just a decoration or ornamentation. Then we will move on to the living room of the house. This is the living room. It was also a kitchen. It was also a living room. It was also a guest reception area because in winters they used to have only one room for all kind of activities. They used to put a kangri in between to keep the house to keep the room warm, and the one room served the purpose of everything. And this room in their local language is known as bada andar, and you in other language, in architecture language, you can say it is a multi-purpose room. And it is also known as bhara. Bhara was basically a living room, so reception room. This now we have the ornamentation pattern on the doors. These are different, 5 different doors that survived the earthquake of 2005, and these doors were carved in the beginning of in the late 19th century. The pattern you can see on them is this top left pattern is of resembles the chakra symbol, and this crisscross pattern from the jali pinjakari symbol. And then we have second door has a pattern of shamsa. Shamsa is known as sun in Arabic. So from these patterns we can say that there was amalgamation of, there was fusion of Muslims and Hindu patterns, and people were free to use any pattern they used to like. Next, we have this last picture is from the open air kitchen. This kitchen is in Sakat that we mentioned first in the previous slides, that there is a isolated settlement, one house in the forest, dense forest. It's the same territory, and they have this open air kitchen, and they use this kitchen during summertime. So I have kept my presentation really short so that we will have a time for discussion and other questions.
Thank you so much, Noor. It was such an incredible presentation. And a lot of things they are like, the village life, especially, which is kind of similar everywhere, like in Kailash as well, in my village. So thank you so much for such an incredible presentation. And now I think if my chair is there, maybe if he wants to ask something or wants to tell you something, maybe we will open the session for question and answer.
Shivali Mantonga from Sri Lanka. No, madam. Not available.
Okay, Bishraji, thank you so much. So now I think we should open the session for question and answer. Thank you so much.
If anyone has any comments regarding this, like if you have a similar village, you can share with us because the presentation, the whole webinar is about identification of social culture heritage sites. So we would love to hear about the similar villages as well.
हिली रीजन से कैसे अलग है ये, जैसे आपके कलाश वैली है या श्रीनगर है, वहां से ये कल्चर जो है थोड़ा सा क्या डिफर है?
Not particularly. Thoda sa difference hai because the people living in this community are Paharis. So the indigenous Kashmiris and Paharis have a little difference, but the major things are same, like watermill and the husking of rice, raising of cattle. Even the dresses are almost same. The head wear, it is similar in Gilgit-Baltistan and in Kashmir and in Srinagar region. So there are just minor differences.
खेती की क्या पोजीशन है यहाँ पे एग्रीकल्चर की?
Agriculture, as I mentioned about it before, and I've showed the picture as well. People do raise crops, like they are currently raising wheat, but the farming of rice fields is gone because of global warming and climate change. The streams are drying up, so the people do not have enough water to water their fields. They are particularly buying rice from the outside, from the market.
क्या बोरिंग होती है? बोरिंग जिसमें अपन आजकल
No.
प्लेन एरिया में है तो बोरिंग का वहाँ सिस्टम नहीं है.
No, there is no concept of boring. People bring water to their house using plastic or iron pipes from the streams. From the streams that are on the higher level, they bring just pipes from there to their house, that is on lower level. There is no other way to get the water.
कश्मीर में इस एरिया में बहुत से सोर्सेज रहते हैं झरने टाइप के, तो वो उधर हैं क्या?
I did not get your question.
छोटे छोटे झरने रहते हैं, गुल आप समझ रही हैं?
जी जी सर, समझ रही हूँ. वो जो नूर, वो जो छोटे छोटे घर बनते हैं लोगों का, वो जो बस्ती टाइप होता है, वो उनकी बात कर रहे हैं आई थिंक साहब.
Are you talking about Bakarwal community that keeps on moving from here to there? Yes, Bakarwal community, they do come in during summers. I of course forgot about the summer and winter house. There is a concept of summer house and a winter house. Summer house is known as Behek, which is on the top of the hill, and winter house is usually down into the valley. So people take their cattle and move to the summer house, and during 2-3 months of summers on the top of the hill, and during winters they come down back to their winter houses.
अच्छा, वो चेंज करते रहते हैं.
Yes, they are like nomads.
I think he was talking about jharna, that is streams, waterfalls.
Yes.
Yes, waterfalls. There are waterfalls in each neighborhood. As I said, there are different neighborhoods and different settlement patterns, and there is stream and waterfall in each neighborhood, and there are also monsoon waterfalls that only flow during monsoon or rainy season.
Okay.
That is actually the water resource of the village. There is no other resource of water in the village.
वाइल्ड लाइफ की क्या पोजीशन? वाइल्ड लाइफ की?
Yes, like the earliest presenter was talking about Singha. They are very common in the village, and other than that, there are different kind of squirrel. There is a species of squirrel that that particularly you can say they like make long jumps like tiger from one tree to other tree. I think that was same as a flying squirrel. And there are jackals in the village. There are also reports of wolves. So it is a like forest area.
Snow leopard?
No, there is no snow leopard because the village is very. It is not on the very peak. Snow leopards are on very, very snowy region on peak of the in extreme north like Gilgit-Baltistan and in Hunza side.
Thank you.
नूर मैसेज पे देखो, सवाल है कोई, फूड का पूछ रहे हैं आई थिंक. वो मैसेज पे जरा चेक करो.
Yes, they have in food. They mostly rely upon their home-grown vegetables. So in vegetables, they have lettuce and tomatoes are very limited. Onions, they grow garlic, and now since there are markets available, so of course people bring food from the outside. But if we talk about like 2 decades before, the food was restricted to rice because rice was very common and people used to raise rice, and on the homegrown cattle and poultry, and in homegrown vegetables, and of course corn. Yes.
ड्राई फ्रूट की क्या है, जैसे कश्मीर में तो होता है पूरे?
Yes, in dry fruits, walnuts are very common in this region. So people have walnuts.
Yes. और कोई प्रश्न जो ऑडियंस, प्लीज एनी क्वेश्चन है? ओके,
आई थिंक कोई नहीं है, कोई नहीं है। थैंक यू सो मच मिश्रा सर, थैंक यू सो मच वंस अगेन हमें कनेक्ट करने के लिए और मुझे ये अपॉर्चुनिटी देने के लिए कि मैं नूर को इंट्रोड्यूस करूं। शी इज सच ए इनक्रेडिबल emerging scholar nowadays. So thank you so much once again and wish you all the best for rest of your webinar. So thank you once again. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मिस्टर।
हाँ नमस्कार। सही सही डॉक्टर मैडम सैयद गुल, जो आपने समय दिया और इसके पहले आपने एमिनेंट स्पीकर को भी आप ही ने रिकमेंड किया था, तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और नूर ने बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंट किया और कश्मीर का एक बड़ा अच्छा चित्रण यहाँ पर जो उन्हें दिया। थैंक यू नूर को भी। तो थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ बोथ।
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, now next session, our chairperson, Dr. Kulkarni Jayasri Ramesh, Professor and Head, History, Venkatesh Mahajan College, Dharasiv, Maharashtra, India. And eminent speaker, Dr. J.K.A. Country, Senior Lecturer, Department of History and Archaeology, University of Rohana, Sri Lanka, and Ms. R.K.A.G. Inurika, Department of History, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. Welcome, madam. Yes, please chair, Kulkarni madam, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Madam Country and Madam Enurika.
थैंक यू सर। एक्चुअली मैं ट्रैवलिंग में हूँ तो मैं अब थोड़ी देर के लिए रुकी हूँ। मुझे ये जो आपने
आप इंट्रोड्यूस करें जी।
हाँ, तो आपने मुझे जो ये अपॉर्चुनिटी दी इसके लिए पहले मैं आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ। मैं इस सेशन में आप सबका स्वागत करती हूँ और स्कंद मिश्रा जी का शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ। ये जो सेशन है ये कॉमन मतलब दोनों सेशन ये करने वाले प्रेजेंट करने वाले हैं डॉक्टर J.K.A. कांति। शी इज सीनियर लेक्चरर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ हिस्ट्री एंड आर्कियोलॉजी, फैकल्टी ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटीज एंड सोशल साइंसेस, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ रोहाना, Sri Lanka. She has completed her PhD and work as member of a board of examiner to adjudicate at the degree of Doctor of Philosophy thesis from University of Madras, Chennai, and Arulamigu Planiadwar College of Women, Palani. She has worked as subject expert to audit syllabus, scrutinize all contents for all courses of UG history program and certificate courses at Tamil Nadu. She is former head Department of History and Archaeology, University of Rohana, Sri Lanka. Dr. Kanti has published national and international level research papers and books.
Madam,
our second eminent speaker is R.K.A.G. Inurika, Department of History, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. She has completed her diploma in counseling psychology. She has passed GCE advanced level and ordinary level at Sujatha Vidyalaya, Matara. She has completed English language certificate course intermediate level at British Council. She has completed professional qualification in Information and Communication Technology course in Vocational Training Authority. She has completed SCORE, the Youth Activity Internship Program. Her research and publications is as follows. Her research paper has published in conference proceeding of Third International Conference of Intangible Cultural Heritage, University of Sri Jayawardhanepura. She is member of School Prefect Board Primary Section at Sujatha Vidyalaya, Mathura. And their topic is an exploratory study of the relationship between religious offering associated with the Donara Vihara and the Sri Lankan peoples. I would like to thanks again and welcome to our eminent speakers. Please present their paper. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sir, Dr. Venkatesa, sir, Professor Venkatesa, sir. Hello. Hello. Professor Venkatesa, sir.
सर नमस्ते सर
हाँ नमस्ते सर मैडम कुलकर्णी ट्रेवलिंग में है तो उन्हें इंट्रोड्यूस किया है आप इस सेशन को कंक्लूड करेंगे
हाँ ओके सर
ओके
ओके ओके सर
हाँ यस यस मैडम कंटिन्यू
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Your slide visible.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. I am Kanti Jayasinghe, University of Ruhuna, Mathura, Sri Lanka. Today my topic is an exploratory study of the relationships between religious offering associated with Dondra Vihara and the Sri Lankan people. Dondra is a historical shrine in the Mathura district of the southern province of Sri Lanka. Founded by Gandharavatta village in the north, Gandharavatta village in the east, the Indian Ocean in the south, and Vellamadama village in the west. This holy place is located near the Dondra point. This temple, Parama Vichitrarama Vihara, was also known as Bhumi Mahavihara and Devinuvara Raja Mahavihara in the past. Vihirali Vihara was first built in Devinuvara. It is mentioned in the Mahavansa that God worshipped Swami Dappula Devinuvara Kihirali Vihara. An inscription was found in the temple courtyard and disputed in the National Museum. This is the Sri Vishnu temple in Dondra. God Vishnu and Goddess Sri Lakshmi in Sri Vishnu Devalaya Dondra. This is the Dondra location. This is the Dondra temple in front of the road. This is mentioned in the historical sources as Devinuvara Upulwan temple. As mentioned in the Mahavansa, Vijay and his group who spread the Arya settlement in Sri Lanka came to Sri Lanka the same day the Buddha passed away. Before the Buddha passed away, Lord Upulwan asked him the protest group, including Vijaya. This is the Upulwan Deva picture. Devinuvara existed as a regional kingdom in the Rohana area. Its history goes back to the days of first King Dappula, who ruled Anuradhapura. King Dappula won the war and established a kingdom called Devanagara. Later, this became the Devundara. At present, it is used as a Devinuvara. The name Devundara is more famous among the people. After the establishment of the kingdom of Devundara, the place was built. Gate walls and palaces for kings and queens were built. Along with the palace construction, the king built the temple nearby, as in Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa kingdoms. Devundara had all other elements near the royal palace. Devundara is most famous for having the Vishnu temple. Devinuvara, a historical city that has been highly respected and sacred in Sri Lanka since ancient times, has been blessed and respected since then to this day because of the historic Uppalavarna Sri Vishnu Mahadevala located here. There is documentary evidence that the ancient Asala Mahaperahara Asala procession was centered around this great shrine located in Devinuvara, which has such an ancient history that even Ptolemy first world map has old as Lanka temple. Religious concepts have developed with the construction of the temple. Temples, devala, Buddha statues, pagodas, etc. were built near the royal palace. It is mentioned in the Mahavansa that the first king, Dappula, first created a temple. It is said in the Mahavansa that God worshipped Sami Dappula Devinuvara Kihirali Vehera. An inscription was found in the temple courtyard and deposited in the National Museum. This temple is also known as Hiriyala. Later it was also used Girihela. Devinuvara is also used the name of Girihel Kanda. This Hiriyal or Girihel means white stone. They are identified as limestone. Professor Senarath Paranavithana stated that there were many Buddha statues made of limestone in this palace. Both Hindu and Buddhist religious concepts are represented in this space. Hindus had a place of worship to worship the Devinuvara Mahadevala, accessible to the four epic poems of Mayura, Tisara, Paravi, and Kokila, is the mention as a temple restricted to Utpalavarna deities. And it is also said that King Dappula made 4 attendants temple in addition to the main temple. The Ganadevi temple was also prepared for the worship of Hindu devotees at this time. Sri Lankan devotees believe in God Ganadevi as the Lord of wisdom and intelligence. It is mentioned in folklore and Sandesa Kavya that there was a Ganadevi temple in the Vellamadama area near the Devundara temple or Dondra temple. At present, Ruhuna University is built in this area. This is the Ruhuna University. It is my university. The historical background of this temple can also be revealed through historical and archaeological factors. Many archaeological factors, including an old stupa and a wall inscription, can be seen here. Legend has it that the remains of 10 arahats are buried in this stupa. It was damaged due to the invasion during the late Anuradhapura kingdom. King Vijayabahu first had this stupa restored. Legend has it that there was a connection between Rama, Ravana and this place. Legend has it that Devinuvara is where Rama killed Ravana with an arrow. But there is no archaeological evidence. It is only mentioned in literary sources and folklore. But there is an image of an arch on a stone pillar here. Many people believe that the arch must be Rama. But it is impossible to prove it archaeologically. We cannot see any contemporaneity between the pillars' artistry and the images' artistry. But the residents believe that the idea of the arch on this stone pillar is a source of some social story. King Dappula too, his inscription was written in the medieval Sinhalese Sanskrit. The donation made to Devinuvara, Kihirali Pirivena are mentioned here. On one side in the inscription are crow and dog figure. It is symbolized that if a person degenerates or destroys his property, he will be born as a dog or crow in the next life. It is mentioned in the Mahavansa that the old ideal house here was built by King Pandita Parakrambahu during the Kurunagala period. In the old Otpilim house, composed of beautiful paintings, the stories about Sidhuhat's birth, Mahamrikramanaya, Buddhahood, and the heaven of the Tusita are beautifully sculpted. The paintings. Literary and inscriptional sources reveal that this place was religious and Sri Lankan education center. Irugal Kulathilaka Pirivana is a great Pirivana located in this place. It is evident from the document written during that period that the decline of the city of Devinuvara occurred during the Portuguese rule. The Portuguese who came to Ceylon in 1505 had two main objectives, that is, propagation of religion and trade. They attacked the religious shrines in this country to spread the Catholic faith. Devinuvara is a very famous temple. It is a sacred, a unique building system exists in the state. Seeing its ruins has also been an essential factor in confirming historical facts. With the European influence, a degenerate situation occurs in the Dontra area. The Portuguese wanted to destroy the culture of this country. They attacked Hinduism and Buddhism in particular. Their sole aim was to spread the Catholic religion. So they destroy all the Pirivans in the coastal areas of Sri Lanka. One such valuable place can be called Dondra Pirivana and the Temple. Irugalthilaka Pirivana and the Dondra Temple. Ruin of the Pirivana. Ruins of the Pirivana, you can see. There is an attitude among the people of Sri Lanka. It is inappropriate to do any harm to do with words. People believe that bad results are rewarded. Elivita Saranankara Sangaraja Theru. Current status of the Dondra temple. Now I invite Miss Gitni Inurika to continue this lecture. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I'm
Yes.
going. Okay. Current status of the Dondra shrine. The Dondra Puja site is more prevalent among people named Dondra Devalaya. The temple, the pagoda, and the standing Buddha statue are the places where people worship. But the most worshipped place is the Vishnu temple. This is Dondra temple. Can you see the screen? Hello?
Yes, yes. Your screen. Only one picture, madam?
Yes, yes.
Ah, okay.
This is also Dondra temple.
Yes.
Among the small temples built along with the Vishnu temple, there is a temple to worship Lord Skanda of Kataragama. People who cannot go to Kataragama perform their pujas at this place. The temple where worship for Lord Gana is also a place where people spend time together in large numbers. Many people come to get blessings, especially for passing the exam conducted by the government. This is the Lord Buddha statue in Dondra temple. There is a direct relationship with the people of Dondra Asala Mahaperahara. The Asala procession was first started during the region of King Second Parakrama Bahu, who ruled the kingdom of Dambadeni. It is also noted that Vijay Bahu, the son-in-law of King Parakrama Bahu, who defeated the Javaka king Chandrabhanu, who invaded Lanka at this time, developed Dondra city in the shape of lotus according to Padmanagara city design plan. This is ancient picture of Dondra temple. For about 4.5
No,
centuries.
slide is not moving. Madam Kanti, slide is not moving.
Okay.
Please.
Can you see this picture now?
No.
सर वेंकटेशा सर एक्चुअली एक ही इनका पिक्चर है, बाकी जो है मैटर है शायद.
Okay.
Can you see now?
Only one picture first with title.
This is
Only
the
title
picture.
page is seen. Only title page is seen.
Okay.
Next pages are not actually moving. Slides are not moving.
Yes, I only can see the first page.
Yeah.
Give me some minutes.
Okay.
How many pages in your PPT, madam?
65.
Oh.
No, not moving. So.
You please slideshow mode. You just enter into it, then you can show it. See at the bottom there is one icon, slideshow.
Yes, yes.
And just you click it.
Can you see now?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, okay. We can see the screen.
Okay.
Good.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay, fine.
For about 4.5 centuries, the economic power of the temple has been at a high level due to the gold, silver, pearls, and various riches donated by all the kings and devotees from all over the island. This is fruits offered to the lords. This is called Puja Vatti. The Devinuvara Asala Puja festival will begin with the planting cups on the temple grounds. After conducting 6 rows procession, which starts according to the time-honored tradition. The Randoli procession is undertaken. At the auspicious moment, after performing all the sacrificial offering inside the temple, the Avarya Pandama it is lit and the procession is start. This is the start of the procession. This is also the picture of procession. By illuminating the Avarya Pandama, it is symbolized that the previous King's Day held this great art festival at night time. It is correct to say that the festival seasons of the Dondra Mahadevalaya, a scared festival held annually, is a religious and cultural festival season for the residents and the entire Sri Lankan people in general. During this period, a festival can be seen in every house in the Dondra area. The celebration takes place according to the economic strength of everyone. Connections are renewed as relatives and friends arrive. At the end of the Asala Randoli procession, decorated with Ruhunu, Sabaragamuwa and Udarata dance tradition, the 7 Parivara temples, including Utpalavarna Sri Vishnu Mahadevalaya, are open both days and night. Simultaneously, the annual Asala Maha Talpila held by the Devinuvara Regional Council will also be held on the exact date. Kolumura Yagaya. After the end of the week-long market, the Kolumura Yage or Deva Toilaya, which is held all night long for the people of Sri Lanka, is born, delivered the next day. Residents and people from remote areas offer rice and coconuts for this Deva Dana. Before consuming the harvest from their fields, the farmers are the first to set aside the rice for God alms. Apart from this, financial assistance is also provided after the offering of God and the festival of Dondra procession is over. This is picture of Kolumura Yagaya. Especially the people engaged in the fishing industry of Dondra make a unique contribution to all these puja activities. A lot of their Kavadi performances can be seen between the procession dances. This is Kawadi dance. It is special in this Perahara. People are receiving benefit from the Dondra temple. According to these facts, Dondra is very popular among the Deva concepts. Initiation sacrifices are performed regardless of caste and religion. Having fulfilled the objectives, people offer sacrifices to Dondra, and they getting blessings too. Getting blessings for marriages, childbirth benefits, birthdays, protection from disease, and likewise. Protection of property. Different people come to Dondra for various purposes. And local tourists, school and university students, scholars, researchers, and foreign tourists are among them. Dondra is multi-religious center of high cultural value. Sinhalese, Tamils, Muslims, Burghers, Malays, etc. worship this place. The way they offer sacrifices is different, but everyone hopes for protection and blessing. Dondra is a place that has attracted many foreigners. Because of this, a lot of revenue is earned from tourists. The arrival of foreign tourists can also be called a central place where the country can make a foreign exchange. Dondra Puja ground also contributes to providing livelihood the surrounding people in an indirect way. People living nearby do business in this place. Offering include oil, flowers, incense sticks, foods, textiles, and handicraft. In addition to transportation facilities, accommodation facilities are provided. They also earn income by providing various facilities like toilet facilities. Thus, Dondra can be called a religious shrine with the outstanding historical and archaeological value for social harmony. Our presentation is over. Thank you for everyone.
Madam, please, your presentation actually in previously not mobile, so please show your from first to last for YouTube. Right. Madam, please show your presentation from first to last for YouTube.
Okay, thank you. Can you see now?
Yes. Yes.
Just move the slide.
Okay.
Move slide with some point.
Okay. This is Sri Vishnu temple. God Vishnu and Goddess Sri Lakshmi. This is the location of Dondra temple. This is the front side of Dondra temple.
Go to the next slide. Next slide.
Next slide.
Can you see now?
No.
No.
Can you see this picture?
No.
First slide, your first slide, Friedman.
Please go for slideshow, or you try to click on the slides in the left series.
Yeah, we are in slideshow now.
Go on clicking on each slide in the left side. Then that picture will be seen.
This is
Because
first
you are not
slide.
in slideshow mode.
Yes.
Please.
Can you see now?
No.
No.
Only first slide we are seeing.
Yeah, I'm in the first slide now.
No, you go to the second slide and click upon it. Yes. Now we can see.
Okay.
Similarly, you click on third slide, like that you do.
Okay.
Yeah, third we can see.
Okay.
Dondra is a historical shrine.
Yeah. Can you see this picture?
Now Vishnu temple.
Yes,
Yeah.
Vishnu temple.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is Vishnu temple. God Vishnu.
Yeah. Same as in India.
This is ancient arts inside the Dondra temple.
Okay.
This is the ruins. These are the ancient ruins in Dondra temple.
Tony Adgo.
This is also Dondra temple with ancient ruins. These also ancient ruins. This is the stupa. Can you see the slides?
Yes, we are seeing.
Okay. This is the statue of Lord Buddha.
Dondra temple.
This is also a picture of Lord Buddha statue. This is the fruits offering to God. These called Puja Vatti and devotees. This is the Asalamaha Perahara, the starting point. This is Asalamaha Perahara, a video. This is also a picture of Asalamaha Perahara. This is called Kolmura Yagaya. This is special dance. This is called Kavadi dance.
Yes. With Buddhism and this Hinduism, how the life is going, really having a lot of interest on that. So I would like to call upon the listeners if they have any queries. Now is the time for questions, please. Anybody would like to raise any question? I believe.
Madam Jaisinga, in which month this festival organized?
In August.
August. कितने डेज के लिए होता है सर? डेज के लिए फॉर 1 or more days?
Yeah, within 1 week.
1 week.
Yes.
Is this ritual related to life after death?
No, no.
No. Yeah. Skandji?
Yes. हाँ yes sir. Conclude करें sir.
हाँ.
Next session है. अभी एक session और है.
Okay sir. Okay.
Thank you so much.
So thank you, madam. Thank you very much. You have given good information about Vishnu worshipping and ritual practices in Sri Lanka. It's very interesting. I think we are actually looking at reading the whole paper.
Madam Shubham. शायद वो रास्ते में थी शायद आगे. हाँ यस मैडम पहुंच गई घर. हाँ
कार में ही है.
अच्छा कार में ही है. अच्छा हाँ हमने वेंकटेशा साहब को रोक रखा है.
Okay sir. So should we start?
Yeah.
हाँ.
Hello.
Madam Country, please introduce our eminent speaker.
Yes, okay. Good evening, all of you. I am pleased to introduce Professor Suham Siva to this webinar. Currently, Professor Suham Siva works at the head of the Department of Drawing and Painting Department, DGPG College, Kanpur, Faculty Painting Institute of Fine Arts, CSJM University, Kanpur. Professor Suham received State Lalit Kala Academy Award 2001, State Lalit Kala Academy UP Lucknow, honored by Sri D.K. Singh, Commissioner Nagar Nigam, Kanpur, for well painting done for the beautification of the city, honored by Sri Kashipras Mayura Department CV of UP government. Betut Modest date 2018. Professor Subham attended various painting workshops and camps, national like workshops similar 2011. Karavat International Art Festival Ujjain 2012. First year Kala Sevier 2019 State Lalit Kala Academy Piaji Kamboj 2019. First year Kala Sivasira Rastriya Lalit Kala Academy Center Lucknow 2019. Piaji Com 2019. Hidden up of Vindhya Keshwaris Skankar Art Foundation and Sanskar Bahati Paraji 2022 and others, and slow shows from 2001 award in State Academy Lucknow, ABC Art Gallery Varanasi, Art Entrance Hotel Taj India Art Festival Nehru Center Bombay. Selection and participation in national and international exhibition, all focus, all India Art Contest, SCZCC Annual Exhibition, State at Lalit Kala Academy, Regional Exhibition, State Academy Art Male New Delhi, India Art Festival, Nehru Center Mumbai, Asia Manja Seoul, South Korea, Times Square Dubai, participated in group shows across nation and YICCA, Italy and London. Dear Madam, I cordially invite you to share your valuable knowledge with this audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I very much thank you for this beautiful introduction. And I also thank Mishra sir for this opportunity to present my paper here. I also thank Venkatesha sir for their encouragement. So now I am starting my presentation. I'm sharing my screen, sir.
स्क्रीन आप शेयर कर रही मैडम?
Yes, sir, sharing.
Okay.
Sir, please let me know
Yes.
if my screen is visible.
Yes, yes, sir. Visual.
Thank you, sir. Topic of today's discussion is abstract expression in Indian art. The picture we are seeing here is a circle and a dot. This circle represents the continuity. This circle represents the universe, and the dot inside it is representing life. It is the sole idea of Hindu existence. It is also called the circle of Brahma and Saraswati. So this is the way we will go: abstraction and introduction, and then concept of abstraction came to India from the West, Western concept of abstraction, and then Indian concept of abstraction, abstraction as accepted and depicted in modern Indian art. So these will be few topics that we'll be discussing here, and then we will also talk about the findings. Now, abstraction and introduction. Abstraction in art is mentioned as non-representational or non-objective art. Artist evades representational figures or objects for expression. He thus puts emphasis on expression and eludes material or technical finishing. On canvas, audience can perceive color, different shapes that are not distinguishable as forms. At times, exaggerated or distorted forms are simplified shapes, brush strokes, created textures, and the process of creations. As nothing is represented in defined form, so viewer is free to interpret the artwork according to themselves. So this is the meaning of abstraction. At present, abstract art covers a broad range of styles and art movements, respectively with their own grace and definition. This broad term includes non-representational art, non-objective art, abstract expressionism, op art, minimalism, futurism, and so on. Artists following these modern styles had individual approach to explore abstraction. Also, there were many forms of abstractions pertaining to color, emotions, and intuitions, minimal geometrical shapes, gestural, and more. Now, abstract art may be gestural, geometrical, fluid, or figurative, indicating phenomena that are not visual, such as emotion, sound, or spirituality. So, when we talk of abstraction in art, the first idea comes to us is that it is from Western art. But the point is, what is abstraction, what is sukshma in art, what is sthul in art, and why it is from Western, and what is the Indian concept of sthula or sukshma, and how it is represented in our art. So let's move to another slide. On this page, this is the painting by J. Swaminathan. This is bird, this is its shadow, and this is tree, and this is mountain. So here we can see the shadow of the bird on the ground. Perhaps it is aerial perspective. This is tree, this is mountain, and all the objects placed in this space are placed accordingly in abstract formation. They are not representing forms, or they are not representing geometrical forms, just they are representing some imagery. So next is, the concept of abstraction came to India from the West. With the achievement of freedom and the introduction to Western methods of painting by Britishers, the liberty to explore new mediums and techniques all inspired artists to free India to the unrestricted expression of their inner selves. Now, depiction of object was abandoned in the process to portray the emotions and inward dreams of persona. They turned representational into non-representational, non-objective, and expressionistic depictions on their canvas. So abstraction, we can say, is related to expression of emotions. Its main objective is to express emotions and nothing else. It is not considered, it is not concerned with forms or beautification of forms. Physical beauty is not involved here, only expression of emotions, maybe it with line or with color or with any distortion of form and all that. Western thought of abstractionists bent to probe the human psyche inspired the process of abstraction. Therefore, it appears in the first place that the idea of abstract expression traveled from Western land to our country. So, let's know what is the Western concept of abstraction. Thought of German expressionist artist Kandinsky reflects the appreciation of abstraction. He considers artists to be poet for creation of abstract art. Of all the arts, he says, abstract painting is the most difficult. It demands that you know how to draw well, that you have a heightened sensitivity and composition for colors, and that you be a true poet. This last is essential, however. The philosophical justification for appreciating the value of a work of art's formal qualities stems from Plato's statement that straight lines and circles are not only beautiful, but eternally and absolutely beautiful. Now, what Plato meant was that non naturalistic images like circles, squares, triangles, and so on, they possess an absolute, unchanging beauty. Therefore, we can say a painting can be appreciated for its line and color alone. It does not need to depict a natural object or scene. So, this is the thought here that rests behind the abstract paintings, that painting must be enjoyed for its being a painting, not for it being a form or any representational form or anything that represents religion or a society or anything else. At first place, painting is painting, colors and its presentations of emotion. The French artist Maurice Denis also stated the same view. He wrote, Remember that a picture before being a war horse or a nude woman is essentially a flat surface covered with color assembled in a certain order. So if we think of a painting, for example, a nude woman, that is by Picasso, or a war horse, any of the painting, we think we must see that we must know that these forms, before we arrange these forms on a surface, they were all pieces of colors, and that was marked as color fields by Mark. Monet introduced Impressionism in 19th century in Europe. This changed the perception of artists. Impressionism emphasized color and its representational strength instead of object. Artists were attracted towards Impressionism and shifted from academic realism, which insisted on following the traditional principles of classical realism taught in the great academies of Europe. These principles accentuated the creation of a recognizable scene or object finished precisely. A work of art was supposed to initiate or represent external reality. However, at this time, Impressionism emphasized the color. They strived to paint atmospheric light in their paintings rather than material objects. These are few paintings by Kandinsky. This is by Klee, and this is the Impressionistic painting by Monet, which introduced deviation from academic realities that were painted on canvas at that time. Like realistic paintings were very much needed, were very much appreciated by academies in 17th and 18th century in Europe, but this deviation was also very well appreciated by some young people, and they became followers, and this was the start of ism, and this was the start of modern art in Europe. Just we know, and then they strive to paint atmospheric light in their paintings rather than material objects. German expressionists seen color as the basis of their painting and further supported this variation. In 1911, the major expressionistic leader, Vasily Kandinsky, this is his artwork, which became the foundation text of abstract painting. He wrote on the spiritual in art, which became the foundation text. The poignant outpouring of shapes and color and the lucid representational relationship with music persuaded Kandinsky. Kandinsky could hear as well as see the colors. So this was his one मतलब his one कहना चाहिए कि quality, that he can not only he can enjoy the color with eyes, but also he can listen to the colors, and he can listen to the music produced by colors. So his paintings are very much called as symphony of colors or compositions. Now, when Kandinsky could hear as well as see the colors, thus having an abnormal sensitivity for color, he believed that a work of art should be considered intellectually. Another expressionist, Paul Klee, who taught with Kandinsky at BHOPAL, also wrote extensively on color theory. His lectures were writings on form and design theory, considered as very important text for modern art. A famous a famous quote of Paul Klee is, "A dot moves. This is line. And when a line goes for a work, this is form or a composition." So we can see this thought in his paintings also. He starts from a dot, his dot starts moving, creates line, and then his line starts walking and create composition and forms. His famous words, "A line is a dot that went for a walk," reflect his vision about abstract expression. In addition, there were many more artists, those were following the same thought. Therefore, now artists started creating the works of pure art. These were creative works, free from visual perception, but their roots were in the imagination of artists. So this was the Western concept of art. What was the Indian concept of abstraction? The concept of abstraction in Indian art is indicative of the tendency of art to cultivate its own independence form and feeling by taking out art from the path of imitation. In the West, this trend was perceived as an unprecedented revolution. It got appreciation as a completely new approach to art, which was deemed self-conscious, vivacious, and new for civilization. Although Indian concepts also have this self-conscious approach to the abstraction of visuals with the term amurt, which refers to abstract, non-objective, and non-representational terms of the West. Then a common tendency of these forms of non-objective, non-representational, and abstract work of art is the attempt to move from the form of the figures available in nature or the human world, or it can be interpreted as the disintegration of the aim of art from the direction of simulation, that it has its own free expression of form and emotions. Thus, creating figures or shapes that arise from the individual imagination of the sensibilities for the art of an artist. However, because a figure can be used to represent all the forms from the external world, its meaning becomes stereotyped. Therefore, the concept of being Swapratishthit is more appropriate for art in the Indian context. While creating abstract work, artist does not deny the figures or forms available in the external world, but gives them a form of imagination. It becomes the artist version of being available. So this is the Indian concept of abstraction, where artist is not denying the perceived world, the world in which he is living, but he maintains his accordance. Now, answering Nachiketa's questions about existence. Here comes the desire and the destiny of the existence, which is the Hindu consciousness. Answering Nachiketa's questions about existence and death, Yama states that body has two parts, Atma and Sharira. Sharir is Sthul, Atma is Sukshma. Atma is immortal, Sharir dies, perishes. Here comes the karma or action or as justification of the life bestowed to the Sthula Sharira. Incorporating Atma as being alive, when mind is dragged, when consciousness, when soul is dragged out of the flesh, death happens. So the mind is the reciprocation of consciousness. It resides in Sthul Sharir. The soul is Sukshma Sharir. It have all the memories of all the universe, all of its existence, and it continues in the Sthula Sharir. But when it is dragged out of this Sthula Sharir, the death happens. So this is the conscious and unconscious being in our Hindu or Indian culture. Now, how is it represented and considered in our art is also unique, where artists do not consider form as alien subject. He is not deluding forms. He is not rejecting forms, although he is accepting the forms in of all the forms that are existing in this universe. He is accepting all the forms. First of all, he thinks that circle represents the universe, the circle of Brahma and Saraswati. It is here, in which the nature of the universe is explored. The circle is most spontaneous of natural shapes, like stars, planets, bubbles, galaxies, and the shape of our universe, and the under from which this whole being is existing. It came to be existed. So this universe is the medium through which divine presents itself. Therefore, every element of this universe can serve as a window to the divine Brahma, is to the creator of the whole world, and of the Brahma or the Brahmanda, of which the celestial shape is of circle. Now, Vishnu is the responsible person for sustenance, responsible deity for sustenance, and Shiva distracts it for construction of new. And the pillar of fire exists between Brahma and Vishnu. That pillar of fire is Shiva, that is Mahadev, that is Adidev, That is the beginning of this universe. The difference between the world affirming Vishnu and the worldly renouncing Shiva exists in their representation also. Here, the anda is split, Purush and Prakriti comes into existence, desire and destiny comes into existence, and so does the conscious and unconscious being comes into the existence. So when the soul becomes conscious of its being, a part of this universe, it is represented here, a big circle and a dot in it. The soul is a dot and the circle is represented as the universe. So this is the representation of a conscious and unconscious existence. And this is the point of Shiva and Shakti in which the soul is realized and matter is validated. Here, Shakti is matter, representational form of matter. Soul is Shiva, Purush, the existence of consciousness in all the things that is matter. Now, we come to the literary evidences. Bharat Muni in Natya Shastra refers to the depiction of the animals patterns by an artist. He describes how an artist creates an analogy. Now, what analogy the artist have to create? Of all the arts, abstract painting is always considered as analogy. The abstract representation is always considered as analogy in our Indian concepts. Now, the concept of abstraction in Indian art comes to the representation of the analogical concepts of whole being of form. Now, ancient Indian text clearly discusses the concept of simulation in art. Bharat Muni says that it is not crude imitation or mimicry, but an imaginative reconstruction or representation. And Kri Krishnamurti observes that in Bharat Muni's perspective and illuminating analysis, the raw material of art or life which it tries to improve upon is none other than the mental world of man bristling with feelings, emotions, and sentiments, driving him to actively participating in it all the time. However, the actual passions in the world are not artistic themselves. Mental states in life are accompanied with pleasures and pains. However, when an artist turns to them, he puts them into a pattern of his own making in his imagination, a pattern which never existed on earth. Only these patterned mental states, obeying a law of creative genius or imagination, deserves to be technically called bhava. The process of creative imagination itself is called bhavana, that is tantamount to aesthetic sensibility. This is the first prerequisite as much of the playwright as to the spectator, bhavaka or rasika. Therefore, we can see how Bharat Muni refers for depiction of inmost abstract emotions by self-imagined novel patterns by artist. He describes how an artist creates analogy. Further, another philosopher, Anandavardhana, states that in the mention of beauty, there are several layers, and what is most outwardly is the least important. So the here also comes that the physical beauty, we are not concerned with the depiction of the physical beauty. The palpably beautiful exterior becomes worthy of notice only to the extent it serves as an appropriate medium for the inner beauty core, which is rasa and the aesthetic feeling. So here comes the concept of inner beauty or the contentment or the ananda that relates to the achievement of God. The K. Krishnamurti further states that to say that form is beautiful and designed by this rhythmic device or content colored by the image is only naive to Anandavardhan. Any aesthetic category, be it alankara, guna, riti, or vritti, loosely hung or form a palpable content, indeficient per se as it misses the inmost soul or core of rasa. Any learned man can pick up these normative aspects of beauty, but only the rasika is called for to understand to explain the inmost rasa. So the tendency of abstract and non-figurative is the tendency to negate this ongoing practice by art. who glorifies his work of art, his medium, his form, his freedom of cultivation, gives glory to new but equally conscious one. In the process of extraction, the form of a presented figure is lowered onto the two-dimensional flat ground of the picture without the dimensionality of depth, so that the form of the figure becomes its own identity in the picture. Be such a form which is image righteous, not visible righteous. Only then, leaving the simple perspective complete, such pictures of human figures or other objects are made in such transformation, where front and back or side by side of the visible figure is presented on the same flat two-dimensional ground, so that beholder does not perceive the analogy, does not recognize anything, but it is also a kind of analogical practice, where the replica evokes the seeming impression of the object in its own way. The meaning of abstract is to give a new twist to the shape practice by moving away from the figure. Art gives meaningful embodiment of our abstract inner world outside. It expresses the intangible experience of the inner world in its created idols. Therefore, word abstract refers for forgetting the likeness and doing independent practice. Philosopher Abhinav Gupta rationally justifies what mystic vision reveals. He defines it as a system of realistic idealism, Abhasvad, that because he maintains that all that appears, all that forms, the object of perception or conception, all that is within the reach of external senses or the internal mind, all that we are conscious of when the senses and the mind cease to work, all that human consciousness, limited as it cannot be ordinarily, be conscious of, and therefore is simply an object of self realization. So here we can come to summarize all that exists in any way and with regard to which the use of any kind of language is possible, be it the subject, the object, the means of knowledge, or the knowledge itself, is abhasa. The entire world of abhas is manifestation of all-inclusive universal consciousness or self. It is also called Swatantravad or voluntarism because it holds the free will to be the ultimate metaphysical principle. He explains aesthetic experience at the transcendental level also, at which it is nothing but the experience of ananda. Hence, the concept of symbolic and the spiritual carries the soul of the abstract representation in visual depiction in Indian art. The thought of abstraction in modern Indian art is seen as a stratum of insinuations of Indian philosophy, mysticism, and symbolic, or as a nature derived verbal characteristic, or as pure formal exercise as European modernism. So we can see that what is the difference in between Indian concept of abstraction and the Western concept of abstraction. Indian concept relies on bhava, ananda, and the accumulation of ananda and achieving of ananda and contentment. That is called bliss. That is to reach to God. So it is very much different from the physical attainment of Western philosophy. So abstraction as accepted and depicted in modern Indian art. Abstraction and Western similitude became obvious in Indian art scenario in 1920 with the coming of independence. With the achievement of independence, when artists became free, they were free to explore new mediums. They were subjected to the influence of European techniques of paintings also. So it caused them to practice uh, uh, the Western techniques of painting realistic in paintings in oil. Also, they achieved the abstraction or the Western influence of abstract expressionism, that or impressionism or cubism or surrealism, that were those isms that were being continuously born in Western world. So abstraction and Western similitude became more obvious in Indian art scenario in 1920, and the artist practicing abstraction was Rabindranath Tagore to find an authenticity of expression. The earliest forebearers of modernity Indian art were artists like Rabindranath Tagore, Amrita Shergill, and Jamini Roy, whose works, though very different from each other, had a common aim, that of finding an authenticity of expression. So these are few works of Rabindranath Tagore. In the process, he struggled with the intricacy of numerous languages of art existing at the same time to discover a method of creating or synthesizing that was appropriate for the present. Rabindranath Tagore's brooding expressionistic portraits emerged from the depths of the unconscious, and their distilled essence spoke of its own anguish. He mentioned in his aesthetic essays, the beautiful is not useful. It has no significance apart from being itself. That is why his such expressionistic paintings are very important for beginning of modern art in India. Works of Rabindranath have often been compared to European modern artists, particularly German expressionists, for the similarity in manner of piercing thought through the outer reality to reveal the inner truth. During the late 1940s and 1950s, the accomplishment of Indian artists was an expressive, yet modern idiom that marked their artistic efforts. The expressionism carries the direct communication of feeling or emotions, and this bore a great appeal for artists. Expressionist works reflected intense inner feelings, images of the real world were transformed to correspond the feelings or states of mind by subjective, often intense coloring and distortion of form. Pradosh Das Gupta's Symphony in Curves, 1954, was the year when it was created, is a nature-derived geometric essential of a human torso. Yet it is simultaneously possible to apprehend the resultant object purely in terms of the abstract values inherent in its formal arrangement. This is very important because Indian iconography can never be deviated from form. It is always included with form. So creating abstract sculptures in India was a very difficult task. Although he strongly believed that there should be an image, as Indians have assigned a form or shape to every abstract feeling or idea in the form of conceptual figuration, he distorted the form, simplified it to the near abstraction for aesthetic satiety in his The Egg Bride. These two pictures are the sculpture of Pradosh Gupta, The Egg Bride. It is in stone and this is in bronze. V.S. Gaitonde is one of the early abstractionists from the 1950s, who initially began from arrangement of geometrical shape as by Paul Klee. Then he went forward to create large works with broad tonal expanses, evoking the experience of vastness of nature. You can see these two paintings. These are true abstractions. They are very true in the compliance with nature of Western abstractionist paintings. Said H. Raza. This is Said H. Raza evolved his abstract language in 1940s from an earlier affinity for nature. He finally arrived at paintings which he titled Bindu, Yoni or Germination. The articulation of universal concepts through pictorial language of abstract painting, works of Raja, Birende are inspired from the Tantric traditions. These are works of Birende. Here he is using the bindu, the circle that all denotes the universe and the tantric concepts for his spiritual meanings. And same here in Raza also. He finally arrived at paintings. Raza and Birende are inspired from the tantric traditions. The blending of universe and geometric abstract components with a philosophically rooted conceptual basis was presented in their art in contextually indigenous validation. And as Bendre reached abstraction through producing images of severe simplicity and classic elegance, artists like Shanti Dave, G.R. Santosh branched out different directions. These are paintings by Shanti Dave. Here he is creating textures and abstracting all the forms. He is relying on the color fields. And these are paintings by G.R. Santosh. Again, he is moving towards tantric symbols. Branched out into different directions in the exploration of textured surfaces ranging from transparent washes to thick impasto. I'll be telling you. This is the impasto. This thing is impasto. This thing is color field. And this is tantric symbolism. Words and Symbols by Cassius Panikkar induces the captivating power of sacred text all together with visual motifs. These are here. He used words as symbols. He used words. He is these pictures. These pictures here are painting. They are called as. He has painted words here. He is using words as visual motifs in his paintings. Originating from identifiable representation of natural forms and shapes, H.A. Gade moved from scenic depiction to abstract images by 1960. With an emphasis on the pictorial essentials of space, structure, and color in 1970s, Nasreen Mohammadi too shifted away from earlier landscapes to abstraction. Earlier, there was a bold calligraphic process for the tonal and textural richness of nature-based imagery. Gradually, the artist took turn toward the pure geometrical resonance of the straight line. Like minimal art, Nasreen's imagery is marked by the perceptual. And then J. Swaminathan, as well as context, placed close together the expansive and evocative color spaces with the spiritual with contrasting effect. He experimented with the space-induced symbols from tribal life, thus creating the language that would communicate silently his belief in universe. Painting similarly based on the formal simplicity of a single square or circle appears to be the aspiration towards minimal. So here are the findings. The link between humanism and the language of the abstract is best known in the white pulp prints of Somnath Hor. This is the Wound of Life, and this is the white paper pulp print, the Wound series of Somnath Hor. And he is describing just when we get wound on our skin, the skin is distorted. So this is the wound of life. This is paper pulp print. In the images from the Wound series from 1970s, devoid of a defining form, the print themselves became body onto which the wounds have been inflicted. When our soul is wounded. Artist Anita Dubey created her work River Disease. This is very impressive work. You just imagine of a delta. These are two pictures of a single work. Just imagine of a delta, a river flowing with so many arbitraries. So here Anita Dubey have used the eyes of the gods and goddesses, the ceramic eyes that are pasted on the idols of gods and goddesses like in Mathura and other places. So she uses those eyes to depict or to create the river. And this river depicts the influx of people migrating from one place to another. And this depicts the agony of separation of our country. It speaks of mass migrations, according to her, as she considers eyes to be the people, or they may be cells growing uncontrollably, like a tumorous disease. And when you behold this artwork in the chamber, it really, really scares you. It really is watching you. The artwork is constructed of ceramic copper eyes, which are placed on Hindu idols in Mathura and Nathdwara to bring them to life. Again, Yashodhara Dalmia contemplates her architectural space as with the rest of her work. There is cutting edge of River Disease, for its enticement prepares you for the brutal truth. The seemingly endless proliferation of eyes could be peering into your conscience, she marks. There are other instances of artworks of Lalu Prasad Shaw, Ganesh Haloi, Jairam Patel, Amitabh Dhar, and so many others. Samanindranath Majumdar states that it should be remembered that the abstraction is finally a tale of individual growth of artists. He further classifies Indian abstract art under three broad heads: organic, geometric, and organogeometric, where fluid shapes and forms, lines and other geometric shapes, symbols related to culture, and organic elements created with the strokes of brush all becomes the tool for expression. Further added are the new media practices like video installations, The bird by Sonia Khurana here, as as it is said depicted in this slide. The bird by Sonia Khurana, a silent video, black and white, is about the failed attempts of a woman. It consists of so many clips who is trying to fly to take off from a room without doors. Nancy Adjania writes it as a tragicomic play, where a private act of the self in the friction with the social psychology of the body. Her performance interrogates the myth of the slim female body propagated by the beauty pageant industry. She questions the stereotypical representation of the female body. She wants to fly away the room. Artists continuously struggle to depict the vast universe. She imagines the nucleus, the color, the shape, and so many gestures in this unique abstraction of the closed room. She continues to create icons that can explore the unsaid abstract dreams of expressions where the visual represent the abstract, the essence. Thank you. So this presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, Venkatesh, sir.
Sir.
Yes.
Sir. Okay. It is as good as Plato's word. It is beautiful. The presentation is also so beautiful.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. The comment on art is equally applicable to your talk also. If they do not explore, do not express or evoke any emotions or feelings, then it's of no use. But your talk is certainly very useful one. It has given a very wide picture of Indian art, particularly about the abstractions. It is absorption from Western ideology and internalization for Indian expressions. So it's good. So anybody would like to raise any questions?
Nadeem, sir.
Sir?
Hello, Nadeem,
Hello.
sir. Nadeem Alam.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I am here.
Yes.
Sir, Nadeem.
This is your topic, sir.
Yes, undoubtedly it is. And I was just wondering that we have a very strong inclination in modern artists in Pakistan towards abstraction. And if you would allow me, I would ask, a very basic question. Because here in Pakistan and modern Pakistani art, we say that emotional charge and emotional purity can cause an artist to deform or distort a line or express in a non-representational way. Like if you are very pure in your expression, like when you are very pure in expressing your vocal expression, your words might get astray. Like you might cry, you might scream. This is the purest of expression, which is abstract at the same time. Same is applied on when you are expressing in art. And if you're not very intentional, if you're very pure in expressing what you are thinking or whatever you have to express, your lines might distorted, and your expression might be very vague and not very formal. So is it true, and is it applicable on the Indian art as well? Because Indian art has a legacy of mythological expression as well. And every mythology, has some very strong psychological expressions and collective psychology at the same time. So I joined the presentation at a later stage. I'm not sure what you have expressed in the earlier era or the earlier part of the presentation. I'm just asking that, is it something the same, the purity of emotional expression, or the mythology, or whatever else you could find out that has caused Indian art to be abstract.
Sure, sir. So Indian art is also concerned with emotions, which with abstract emotions, expressions, pure expressions of abstract emotions. It is, although it is certainly related to the formal beauty. Every time we create iconography, every time we have given a form to any type of uh, person or nature or object, we are certainly creating some iconography, we are certainly creating some icon. But Indian mythology also expresses the abstract thought that is resting behind these formal forms. So we can say that Indian art is also a form of pure abstract expressions of emotions in their artistic forms. It is very true.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
मैडम ये आर्ट में नेचर का कितना रोल हो सकता है? इमोशन का ज्यादा होता है कि नेचर का?
डिपेंड्स ऑन आर्टिस्ट सर, वैसे इमोशंस का ही ज्यादा होता है।
अच्छा जी।
अगर भाव नहीं है तो भाव विहीन कृति कलाकृति की शुद्ध कलाकृति नहीं कही जाएगी।
अच्छा अच्छा।
नेचर या फॉर्म या अर्ली फॉर्म्स या आउटर फॉर्म्स केवल उसके डिपिक्शन का एक मीन्स हो सकते हैं, पर भाव इज द एसेंस ऑफ द आर्ट वर्क।
ओके ओके रजा साहब,
अभी सर होता क्या है कि हमारी आदत होती है, हमारी आंखों की आदत होती है, हमारी एक साइकोलॉजिकल आदत है, हैबिट है कि हम कोई भी चीज देखेंगे उसमें हम फॉर्म ढूंढने लगते हैं। हम सबसे पहले जो भी चीज देखते हैं उसमें फॉर्म कंप्लीट है या नहीं ये ढूंढते हैं, और दूसरा चीज ये होता है कि वो फॉर्म कितना ब्यूटीफुल है, कितना हमें अट्रैक्ट कर रहा है, ये ढूंढते हैं। पर एक्चुअली क्या होता है कि जब, जैसा कि अभी सर ने, नदीम सर ने बोला कि अगर हम प्योरेस्ट अपने इमोशंस एक्सप्रेस कर रहे हैं तो ये जरूरी नहीं है कि वो बहुत सुंदर होंगे।
अच्छा अच्छा ओके। मिस्टर यस रजा सर, any query?
It's okay. I think it's very good presentation.
Yes.
Sorry if I'm late. That's why I'm not good to understand.
Okay, sir. Venkatesa sir, please conclude.
Yes. So, I'm extremely thankful to Dr. Shubham for giving this beautiful presentation with a lot of information. Actually, it is highlighting the special sector of Indian art. So, I'm thankful to you. And now is the time to the next presentation. Skanda sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. कंठी मैडम है क्या?
कंठी मैडम,
सिंघे मैडम, हेलो सिंघे मैडम, नहीं है शायद, दिख नहीं रही वो। हाँ ठीक है, शायद दिख नहीं, आज उनका डबल वो था, लेक्चर भी था अभी। और थैंक यू डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर M.N. वेंकटेशा सर एंड मैडम शुभम शिवा द्विवेदी। बहुत नाइस टॉक, काफ़ी अच्छी का व्याख्यान रहा आपका, और खासकर ये आर्ट, इंडियन आर्ट पर। और निश्चित रूप से ये इसका जो YouTube है हमारे स्टूडेंट्स के बीच में जाएगा, और उसको वो लोग देखेंगे तो एक नई दिशा मिलेगी। जो इस विषय पर अपनी रुचि रखते हैं उनको विशेष रूप से। और आपने अपने व्यस्त समय में, क्योंकि अभी हॉस्पिटल के आप चक्कर लगा रही थी और इसके साथ ही आपने लगातार इसमें ध्यान रखा बराबर अपने सेशन के ऊपर, तो निश्चित रूप से ये अच्छे टीचर का ही द्योतक है। और मैं बहुत अपने इंस्टीट्यूट की ओर से, MP हायर एजुकेशन की ओर से, अपने कॉलेज की ओर से बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं आपको। और निश्चित रूप से आगे हमें आपका सहयोग मिलेगा इसी तरह से, और हम एक बड़ा सा सेशन इंडियन आर्ट पर करेंगे। तो निश्चित रूप से आपका, वेंकटेशा सर का और सभी लोगों का जो इस विषय के जानकार हैं, नदीम साहब हैं, रजा जी हैं, तो वो भी अपने कंट्री से हमको एक्सपर्ट प्रोवाइड करेंगे और हम इंडियन आर्ट पर एक 2 या 3 दिन का एक कार्यक्रम हम सोच रहे हैं। तो सभी से सहयोग अपेक्षित है और इसी के साथ सभी को धन्यवाद। आज का ये अंतिम सेशन था और कल अपन 10 बजे वही 10:20 पर फिर से हमारा सेशन शुरू होगा। कल भी अच्छी टॉक है और समय लगाकर जब भी समय मिले आप लोग इसी तरह से सहयोग दें। बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू। थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद सर। स्कंद जी आपका बहुत धन्यवाद।
मैडम ने बहुत बिल्कुल ध्यान में रखा, शायद माँ को लेकर के हॉस्पिटल में थी, माँ को लेके गई थी।
हाँ जी सर, मम्मी को थोड़ा तकलीफ है, अभी घर पहुंच गए हैं सर।
नहीं वो भी हम लोग, हाँ वो भी तो अब सयाने लोगों को देखना तो हम, वो भी एक कर्तव्य है अपन लोगों का, ड्यूटी है ना। तो थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू, मिस्टर रेजा, नदीम आलम सर, वेंकटेशा सर। ओके, थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू।
Yes, Dr. Mishra.
Yes sir.
Yes, I like your suggestion, and it is wonderful if we can have a joint session on the arts of South Asia collectively, because it is linked with a certain period of time, and Indian, Bangladeshi, even Nepalese, and art in Pakistan. We can have a very valuable insight on that, and I would be looking forward, and it's a wonderful idea from your side.
Yes sir. हमें सर मैं देखता हूँ एक्चुअली अभी NAAC कराना है अपने कॉलेज का हमें, और जैसे ही उसके बाद मौका मिलेगा, क्योंकि मैं NAAC का भी कोऑर्डिनेटर हूँ IQAC का, तो जैसे ही इससे टाइम मिलेगा मैं निश्चित रूप से इसको ऑर्गेनाइज करूंगा। बिल्कुल। और आप हमको एक्सपर्ट अपने कंट्री से और भी जो आपके लोग हों, आसपास के लोग या अदर कंट्रीज से, आप हमको दीजिएगा उसको। यदि बाहर से भी अपने एशियन रीजन से बाहर के भी मिलते हैं तो उनको भी अपन सुनेंगे।
जी जरूर। हमारे बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स भी हैं और बहुत सारे हमारे टीचर्स भी हैं जो इसमें जरूर इंटरेस्ट लेंगे, और एक बहुत अच्छा इस पे सेशन रीजनल आर्ट के हवाले से हो सकता है। बल्कि मैं आपको ये भी बता दूं कि हम यहाँ पे रीजनल आर्ट में इंडियन आर्ट पढ़ाते भी हैं, और उसमें कुछ पहाड़ी पेंटिंग हमारे सिलेबस का हिस्सा है, और उसमें जो मुगल पीरियड आर्ट है वो भी हम पढ़ाते हैं। हमारे बच्चे रागमाला से बड़ी अच्छी तरह वाकिफ हैं।
अच्छा,
तो हम अपने स्टूडेंट्स को भी इन्वॉल्व करेंगे।
रागमाला का लेक्चर अपने अटेंड किया था एक, मैंने वो USA की मैडम ने कराया, अभी दिया है इस बार।
जी बिल्कुल किया था, और उसमें वो रागमाला के एस्पेक्ट को थोड़ा सा छोड़ गई थी।
हाँ, अब वो बाहर की हैं तो थोड़ा सा वो वहाँ USA से हैं, तो पूरा आइडिया एकदम से नहीं हो पाता है बाहर के लोगों को, जो
नहीं हो पाता,
ज्यादा आइडिया रहता है।
डेफिनेटली जो आपके रीजनल नॉलेज होता है ना, जो आपका कल्चरल नॉलेज होता है, उसको बीट करना मुश्किल है। तो लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड होपफुली।
ओके सर, थैंक यू शुभम मैडम।
नमस्ते सभी को।
नमस्ते। कल 10:20 पे मिलेंगे अपन लोग फिर से जी। ओके, थैंक यू डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर वेंकटेशा सर।
थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू।
session is over.
हाँ ये देखिए
जितना आएगा उनका जुड़ जाएंगे तो समझ में आ जाएगा। जुड़ गए? यस सर, वेलकम।
यस, आ गया।
हाँ,
दिखाई दे रहा है।
ये देखिए सर,
तो
चल
आप
रहा है। हाँ
इसको फिर आपको करना पड़ेगा ना।
हाँ, हम यहाँ से प्रेजेंट करेंगे, क्योंकि हो सकता है कि आपके यहाँ से यहाँ आने में फिर गड़बड़ हो।
हाँ, मैं फिर नेक्स्ट करता जाऊंगा, करते जाएंगे, ठीक है।
हाँ, एक्चुअली क्या हुआ था, हमने अपने एक और कंप्यूटर वाले से इसको थोड़ा सा छोटा कराया है, ये जो।
अच्छा।
हाँ, तब ये थोड़ा, क्योंकि साइज बड़ी थी ना।
अच्छा, तो नहीं, मैं अपनी करके देखूं इसके साथ, आप एक बार अपनी करके देखूं प्रेजेंटेशन।
हाँ, इसको पहले देख लीजिए, फिर इसके बाद अपनी करिए आप।
चलो ठीक है।
हाँ, बता दीजिए खोल के। हाँ, यस सर, चल रहा है।
स्टॉप करें।
हेलो।
हाँ
यस सर।
हाँ, ऐसे है, जो जैसे क्लिक करेंगे वो कई पॉइंट्स ना 1 by 1 आने होते हैं।
हाँ,
चलो ठीक है, मेरा ख्याल बिल्कुल ठीक है। अब मैं ना एक बार अपनी करके देखता हूँ।
हाँ, तो देख लीजिए।
अब मैं अपनी देखता हूँ, मेरी आ जाती कि नहीं। मैं अपनी योर एंटायर स्क्रीन ना, मेरी स्क्रीन पे नहीं आ रहा, मेरा नहीं आ रहा, शेयर का बटन नहीं आ रहा दब रहा, पता नहीं क्या प्रॉब्लम है। एक और सिस्टम है, मैं वो करके देखता हूँ एक बार वो करके देखता हूँ मैं। स्क्रीन नहीं, मेरा नहीं आ गया। हाँ, मेरा नहीं हो रहा। चलो फिर ठीक है, आप वाला ठीक रहेगा। ठीक है। हेलो।
हाँ जी सर, ठीक है।
हाँ, 28 को 11:30 ठीक रहेगा।
हाँ, इसमें सर टाइम कितना लगेगा, क्योंकि लेक्चर तो आपने दे दिया है, वो तो है ही है। तो
नहीं, मैं कितना लगाऊं टाइम, जितना वो भी लगा देंगे। पहले वाला पोर्शन तो एक्सप्लेन कर दिया था
जी।
पहले जो थ्योरेटिकल मैंने कर दिया था, उसके बाद वाला शुरू कर लेंगे।
हाँ, तो ये 40 मिनट में हो जाएगा।
हाँ, हो जाएगा। ऐसे करेंगे ना कि स्टार्ट करेंगे, मैं बोल दूंगा कि आई हैव ऑलरेडी प्रेजेंटेड थ्योरेटिकल पोर्शन, तो नेक्स्ट करता जाऊंगा, जहां से
हाँ,
शुरू करना
बस
शुरू
उसमें
करना।
थोड़ा थोड़ा जैसे वो आएंगे, फोटो आएंगी, उनके बारे में थोड़ा थोड़ा बोलते चले
हाँ,
जाइएगा।
बिल्कुल ब्रीफली बोलना है।
हाँ,
हो जाएगा, 40 मिनट में हो जाएगा, आराम से हो जाएगा।
जी, तो ये कब रख लें सर? कल 11 बजे का?
28 को 11:30 ठीक रहेगा?
11:30 पे 28 मैं
हाँ जी,
देखूँ।
परसों।
अच्छा,
देख लो आप। अगर परसों नहीं है तो फर्स्ट को रख लोगे, परसों नहीं रख सकते तो?
फर्स्ट को तो सर और प्रेशर है बहुत ज्यादा।
चलो परसों का देख लो।
हाँ, कल का बल्कि मैं 11:30 का रखे हुए था, पर आपकी तबीयत नासाज है।
मेरी ना तबीयत ठीक नहीं है बिल्कुल, खांसी बहुत आती है, फिर वो गड़बड़ हो जाएगी। हाँ जी, सॉरी आपको बॉदर किया है।
11 में तो सर वो श्रीलंका के एक प्रोफेसर साहब का है।
अच्छा,
तो उसके
कितने बजे तक है उनका?
उसके बाद रख लें सर। उनका है 11 से, और 11:50 का वो वहाँ के डायरेक्टर हैं बॉटेनिकल, वहाँ के बॉटनी काफी व्यस्त आदमी हैं।
अच्छा,
तो वो टूर में आते जाते रहते हैं।
अच्छा,
तो हाँ, तो वहाँ के एक प्रोफेसर साहब ने उनकी डेट हमको दिलवाई है। हम आपका 11:50 से रख लें।
हाँ 11:50 ठीक है।
हाँ
11:50 ठीक है।
ठीक है
11:50 28।
हाँ, मतलब 12:30 तक।
हाँ जी, ठीक है, ठीक है।
हाँ, 11:50 से 12:30 तक, 12:30 तक। हाँ
ठीक है, बिल्कुल ठीक है।
ओके सर।
ओके जी, बाय बाय, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू। ठीक है सर। एक दो, हाँ।